Well, hello and welcome back to Nottingham University, the Highfield Sports Complex. If you were with us yesterday, you joined us for a very special day, the opening day of the England Touch Nationals. It's now day 2, and today is an exciting day because we finish up with some finals towards the end of it. Day 2 of 3 here at the University of Nottingham. I'm Angus Savage, alongside me Joe Wright, and what a day that was yesterday.
Oh, honestly, it was incredible, and it was nice to see a lot of teams brush off the cobwebs really early, and then come in and just perform at the highest level that they could. It was a really big challenge for a lot of teams because typically Nationals is played after the club series, so none of these players have played for their clubs to warm up for Nationals. This is everyone coming in raw and ready, and yeah, it was a really good day.
Spectacular day, and we're up and running already in the women's over 40s competition. Northwest Touch against the Southwest Saxons. Southwest Saxons in possession in their blue kit. Northwest Touch playing from right to left, defending at the moment in their red and black. Southwest Saxons getting across the line nice and early. Katie Chalmers finishing things off. Got their sunglasses on and everything. If that doesn't tell you what sort of day we're in for, nothing will.
Yeah, it was a really nice score. Again, something that you'll see a lot, especially in women's teams, is the core skills are just good. And sometimes that's all you need, is just to be the best at doing the core skills. They run a really nice 21 down the wing, taking the dump on the link and then taking it right down the short side. And the wing is in acres of space. It's obviously a designed play. Really, really nice score to open us up.
Very good. Bodes well for the rest of the day as well.
Yeah, it does. If you can average just try a minute throughout the day, that'll be ideal.
We are here for tries, although I did quite enjoy one game yesterday that went about 26 minutes before the opening try. We're playing 40-minute games, 20 minutes each way with a 5-minute break at half-time. So that's what to expect. If you're viewing things, thank you very much for joining us. If you are,
oh, show and go. We love those early doors.
It's looking already like this women's over 40s competition is going to bring us some entertainment.
For sure, for sure. And it's a really good defensive touch there. And just to force the turnover as Saxons were getting fresh legs on. That show and go had bought them loads of meters without having to use a touch. So it's a really good showing here from the Northwest to be able to turn the ball over, work it across, get fresh legs on when needed.
First real attack.
Oh, wings
Northwest.
On. Unlucky. Ball just goes to ground. You can see what she was trying to do. She was trying to find the winger, realised the winger wasn't quite there. Tries to tip it back on the inside, and the Sharks will have another go at getting their transition going.
Yeah, there was a nice idea in there, wasn't there? But just didn't come to fruition as that one's spilled. So a great opportunity this for Northwest.
Yeah, really nice showing here from the Northwest, turning the ball over twice now on the transition. They obviously want to put the pressure on. Looking like they're going to set up at 32, yeah, 32 short. Player comes, goes for the pass, just doesn't quite go to hand. Turnover for Sharks. It seems like this is a battle of two defences in this little instance where the Sharks want to get off, they want to get fresh legs on, but the Northwest are forcing turnovers in the transition. But when the Northwest get the ball back, the Sharks are just defending them out really well, so waiting to see who can really get a grip of the game and take it to the other team.
Promising position this for Southwest Saxons. Made great ground.
Oh, good scoop. She's got great feet. Unlucky, unlucky. Southwest Saxons have a really good transition here. It's really sharp. They're managing to get to the red zone on 5th touch and then scooping and attacking the line. It's textbook, and you don't see a lot of opens teams be able to do it consistently.
The only real shame is that we've seen a couple of passes that have been thrown to an area rather than to a person and almost thrown blind. There's a bit of a collision between two teammates there, a bit of confusion as the replacements come on.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a hard touch in at the side for the Southwest Saxons player. I think if this was the final game, you'd probably get away with one of those because I think the double play was just slightly off balance. But early doors, the refs are hot on it, and it'll reset the touch count for the Northwest, and we'll see what they can do going forward now. They'll have an extra touch to play with when they get to the red zone if they get there nice and quick. But at the moment, the Saxons are just being able to shut it down really nicely, although that's lovely hands. Really good strike dump. The wrapper comes all the way around. The winger's on. Oh, the ball just goes to ground. I think they'll get a penalty for offside. Yeah, they will. Just thought the link hadn't quite retreated onside and crabbed across instead. But that was the first moment of proper magic that we've seen from the Northwest. Really slick hands coming onto the field, trying to work it to the open side. They'll want to use all of their touches now to see if they can unlock this Saxons defence. The ball skills when passing on their own terms are superb. Unfortunately, that's just half court. It's a little bit of a lapse of concentration there. But the ball skills when they're passing and the defence isn't up in their faces are so slick that the ball's just going straight to hand.
It's worth mentioning as well that this is the first time that Northwest Touch have ever been able to put out a women's 40 squad at the Nationals. So it's a real step in the right direction for this group.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's especially in the opens, well, in the senior categories, both male and female, over the past few years, Northwest have really started to churn out these really solid squads that they've not been able to in the past. And I know especially one person on there, Lorraine Grinter, is the mum of Ben Grinter, who's one of the most superb players that Northwest have to offer at the moment. And I know that her son being so involved has given her the motivation to sort of get involved in her own vein and, you know, progress as a sportswoman herself. And to be able to turn out a team like this that is performing extremely well in the early stages of this game is just a testament to the work that they've done.
Makes it a real family affair, that's for sure. Northwest under a bit of pressure, creating some pressure as well. I don't think they could quite believe that they got a penalty there.
No, I think that's one of those that sits one off, doesn't it, the other, but the ref's seen it how he's seen it, and the Northwest are a little bit like, oh, okay, we'll have this repeat set, no problem. Really nice hands there again to be around the shooters. Good decision there not to throw the pass. They're now in the red zone with a few touches to play with. And this is Lorraine Grinter on the ball now. Yeah, lovely. Recognised that the play was offside, just told a partner, get in, get the dump down. We'll take the offside. I believe that's 2 penalties now in succession, so one more and a Saxons player will go to the back of the sub box for the rest of the possession. There she is again, Lorraine Grinter. 32 short. They try and go to the short side. Nice dive. I think she's got there. Referees are happy. Lovely little dive, and that's what the pressure does. They make them pay, and the first time that the Northwest put a squad out, and they're putting it to a very experienced side of the Southwest Saxons.
Certainly are, and Ellen Lewin finishing things off to level the game up at a try apiece.
Yeah, lovely, lovely. That's what happens when you sustain pressure. Unfortunately, the Southwest Saxons have just retreated too far over their line. Ellen's recognised it and just gone, thank you very much, I'll dot that ball down. 1-0.
You suspect an error they're only going to make once, having conceded there. They'll need to get their bearings on the pitch dimensions as quick as they can.
But that's what happens when you've got a team that's really putting it to you, and all you can focus on is the threats of the ball carriers. Just as that ball goes to ground, they might get a turnover. No, it's just ball to ground. But that's what happens when you're so focused on the threat of the ball carriers, is you do lose your bearings on the pitch. I know, especially when you're playing against people who want to play at pace. Northwest are trying to turn the ball over relatively quickly, keep the ball in motion as often as possible. And I think, you know, the 2-3 repeated sets that they had on that line just took their toll, and Northwest were able to capitalise. Oh, unlucky, just a little bit over the mark there. Good defence from the Saxons.
Saxons then will have a go from here. A couple of decent early meters.
Really nice touch there from the Northwest, just putting it on and not letting them dump the ball cleanly. It's fit, nice 21. They go back down this short side, look for the winger. The winger gets the ball down, that'll be score. And it's rinse and repeat from the first try. It's obviously somewhere where they want to attack, and it's proven to be the right option at the moment.
Yeah, I was worried the way that they were bringing their changes on. I thought, are they going to get players there in time, or are they going to leave themselves short? But they managed to get everyone there in position just in the nick of time. And Anthea Newton, the beneficiary in this near side corner.
Yeah, lovely little ball, lovely little catch and ground as well. It's a really well-designed play. And speaking from experience, 21s, when teams do just want to attack down the wing side, unless you crab across and really condense that space, it's a really hard one to defend against. And do you know what? Not many teams use it, so you won't have played against it an awful lot. I know, especially even myself, for 4 or 5 years now, There's only one team that I know that uses it consistently, and it's really hard to train for something that so little people use. So it's actually a little bit of I won't say an underhand tactic, but it's one that is definitely utilised when teams recognise that actually this is something that not a lot of people are running, not a lot of people are going to train for it, so it's somewhere where we can execute.
Well, it's one of those key things, isn't it? In any sport, can you present the opposition with pictures they're not used to seeing?
Yeah, and exactly that. And the 21 is exactly that. It was a play that was used a lot 5+ years ago. It was something that was drilled a lot in England as they looked to progress into utilising the open side a little bit more. They wanted to condition the short side, so that's where they used the 21. And since it's a little bit of like a bogey play for a lot of teams, is they just think that it's a throwaway play. But this Southwest Saxon sides are showing that actually it can be used to get tries and consistently. Oh, lovely little play there again from Lorraine Grinter, just taking the ball to the line, forcing the issue for the referee. The referee recognises that players haven't retreated onside, gets the other penalty, and yesterday we were talking about players just taking control, relaxing, recognising that you can draw penalties if you stay patient. That's exactly what Lorraine Grinter's doing. As they look for a link punish going down the side, that's a little bit of a big shot there coming in from the link. We love a bit of physicality in touch.
Oh, it's like a rugby union try saver in the corner, that.
Yeah, that was shoulders on. We're not letting and the Potter's off. Like, yeah, okay, I've done my job. I've got you your repeat set. Now go make it worth it. Nice hands. Looks to take him to the line. Dumps a little bit close to the line, so they're not going to have a lot of space to work with. They just need to drag him out and stay patient. This is 5th now, so they're going to have to create something from nothing. And that's well smothered there from the Southwest Saxons. Just losing a little bit of composure there when they needed a cool head just to give them some direction in attack.
Southwest not quite getting their players on quick enough there again. Just had to wait to find someone to get the pass away to, but they're back in shape now and making good progress.
Oh, lovely dummy. And they just run out of touches. A little bit confused there. The ref put 5th up twice. I was just waiting to see what the call was, but I think the right call's been made in the end. Nice turnover. And as you say, so the Saxons are struggling to get players on as smoothly as they can do. But even though that's happening, they're still getting into the red zone. So you can't help but think if they can fix that transition and just smooth it up a little bit, they're going to get even further and they're going to be driving over that line.
Yeah, when you consider they're having difficulty with it, they're having great success, aren't they?
Yeah, it's like a wrong equation, right answer. Yeah, that was definitely shoulders on. I'm not sure if you can hear that, but we heard a slap as the contact came in there. That's a rugby league shot if ever I've seen it.
That was a real noise, wasn't it? Bone on bone there.
Whoever said the women's side isn't physical, even that's a little bit, even that's right on the edge. They've had 2 big shots come in early doors. If this is setting the tone for today, then I'm all for it. Bring it on.
They've made a hardy stuff, these over 40s. Northwest kind of going sideways across the field there, but they'll reset now.
Yeah, they just need a little bit of direction in their attack. This looks a little bit better, so they pop the ball off. That's a nice 32 play. Looks to come on the open side. That'll be 6th touch though. Just losing a little bit of momentum when the pod of Lorraine Grinter. When Lorraine Grinter's pod isn't on, they're just not really got that direction yet. And I'm wondering if next time this pod is on, if they can just relax things a little bit more, take their time, set up some plays, and not move so laterally. I think it lets the Saxons off. It gives them a really easy option in defence if you're moving a little bit too laterally. That's a really good defensive touch there. That's halted all of their progression on the scoop. And again, the transition isn't great, and they're still in the red zone. it's a real testament to the way that they regroup after a transition not being so good. That's a really good dummy pass, and that'll be 6 more for slapping the ball down. And if you want to buy yourself another crack at the line, that's the way to do it. Dummy switch. I bought it.
Smart bit of play, that. And they've got a real chance here to double their lead. Well, not double their lead, extend their lead.
Oh, well held, well held. I thought that ball was going to ground there, but it's really good hands from the Saxons link. And as they move into a 32 platform, they're looking to attack the line. There's a small gap there. Can she get round? She can. Oh, she got the ball away, but just goes to ground. It was lovely play there from the Saxons.
Northwest back in possession then. Slowing the game down a little bit here. Now we're off and running.
Oh, unlucky, just an unforced error there in the ruck, which gives the Saxons essentially a tap off to try and attack from. They're just burning a couple touches to get some fresh legs on. That's a lot smoother there from the Saxons. Just being cautious not to get caught with 7 on. Smart move there. And now they just need to relax things and set up a strike play. They look for the 32, they execute, wrappers on, ball goes to the wrapper, Ellen goes, no thank you, big stop on the line.
Sideways movement again.
Yeah, it's a really good defensive play there from the Northwest, but it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that the Northwest were doing in attack, which is just that if you're moving laterally too much, all the defence has to do is move as a 6 across the pitch and follow you each direction you go. At some point, someone's going to need to go, okay, we need some go forward. Just get the ball down and run a strike play. And I think if both teams can just maybe prioritise going forward, even if it means, you know, you potentially make a couple handling errors because you're trying to perform under pressure, that's fine. But you just need to threaten the defence, ask questions of the defence. And then because you've got another 20 minutes to work with, at some point that defence is going to crack and you're going to find the answer.
Yeah, if you're going to move sideways, you've got to move sideways with purpose and conviction. You've got to be looking to get on the outside of someone so that you can create space elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely. Or another option for that is someone coming back against the grain and changing the angle of attack. That's something that you see a lot of teams use, especially if you've got people in maybe not their strongest positions. A middle will come and drag all the way across and switch that link in and then run a direct play. That's one of the ways where you can negate moving laterally too much, because then you're also engaging defenders. Although that is superb feat. She's going to go all the way and put the ball down. Superb play on the transition, and that's the reward that they get for being so consistent with it.
Well, Jolene Hughes doing it all on her own, really, there.
You can see her she wants that ball back, gets the ball down. Lovely, lovely little evasion there, and she just puts the hammer down and goes through the gap.
Absolutely ghosted through Jolene Hughes.
Tell you what, the Saxons love a good dummy. There's 3 or 4 I've seen now that have been so effective. It's entertaining rugby to watch. This is better from the Northwest. This is 4. They've got a touch to play with. Good option. Ball's just on the floor for a tad too long. That's a lovely dummy and score. 6th touch coming. I believe she was also half as well, so the half cannot actually score. They've got to go over the line and then pass the ball off to a supporting player who can score. So I think that's a really good call there for the referee.
Case of nearly, but not quite, for the Northwest, as the Southwest Saxons come on. That's the half-time hooter, so it's score or nothing on this play, and it's nothing. But a strong half of touch rugby to start things off, particularly from the Southwest Saxons, who lead Northwest touch as we go into the break. 3 tries to 1.
Now we've got number 57, so please keep up to date with your picture on. This is your responsibility. We are all online. A reminder, please stay off pitch 8 completely. No warming up, no trading, even in the dead zones. Pitch 8 is out of bounds.
Well, we're just waiting for the hooter, and we'll be back underway with the second half in this opening game of day 2 here at the England Touch Nationals. Northwest Touch against the Southwest Saxons. Southwest Saxons in their blue kit, playing from right to left, have a 3-1 lead, and Northwest in the red and black get us restarted for the second half, and they got restarted in a real rush there. They are keen to get playing and to mount this comeback.
Yeah, they were on the pitch ready even before 30-second warning. They wanted to get going. I think they were asking questions of the ref of, can we play, can we play?
They've obviously identified quickly and easily what needs to be changed in that half-time break, and they're ready to get going.
Yeah, definitely, and there's a lot of experienced heads in this side. So they're going to know what they need to change, especially with this. Oh, it's a lovely ball that just goes to ground at the crucial moment. But Lorraine Grinter, I think, has recognised that you want to attack down the wing. OK, we'll attack down the wing, and we'll see if you can defend it also.
That was a try. That was a try. If ever there was one, they just had to make it stick.
Yeah, I hate to say I've been in that position where you're in acres of space and you put it down. And you know, you don't have to be told, but you know. And then next time you're on the pitch, you want to go make it right.
First spell of possession in the second half for Southwest Saxons. Working down the right-hand side. That one spilled, though.
Yeah, again, good pressure, though, from the Northwest, especially on the transition. I think they've recognised that they can force turnovers. They just need to be up in the face of the opposition. And, you know, every time that they have done that, and that's just unlucky, the ball just goes to ground. Maybe should have just taken the touch there. But they'll back themselves on their defensive pressure now to go and force another turnover. I think the referees just hampered them a little bit there. Half wasn't there as the ball was dumped, so they were more than entitled to go and get that ball off the floor. The ref just called them no. But turnover's been made anyway, and the Northwest now need to go and drive up the other end of the field, see if they can play around some of the Saxon shooters.
Most of the teams have arrived now. The touchlines are getting busier and busier. It's a bit sparse at the start of this game, but everyone's got over their early morning blues and they're back again.
Yeah, I'm predicting at some point that we're going to have to be stood on tables and chairs, because last year at the Men's Opens final, the sidelines were packed, and we were both stood on chairs, peering over people, battling people, using the monitor, trying to move around and get views. So once the day rolls on and the games start to really matter when we get ages, I think you'll see these sidelines really start to pack full.
You certainly will. And they're going to start mattering more and more as the day goes on. Finish off with a couple of finals today. Men's over 30s at 4:10, and then an hour later the women's over 27s, and then on Monday, well, it is knockout touch rugby all the way through.
Monday is going to be an insane day, and even just looking at today, there's one game that I'm absolutely desperate to see, which is the Southeast Derby in the Men's Opens, Taipans versus Sharks. 3:10. That is, last time they played, it was the best game of touch rugby I ever seen. It was the final last year at the Nationals, 20-something tries in the game. Just the best players in England going head to head. Taipans just came out with the victory there, and I think Sharks will be wanting to right that wrong in their opinion.
Want it. Get in those diaries for later on today, 3:10 p.m. That one will kick off at. And it'll roll around sooner than you think. In the meantime, we've got another 16 minutes of this women's over 40s game left to go, and it's still there for the taking for the Northwest. Trailing Southwest Saxons 3-1. Struggling a little bit to make headway here, but a bit of an injection of pace will help that out.
Oh, lucky ball just goes to ground. Yeah, they just struggled a little bit on their transition there. It was just going too lateral, and again, Sharks are just easily crabbing across and cutting out any sort of options, which only leave the Northwest with one viable option, which is to try and scoot from their own half, and it's a mountain to climb.
Southwest have made good ground here, actually. Possession will be turned over, but after a slightly sticky start to that set, they finished it off pretty well. Yeah,
and to be honest, these are two teams that are really, really well matched. just a couple of moments of brilliance have just separated the Saxons and the Northwest, and the Northwest just need to come together now as a group and just, you know, get their transition moving a little bit quicker, getting halves there, picking the ball up a lot smoother, not giving away possession unnecessarily. At the moment, Saxons are being able to just get up in the face of that. Is amazing meters made there from Ellen, going all the way down, and she gives a little pump there to her teammates as if to say, come on.
Do you think she liked that?
Oh, she will, she will, she will. I've played against Ellen a couple of times in Chester at development tournaments, and she loves it. She absolutely loves it. When she makes a couple extra meters, you know about it, especially if she's done you. She will turn around and be like, yeah, you like that one? And we sat there, yes, Ellen, well done. Well done.
Nothing like a bit of verbals.
Yeah, she loves it. She loves it. She's a proper character on the pitch.
Better from Saxons, and a penalty to boot as well.
Yeah, was just waiting to see what the call was there, but I believe it might have been offside. So good call there from the refs. Northwest need to stay connected now in defence, not let them go around the outside. But that's a lovely little underhand ball. That was a lovely little. It was a bit unorthodox, but it got the job done.
I'm not sure I've seen a pass quite like that so far.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm not really sure what's been called here.
No, initially I assumed that we were going back for a forward pass, but remains in Saxon's possession. Perhaps offside again.
Referee's still talking to the players as the players advance. So yeah, just a little bit of confusion there on pitch, but Northwest have just got to ignore it, defend as they know that they can. Lovely defensive touch there. Yeah, that's fifth, so there was no reset. It was just a little bit of a delay at the roll ball, so the Northwest have just got to defend one more.
Saxons having a go into the corner, all just spilled in the act of going for the line. It stays at 3-1.
Yeah, good defence there from the Northwest. Just staying alive, reacting, and getting the defensive shutout that they needed, and they're in good field position to go into their transition, and this looks a lot smoother. Yeah, you can hear the referee there screaming no. Shooting player just gone a little bit too early, and the Northwest get the penalty. This will be a tap-off move for them. You can see the halfway line right there. It's a really good place to get a repeat set of 6. And this drive is a lot better. That second touch, and they're just encroaching into the red zone now. Really nice meters made, and they just need to have a little bit of composure now in attack and make, you've got a couple touches to work with. You've got to make it count now.
Yeah, some easy meters made there. It could be a try-scoring chance.
Oh, the
ball goes to ground again. How many times have we seen that in this game? At the crucial moment, the ball just doesn't stick.
It's just a game of nearlies. It really is a game of nearlies. Twice now in the second half, Northwest are, try lines begging. The opportunity's there. And the ball just hasn't quite stuck in hand. And Southwest they get away with another one. There's twice now where the Northwest really should have scored, and Southwest at the moment, as much as they can threat on their transition, as we see here, halves cut, so that'd be a good turnover, but as much as they can threat on the transition, they are looking increasingly vulnerable when Northwest get to the line, especially when Northwest have touches to play with.
Northwest have to go from a little deeper this time, but we saw last time they can make good meters when they get things right.
Yeah, again, just moving a little bit too lateral. They've not really made any meters, and this is third touch, and now the dump is isolated. And they're going to have it all to do when the fresh legs do eventually come on. This is fifth, and not even crossed their own half. And that'll be 6 and turnover. And again, Northwest just need to be able to get to the line more consistently, because when they get there and sustain pressure, they're effective. But they're just not being able to get to the line enough to constantly force the issue.
And Saxons capitalise. Little lateral once again. Perhaps they can engineer something from that space though. Faster ball there. Can they find someone? Is there a spare player? There is indeed, is there?
Oh, we saw this a little bit yesterday as well. The pitch markings must not be clear because she's grounded the ball on the 7 rather than going into the try line.
Oh dear.
Chris Simon, we need these pitches marked a little bit better. It's happening too often.
It's nothing more embarrassing than putting the ball down early.
No, I remember just a little one. I remember I was playing contact for my school, and I was cleaning, and I've done the ash splash, and I'm on the 5 metre line. I did not hear it. Did not hear the end of it for a long time.
Oh, that will stay with you forever. That.
yeah, it was one of those. I did bag another one though that day, so people can't really be too mad at me. But that one moment now was not good enough.
No one remembers the one you actually scored.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I couldn't believe it. I was in. Apparently not.
Again, it's a little scrappy there, but tidied up eventually. Again, though, they're going sideways quite a big way.
Yeah, it's a good dump here now. They're going to look for the... They might look for the 21. No, they come open side instead. Ball's gone. Touch has been made. Again, good defence from the Northwest. But if Saxons can just get these players on smoother, they'll be able to save a touch and then have, you know, two cracks at the line when they get there. But they're sort of masterminds of their own downfall in their transition. It just, the players getting on the pitch just aren't there sharp enough.
Yeah, they're using up too many touches in that space, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's just halting their momentum. And I think if they could fix that, then, you know, they'd really be putting the sword to Northwest at the moment. Because as we've seen, especially in their transition as we see now, Northwest are really struggling to get to the line. Southwest are really good at putting people up in the faces and putting pressure on. So if Southwest can fix a couple of these small issues, and they're not even issues, it seems to be a little bit of rustiness and maybe not being used to transitioning on and off this much. But if they can just solve a couple of these little things, I think they'll run away with this in the end.
Yeah, they're certainly able to make the meters. They're just making them too late almost.
Not putting themselves in the right position. Although the Northwest can go up as soon as that ball's dumped. If the half isn't there, ball's live. So Northwest maybe just needs to get a little bit faster on side, and then they can capitalise on those small errors. It's a lovely little scoop there. They look to go on the outside. Great covering touch.
Touch is made though.
It's 5th touch, so they've got one more to defend. Good defensive shot. Good defensive shot. And if you're wondering why that one wasn't a 6 more, it's because she's not played at the ball. The ball has been played into her. I think it's hit her hip rather than her hand. You know, especially you see a lot of people when there's nothing on, they just pick the ball up and throw it at someone and just hope for the 6 more. But that's not the penalty. The defending player's got to play at the ball and go for it, and then interfere with the trajectory of it. If it's just thrown into someone, you can't buy that penalty, sir.
Smart bit of refereeing then to spot that difference. Smart bit of refereeing here. Saxons have a very, very good position from which to start their play.
Yeah, Saxons have really started to force turnovers now when the Northwest are trying to get out of their red zone. Maybe some fatigue creeping into the Northwest at the moment, but Saxons look like the team that's really going to make something happen. They just reset the ball, looking to get their strike plays going. Looks like they're going to drag for a 32. Just a little bit static there, just held up a little bit. They go for a 32 on the other side. They scoop short side. She goes for the pass, but half court, and a good defensive set from the Northwest. They'll be happy with the way that they've been able to shut the Southwest out in the second half.
It looks like the Southwest, they've got some good ideas, but just not quite dynamic enough with them, kind of walking through the play rather than actually playing through the play.
Yeah, definitely, and I think some of it just comes from first game, day 2. Some people are going to be a little bit tired. Maybe you're not all on the same page as you could be. That's nice couple extra yards made there from the Northwest. But this is 5th, and they're scooping on their halfway line. Lorraine goes for the pass. Great one-handed stab from Ellen. They look to take her on the outside. They give it to the winger. As the winger got the gas, Not quite. If she could evade the last ditch touch there, she was all in, and that would have made for a very interesting last 5.
An extra half an inch of arcing of the back, and she'd have been in there.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe that's the difference from game 1 to game 6 on day 2. Maybe the morning cobwebs
that spine loosens up a bit, does it?
Yeah, just a little bit. You do. I promise you now, you do feel so stiff, especially second day of a tournament. Game 1, I know a lot of people out here will be feeling the hurt from yesterday.
I also just don't believe for a second that a few teammates haven't sampled some of the local delights over the course of last night.
Yeah, definitely. I know for a fact that there's a few, but that there is a few.
You can't get a group of young, or in some cases not so young people together and not expect them to enjoy each other's company a little bit.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, that's for sure. This is better for the Northwest. Now they're trying to force the issue down this side. Ellen goes for the pass, just doesn't quite stick. And I think that's been the story for Northwest, is when they do get into striking positions, they threaten so well, but that final pass, the key components just haven't quite clicked. And I think over the course of today, they'll fix these small handling errors, and they'll start whacking some big scores on the board.
Yeah. Time starting to play into the hands of the Southwest Saxons as well. Just a shade over 3 minutes left to go. Northwest Touch need a couple of scores to level things up.
But considering this is the first time the Northwest have put this age category out, and for nationals playing against a very experienced Southwest Saxon side, they can be proud of the fact that they've kept this second half to 0-0. And they only conceded 3 in the first half as they look to go over the top. As she got the feet to go around the winger, not quite really good covering touch there. But that shows that what can happen when you know, these women are given the opportunity to go, and they're provided the pathways into sport. If this is the first time you put a team out and they go up against one of the more experienced regions and they put such an even display out there, it's surely got to start inspiring more people to get into touch, especially at the overs categories.
Absolutely, and also to keep those playing in the younger age group categories in the game for longer as they progress, and they think, oh, do you know what, there is a competitive team I can go and play for as I get on a bit in years. Yeah,
definitely, and it bodes well for the sport in general, and I think a lot of people will watch this, and you know, a lot of the overs categories and you know, will be advertised on social medias to say, look, calm down, age, gender, it doesn't matter. This is a sport for everyone, and these women are showing exactly why it is, because you can go and do something like that, and you can pick the ball up, decide that okay, we've played around for 18 minutes of this second half, now we want to get the score down. It's a lovely open side scoop, and then she just finds a supporting player in acres of space, and that's the score that the Saxons needed to really put this game to bed.
Costellos with the try.
Yeah, just a lovely little 32 short. Player coming really hard at the base of the ruck to get the ball, driving at the line. Supporting player stays alive really well, finds the hole, lovely little tip pass. Great score, and I think, yeah, they're really good value for their lead, but the Northwest can be really proud of how they've played.
They certainly can, but that Costellos try has all but sealed the victory here for Southwest Saxons. We're just counting down the seconds now to the hooter. Northwest Touch will fancy just getting one more, though, just to add a bit more shine to the scoreline for themselves. In defeat, it's been a proud performance, but they'd love to finish off with a try, but the ball is spilled. 30 seconds left to go, and you'd think that if Saxons play this one right, they'll just see it out. One thing I've noticed over the course of yesterday, and I wonder how it progressed today, is there seems to be a bit of a lack of timekeeping from those that are off the field. The communication doesn't seem to be there that, hey, look, just eat the clock up and we'll be done.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of gamesmanship as well, and you've got to have that in every great team. And yeah, a lot of people don't really recognise how little time can be left, because when you're in the heat of play, it's the last thing that you're thinking about, and sometimes all it takes is a cool head to go, I'm going to stand still at your line and just kill 6 touches, and then the game's going to be over.
Absolutely, and the game here is over. That was the final hooter. A cracking start to the day, not least for the Southwest Saxons, who take the victory against this Northwest Touch side, who can be proud of this debut performance at the Nationals. Finishes up, Northwest Touch 1, Southwest Saxons 4, and we're going to be back on very shortly at 9:50 AM with the men's over 30s category, Midland Tigers against the Northeast Raiders. Do join us for that one. Well, we are about 30 seconds ahead of kickoff here in Midland Tigers against the Northeast Raiders in the men's over 30s category. Northeast Raiders will be in the green and blue, and they will have possession first, playing from left to right. Midland Tigers in the white, with those tiger stripes down the right-hand side, or down the sides of their strip. And they will be defending first up. Northeast Raiders get us underway. That extravagant hooter sets us off. And already fast-paced start from North East. And just as I say that, they make an error and Midland Tigers will be off and running.
What did we say yesterday about complimenting people? We're going to stop.
Never ever say anything nice. Never ever.
No, and I think a lot of people could be deceived by this game by seeing that it's men's 30s and sort of expecting a slower pace. But a lot of these players play internationally, and they'll be very driven to go and show what the older generation can do.
Also, there's a sort of modern concept that seems to have come in that everyone thinks that as soon as someone hits 30 that they've no longer got any fitness or pace whatsoever.
Do you know what? I think it's football. I think football's done it, because you see a player go over 30 and you're like, yeah, all right, you're coming towards the end of your career, and it's just not the case. You know, I think you're going to see a lot of really slick hands. You're going to see some fast plays, a lot of scoops. Oh, lovely feet there as they try and go around the outside. I'm talking about speed, and there's the speed on display. And he goes all the way through, leaving 2 on their arse. Superb try. Oh, rapid.
Michael Ferguson works with the Newcastle Falcons Academy. They might well be signing him up with gas like that. Oh, my word.
Yeah, he must have learned that one from Adam Radwan. That was insane. The feet, sends the dummy, puts one down, gives the ball, and he's just rapid. Camera can't keep up with him. Well, insane opening score.
I think point proven that over 30s do have pace.
Yeah, exactly that. If anyone thought that this was going to be a slow affair, it's going to be anything but. Midlands Tigers now trying to reply. Lovely Swinger play, stepping back onto the open side. They find the winger. Can he? Oh, what a brilliant diving touch from the big man. Grabs across, makes a try saver.
Outstanding touch from Jared Wallace.
Oh, nice switch in the midfield. Good hands to keep it alive. They've not got a touch to play with. They're never going to have to try and go around the outside. They can't quite. And they've killed it on the North East Raiders box side. And that's going to be an easy transition for the Raiders to get fresh legs on now.
Oh, Jared Wallace has got to be super proud of that effort. Almost single-handedly preventing the try there.
Yeah, it was such a good effort, and he recognised, because he was out of the line a little bit too early, and it was probably the wrong decision for him to be out of the line, and he was able to get across and recover and make up for his initial mistake, and it's just kept the Midlands Tigers out. As North East try and go down the outside, they can. They've taken the ball. Oh, he's just out on the sideline. I thought initially it was a great catch and grab, but just stepping out.
Looking very sharp in these opening exchanges of the North East Raiders.
I've got to say, as a region who is quite often, I think I'm fair to say it's quite often considered one of the weaker regions. We saw yesterday their mixed open took a massive scalp of the West Wildcats. In here, the North East Raiders are looking incredibly sharp. I know a lot of these players all play for Yorkshire Thorns. A lot of these guys have played together. Lovely little pick up and go, and they find the hole. Touch has been made, really good defence, but the North East are really threatening now.
Jake Parsons going close there. Very, very close. That ball just goes to ground though.
I've got to say as well, last year, as I was commentating, we spoke about number 8. He's on the pitch now for North East Raiders, Tommy Dixon. I got a little shout out on the North East Raiders Instagram, because the game that I commentated, he'd come on, score, go off. And that's all he did, all game. 40 minutes, he came on, 30 seconds, got a score, came back off and went, all right, boys, you go defend my scores. It was quite remarkable. I think he was on the pitch for maybe 10 minutes of the 40 every time he scored.
Absolutely brilliant. That's the way to do it.
He just looked so nonchalant. It was a little bit like Will Upton yesterday, who just step on, lovely pass to set up a score. He'd go himself, and they just shrug of the shoulders. Yeah, my job's done. Can you go defend that for me, please?
You got to love it. That's the way to do it. Casual and calm as you like. Midlands Tigers here with a bit of possession, close to the North East Raiders line.
Oh, nice phase there from the Tigers. Oh, if he could have found that pass to the passive link there. That was an easy 2-on-1 to execute. It's a good defensive shutdown from the North East Raiders, and we were talking about getting the repeat set of 6, and sometimes you've got to knock that ball down. It'll stop a definite try. They look to go over the top. They can.
Dan Powell, the England mixed open player from 2022, pulling the strings, and out there on the right-hand side, his team getting the score. Dan Powell there in possession in the red cap. Playing fast, whipping that pass out to the far side. And it's the simple task of just dotting it down. I think it was Dan Gurry of Nottingham Touch that got the score, and it's now one try apiece here. And a pacey start to this game.
Yeah, North East just going a little bit too lateral at the moment. They need to get some go forward, and they do that there, but the touch has just been taken over the mark. And that was just a little bit too static there from the North East. They needed to get some go forward, maybe just give it to that bloke with absolute legs and just say, go on then. You can go and dance around for a few minutes, but go and make us some meters, please.
Yeah, I think if I was in that Raiders side, I'd be putting the ball in the hands of Ferguson as often as possible and just saying, go make meters, mate.
Yeah, exactly that.
Midlands Tigers with a decent opportunity here.
Good sweeper play. They step back against the grain. Diving touch made. Superb diving touch. Just getting off the line. Think the retreating player was offside, but he had to make that touch there, otherwise it was it was everything but a try in the end.
That's a couple of try savers they've now put in, the North East Raiders.
Yeah, they're really working hard. Although unfortunately they're just struggling to maintain defensive pressure, just dropping a little bit early there. Midlands Tigers quite willing to take the touch and just get some fresh legs on, although they're burning too many and they're going too far back, and the North East can just get back up and push them even further back. So now the Midlands Tigers aren't striking on the 7.
What's the thinking there? Because that felt like an awkward time to try and make those changes.
If you're going to do it, you've got to do it from touch 1. You do not do it anything past touch 1, because you do not want to burn all of your touches. And as you can see here, they're now having to scoop and strike from 15 metres out. It's going to take something spectacular to do it. And they're just giving themselves all to do. If they'd have dumped that ball 5 metres in front, that pass, he's receiving it on the try line. It's an easy dot down. But because they sacrificed too many touches by trying to get fresh legs on, and they sacrificed all of those metres by going backwards, it's an easy shutout in the end for the North East Raiders. They can just put the pressure on and
was it necessary to get fresh legs on there? That felt like a period where, we're quite early in the game, you can't be too tired yet, and you're in the wrong part of the field to make it happen. It just feels like it was always going to go wrong.
Yeah, like I say, it's too early, and you only do it on touch 1. You do not burn too many touches, and you do not sacrifice too much space. And what looked like an amazing attacking platform then became something completely different, because they were trying to strike from 15 metres out rather than from 7 metres out. And then when they did get fresh legs on the pitch, it was all too lateral because they were too far away.
They've got another opportunity here. Try and force their way up the field a bit, and they've got that man, Powell, back on the field. Created a try already.
Oh, lovely left to right. And the winger finish. Not quite. He got so low to the ground there. Number 20 for the Midlands Tigers. I'm not going to try and pronounce the second name because I'm going to butcher it, pal. But Franco, you run like you're a motorcycle. You get so low to the ground.
Franco Perticaro.
Oh, lovely. I hope we see him scoop through again, because he was at a 45-degree angle to the ground. And I tell you what, that's not something I want to be playing against. That's for sure.
Slapped down again by North East Raiders. And after a fast start, they're starting to come under continued pressure here.
Nice quickie. Going back to the open side. Oh, lovely little left to right ball. Can he get out to the wing? Oh, lovely little step on the inside. Gets the ball down. North East just not tracking across, and that big right foot step does the winger all ends up, and it's 2-1 now to the Tigers. Then after a slow start from them, they've really started to pick things up.
And it's Dan Gurry again that gets the score. Fast handling, good handling from Midland Tigers, and the big step inside from Gurry and the dive across the line. Turns this game around from 1-0 down. Midlands Tigers have gone 2-1 up now.
Yeah, well, this is the danger man from last year. Tommy Dixon's on the pitch now, number 8, receiving the ball. He'll be orchestrating an attack. He wants the quickie, steps open side. Just a bit of a breakdown in communication. Oh, lovely little hands, keep finishing. Oh, what a step. Oh, I think it's going to be given for a forward pass, and that's unfortunate because the big man's got feet on the wing. He did his opposite man. Unfortunately, the pass had just drifted forward.
Martin Rayner with the step out of a phone box there.
Yeah, that was a massive right foot whack. I thought we were going to see a big NRL finish diving over the touch, but no, instead we got a massive right foot whack trying to step back on the inside. He did it successfully, but the pass just let him down in the end. But it's good, though, from the North East Raiders. They can show that they can get there and put the pressure on. But it's this that they've got to stop. Yeah, referee in the middle there's got that spot on. Just North East about a metre short of retreating onside. I mean, really clear communication there. Can have no qualms with a ref when he's that clear.
Midlands Tigers, they've spent a lot of time in this part of the field.
Oh,
nearly through again.
yeah, it's a nice little pass into space. The link just needed to hit his hole a lot harder, and he was ghosting into acres of space. The try line was begging. Ball just goes to ground. Again, another unforced error, which just gives Midlands Tigers so much opportunity for pressure. But Midlands Tigers have got to sort out there. So it looks like there's players on the sub box trying to come on, but you don't want to see them sacrifice too many touches like we saw earlier. They go for the quickie, short side. Score is given, and that's much better, and that's what happens when you don't just run off the pitch when you get a repeat set of 6. They make it pay. They extend their lead again. Leads now by 2. Lovely score from the Midlands Tigers.
I think it was Dan Powell that crossed the line this time, being an influential player in terms of creation, and this time influential in terms of try scoring was Dan Powell.
Yeah, North East just advancing beyond the touch, which then makes their post-touch exit so hard and so much longer as well. You want to stay really light on your toes, get in and out of the touch really quickly. But North East want to come and reply. It's a really nice touch. That's 5th, so now they've got to set something from nothing. They'll look for a ball out to the wing, I imagine. Nice little dummy, good hands. They kill the ball this side, so they'll have a good opportunity to put pressure on the Midlands transition. That's exactly what they do, getting up in the faces early doors. Midlands just struggling a little bit, but they work it round to the outside. That's really good meters made there. Just got to take the ball back. That stops the momentum a little bit. They just need someone to pick it up, take a nice dump down. I think that would be... Oh, I think that's a slightly harsh call, I think. I think he's just lost his footing at the base of the ruck and dropped that ball. But North East now got to carry on with the pressure that they can produce and see if they can force another turnover.
Midlands Tigers moving to where they've spent plenty of time. And it's given them and in fact,
it's 4-1.
Another score there for Midlands Tigers, who have suddenly become very clinical out there. And
yeah.
Andrew Jackson of the Norwich Rebels gets the finish in that left-hand corner. And suddenly, Midlands Tigers have a reasonably comfortable lead, 4-1 up.
Yeah, if there's a critique that I can make of the North East when they're in this position, it's just the attack's just a little bit too slow. That's lovely hands, though. Winger gets up high and makes the touch. Really good shot from the winger. But when they're actually dumping the ball for their strike, it's just a little bit too slow. That the half is waiting for the ball to be presented cleanly. And I think if they can solve that in the half time, they can, you know, they've shown that they've got gas and they've got ideas. And they've got the ability to score. And as we've just seen there, they've got the ability to force turnovers. They just need to be more clinical when they get into the red zone.
Yeah, it feels like they get from one end of the field to the other really quite easily, actually. But then once they're in that danger zone, they just can't make it count.
Yeah, I completely agree. You can see that, 30s doesn't mean anything. They've got gas to burn. They just need to be a little bit more clinical. That's a nice sweeper play there. They step back on the open side. It's just the wrong option there from the link. The hole was there. You can see it on your screen. And unfortunately, there's no option to for the half to pass to. And, on second touch, they force a turnover through half court. And, that's a missed opportunity for the Raiders.
Tigers up to the halfway line.
Oh, lovely hands, and he's got gas to burn. He's going to go around the outside. Are they going to get him in touch? They aren't. Hand was just in the passing lane, so that's going to be given 6 more. But he has got absolute wheels to burn.
Tom Davis, the 2022 England men's over 30s player.
We were saying yesterday, possibly the biggest beard in England touch.
It certainly is, because there's not a lot else of him to go around. But
oh, look at the feet. It's the aerodynamics of it, I reckon. I think that's the purpose for it. Streamlines him a little bit, makes him even more fast than he is already.
Well, either that, or just imagine how fast he'd be if he wasn't carrying the extra weight of the beard.
Yeah, true. Very true. Oh, nice play from the Midlands Tigers. He's just been touched there. Trying to go through the middle, trying to go through a gap, just not quite there. And now they can reset, trying to extend their lead. Half just isn't quite there fast enough, but they're looking to go down the short side anyway. Quick catch and pass, and that's just a lack of recognition from the Northeast Raiders. Didn't crab across and cut out the space. Took an age for the half to pick up the ball, but he gets there in the end. 5-1 to the Midlands Tigers.
Well, in the end, the half getting there slowly, almost threw the defence off.
Yeah, he takes a really wide line to get there, and then once he does, he just recognises that you've all crabbed to the open side, so I'm just going to go short side and 2-on-1, pass it to my winger, nice and easy execute. And sometimes that's all you've got to do is recognise where the defence is set up and go elsewhere.
Yeah, it was a good delayed pass from Dean Hancock. He played men's over 35s for England in 2019. And released Dan Gurry for what was Gurry's hat-trick, but Northeast Raiders have responded immediately with their second try of the game. A well-worked number. Slowed the pace right down. It's your man, Tommy Dixon, that injects the pace. And across the line goes Jonathan Fletcher.
Yeah, that's what we need to see more of from Big Tommy Dixon. Last time he was on live stream last year, he really impressed, and we've not really seen him too much in an attacking sense, but that's what he can do. He picked the lovely option there. The mids come flying out to try and make the touch, and he's just recognised, tips it onto his teammate, and acres of space. It's a textbook quickie play, and I tell you what, if Raiders can get one back here as well, cutting the deficit down to 3, looks like they might do it. Ball just goes to ground. Looks like a little bit of a hard nudge in the corner.
He so very nearly had an absolute genius play to get that down. Almost dropping on the ball, but catching it in the process, but just not quite managing to complete the catch as he did it. And so the Tigers retain this 3-point advantage.
Great touch there, though. Brilliant touch, getting out the line, making a lovely... And again, this is... Tigers have got it all to do now. They need to check the ball off. This is 5th now, so... Oh, but look at the speed of Tom Davis. Oh, brilliant covering touch. This is speed meeting speed here for these two pods. You've got two absolutely rapid pods that want nothing but to go forward. And the Northeast Raiders not messing about in their transition. They just want to get fresh legs on and see if they can cut this deficit down to 2 before half-time.
50 seconds left until half-time. What have the Northeast Raiders got in the pocket?
Oh, there he is, the speedster. He's lurking on the outside. He's lurking in space. I'd just give him the ball, to be honest.
May well be what they're trying to engineer as they crab across to the far side.
Ooh,
oh, great handling from Jared Wallace.
He is a talented player. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a successful contact career in his past.
So unfortunate that the dewy ground in this early part of the day just making him slip at that last moment as he stepped off that right foot, because he did so well to almost create something there.
Well, honestly, I think the only thing that played against him there, because he fed the ball back inside lovely, is there was just too many Raiders players there. if the link had been chopping that hole really hard and direct, then I think he would have been in. Tommy Dixon's going to look to play. They go around the outside of the player.
Touch is made, and that's half-time here in game 2 on day 2 of the England Touch Nationals. It's the men's over 30s competition, and at half-time we go in Midlands Tigers leading North East Raiders 5-2.
Field 5, Southwest for player referees. That's field 5 at 10:40, Southwest for player referees. Players officials, 2-minute warning. Players officials, your 2-minute warning. Just a reminder, this site is no offside. This is not England Touch's regulations, it's not England University's regulations. No offside on site. Players officials, 1-minute warning. Players officials, 1-minute warning. Officials, stand by.
Second half then, just about ready to start. Midland Tigers against the North East Raiders. in the men's over 30s competition. The Midlands Tigers went into half-time with a 5-2 lead, and they get us started in their white shirts in possession, playing from left to right against the North East Raiders in those green and blue shirts of theirs. And the Midland Tigers immediately getting on the front foot and looking to construct something. Dan Powell in that red cap has been a key figure for them in terms of creation. And he conjures something to begin the second half. Well, perhaps he can conjure something for himself. Has a dart for the line. I think he's been touched. He has indeed.
Midlands Tigers just missed a good opportunity to run a link punish, which is a quickie on the link and you step outside of him, try and take him to his line. But the dump just wasn't quite clean enough. The jumper wasn't strong in the touch. It was really nice and dominant defensive touch. And North East Raiders defend a really good set. Really good set. It looked like there was a lot of talking in the sub box at half-time. I feel like they realised that they're in this game. They just need to cut out some individual errors. And they give it to the speedster trying to get on the outside. But that sixth touch is losing track of the touch count. I think the speedster should have just tried to go on the outside there.
Yeah, you rather think if the outside is being offered to him, he might as well just take it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Why not? You've got gas to burn. Go and show it. It might not work, you know, one time, might not work 2 times, but at some point it's going to work. You're going to find that mismatch. So, especially on last, and you've got nothing else on, just go and take that touch. Well, just go and take the space and see what you can do with it. Although that's a lovely little drive through and score there from the Midlands Tigers. They just committed open side and then step back on the short side. Link's had to shut. He's got no choice. His wing isn't quite on the same page as him, and it's a lovely little dive and score in the hole.
I think it was Glenn Jones that ended up finishing it off. Boomerang, the mixed 30s player.
Yeah, the link's just a little bit too short, and then he's always diving for the touch. Just need to shore up with the defensive spacing there. Make sure that you're all, you know, marking your channels and you're not double committing on people.
And it's now a 4-point lead for the Midland Tigers. That's a healthy advantage.
Oh, good offside call there. Really nice there. Referee is really hot on that. And you see this near side link was just creeping a little bit too much. And our Raiders have the repeat set of 6. They look to run a quickie. He's going to look to condition the line. Can't quite get round. Good diving touch made. Raiders need to use all of their touches here. If you're going to throw the long ball at some point, you've got to condition the middle first. Sweeper coming. Give the ball to the sweeper. Lovely little flat pass. Catch and dive. That is an amazing finish. He beats the touch to the corner, and the big man gets down. He looks like he's hurt himself a little bit, but he got his just rewards there. What a finish.
Stockport's Jared Wallace, originally from New Zealand, and he has been spectacular all game. And that, I don't think we're going to see a finish to better that all day long. That was stunning.
Oh, that is an insane finish. Catch and dive. It looks like he might have knocked a contact lens out, to be honest, with his dive. He's holding his eye. I feel your pain on that one. What a finish. What a reply. And our North East have just got to defend this set out. What an amazing diving touch there, back on the inside. And if they can defend this set out, only 3 tries down, early doors in the second half, they can really start to put pressure on this Tigers side. Oh, just ball down. We had one spectacular finish one end, and he was looking for another in reply down the other.
Well, I tell you what, having conceded to have that gap out to 4, that Jared Wallace try feels very, very important in the context of this game overall, especially after they hold out in defence against the response there from Midland Tigers. There's a long way to go yet. That could be a game-defining moment.
Yeah, and it's really good meters made there, but this is 4th, 5th coming. They need to set up a strike dump. It's a little bit static now. They work the ball into the midfield. They're looking to run a hammer. Hammer's gone a little bit loose. Oh, and he goes for the intercept when he doesn't need to. Forward pass given. That's a let-off, because the link went for the intercept. Dropped the ball. It could have been a repeat set of 6, but they get away with that one there.
I think that was one of those where he's read the play and he just wasn't expecting the pass to be as crisp as it was.
Yeah, I completely agree. Although I think that's just, is that ball down? No, 6 more. Tigers are going to take their time getting fresh legs on now with the repeat set of 6. Smart move, and then they could just drive right up the middle and go and make extra meters and hopefully get to the Raiders red zone. Oh, turnover there. Really good pressure there from the Raiders.
Both sides causing the others a few problems defensively.
Yeah, Raiders just need to stay patient, make the touches work. Just trying to draw a dropping early penalty. Just need to stay patient. You don't have to rush anything. Just a little bit of lapse of communication there. A quickie on the inside. Ball to the wings on. They find it. Is he doubled up? He has doubled up. There's 2 in 2 for the Raiders. They cut the deficit down to 2. Superb catch and score again, and he's got bags of technique and ability on the wing to get these balls down. Lovely score.
When you put the ball wide to Jared Wallace scores. Yeah. That's what we're learning here.
Yeah, there's 3 constants. Death, taxes, Jared Wallace scoring in the corner. Superb dive. That is a born winger's finish.
And it is really game on now. The deficit down to 2. 6-4 in Midlands Tigers' favour. North East Raiders responded so well to that early try from Midlands Tigers in his second half.
And Raiders are defending a lot better. They're defending as a unit, really putting some dominant shoves on in the touch, and they'll back themselves to force the turnover. Just a little bit of a slip at the roll ball there. Yeah, great defensive shot to force the issue, and North East Raiders are really riding this wave of momentum now, trying to force the issue as much as possible. And they've shut the Tigers out twice now. Can they go up the other end and convert another one and cut the deficit down to 1? And unfortunately, it's just been done for a hips not square there, and the Raiders going to have to defend out another set. Tigers moving laterally to get some fresh legs on. North East can get up in the faces and put pressure. North East need to keep going, keep advancing. Yeah, it's a good shot. It's a good option there from the link to really get up and just force them to play a little bit faster than they need to. That'll be 6 more given. Tommy Dixon just getting up in the passing lane, trying to force an error from the Tigers. Nice early play there, early little pass around, but the Raiders are up to scratch for it. And the Raiders are really getting off their line well and not giving the Tigers loads of time to pick their passes. Just a little bit of a lapse of communication again there from the Tigers. They look to fire a quick one outside, but the Raiders again defending out a really good Tigers attack. And if you're the Raiders here, you've got to feel like if you're on top in defense, you can go over the other side and make something happen. They just need to secure this transition and get fresh legs up, and that's much better, just tipping around the shooting player, creating extra meters, but the ball just goes to ground at the crucial moment, and they've got another set to defend.
Opportunity for Midland Tigers just to stem the tide of things back their way. They have that advantage, but they've conceded 2 tries in succession to the Raiders.
Oh, great defense again there. Great defense again, just to force the problem. Touch and pass given. Can't help but feel like if the Raiders can just get to the opposition's try line, they're going to really put the pressure on. At the moment, they're dominant in defense, but if you're dominant and you're not showing anything in attack because you just can't get there because of your transition, and again another infringement at the roll ball, that's an off the mark called, and this will be the 4th set in succession where the Raiders have surrendered possession and the Tigers have essentially a tap-off move.
The Raiders saying on the touchlines they're drawing this half. They're in fact leading this half 2-1.
Oh, well, they're drawing now. Lovely little score going through, and that is what happens when you just can't get out of your half. I think for the past 6 minutes, the Raiders have just been trying desperately to get out, and it just hasn't quite happened for them. Too many infringements at the roll ball, and eventually the Tigers make them pay for it.
Fraser McPherson with the finish. England Lions over 30s player, mixed 30s player rather.
And that's a touch and pass there, and these small mistakes creeping into the Raiders game are just killing all of their momentum. They were on a high at the start of this second half, and over the past 5 or 6 minutes, it's just really crumbled for them.
Plenty of time yet to go here though. Midlands Tigers are going to have to stay in good shape. Touch just made there on Tom Davis. Ball goes wide. Could that be a finish?
Touch given, really good covering touch there from the winger. Wing defence from the Raiders has been spot on so far. This is the area they need to fix. Good touch there, good roll ball. Now they're finding some momentum. Can they make it pay? This is forthcoming, they've got to strike. Good pick up, looks for his option, great feet, and he buys the 6 more. That's a superb result there for the North East Raiders, and now they've got to make this pressure count.
I'm not sure that pass needed to be cut out. It felt like they had the numbers matched up.
Yeah, but again, if you're under pressure in the heat of the moment, you do stick an arm out into the passing lanes. Again, you see another one there, arm out in the passing lane. I wonder there if he could have just dove at the line. That middle was a year offside, had not retreated back to the line, and the referee's called him. So I wonder if he dove for the line, if the ref had played advantage and just given the score. I think they should... Oh, just that unnecessary error, just alleviating all pressure for the Tigers. The North East just needs to cut these small mistakes out, but they forced a turnover in the Tigers' transition. This is what we saw from the Raiders at the start of the second half. Forcing mistakes, making them pay. Can they repeat the recipe now? Just a little bit slow. Now injecting some pace. Nice line cut there. Looks to pass the ball away, recycles the play. They're running a 32 short. Look to go open side. And the ball is in a brilliant space, but the link holds his hand up to say, I'm really sorry, but I just wasn't on your wavelength. Because the ball was dropped into an acres of space. It was a 2-on-1 in the out on the wing. If he could have just read the play and reeled the ball in. But as it stands, they've got another repeat set. They go for another quickie. Ball sticks this time, dives for the line. Touch given, really good scrambling touch.
Try here for the Raiders makes things interesting.
Yeah, try here. 6 minutes to go, 2 scores in it. The Raiders, when they get the momentum, are really dangerous, but they've just not quite been able to replicate it enough. Ball goes out to the wing, takes the ball back on the inside. Good chasing touch there. Rolls the ball and works back out to the wing. Raiders need to make them pay. They go for the 32 short. They've had some joy with it. They come to the short side. They go for the dive at the line, and there's the score that puts this game right in the balance. 2 scores in it, North East in the ascendancy.
Tigers so annoyed with themselves for missing that touch. You can see the player slapping his thigh. But Neil Hennigan, who has been a real creative force for the Raiders, getting across the try line for his try. Part of the men's 30s England training squad, and you can see that with the quality he's been bringing to this game, and they narrow it down again to just 2 scores. Can they complete this defensive set and get back on the pressurizing end? 6 minutes left. This game is all to play for still.
Yeah, North East aren't out of this game.
Oh, what a response that is from Midland Tigers.
Score given, really nice score.
Andrew Jackson, the Norwich Rebel, immediately halting that Raiders momentum from the try.
Yeah, that's exactly what Tigers just needed to do. Get up the other end, stunt all the momentum. They run the sweeper, they pick up, go the other side, left to right pass. Really nice ball out to the winger. Wing grabs and grounds it. Northeast Raiders defence just a little bit too tight. And 3 tries are the difference now. Tommy Dixon looks for the quickie. Goes to the short side, potentially the wrong option. Good link shut there, but I think that's going to be given a touch and pass.
Good opportunity here for Raiders. Turned over possession. And a great chance to create something. Still time enough for them to turn this one around, but they do need to start with a try very soon.
Yeah, Raiders just need to pick up the intensity a little bit here. 4 minutes to go, you need 3 tries. Tommy Dixon on the ball now, pulls the ball. Oh, and the pass just goes to ground. Just needed to be moved through the hands there. Instead he goes for the long ball, it just doesn't quite happen, and I believe that it's now a little bit too steep of a mountain for Raiders to climb in 3.5 minutes, although they've just forced another brilliant turnover.
It's been a real feature of this second half, hasn't it? Turnovers in transition.
Yeah, and transition is one of the areas of the game where if you've not got it right, you know. You definitely know, because you don't get the go forward when you're subbing players on. You don't get fresh legs on as much as you need to. But Northeast Raiders diving for the line, and that's a lovely little score. And with, you know, just over 3 minutes to go, 2 tries in it, we could be in for a photo finish.
Well, Neil Hennigan has stepped up big time for his side as this game nears its close. 2 tries in as many minutes. Really grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck and saying, we are not going absolutely anywhere. We are in this to the end. And Hennigan scoring there with a great dive. And we're back down to a 2-point game. Just a shade under 3 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and Raiders just need to defend this set out, although it's a really nice pick up and go as he got the ball down. Oh, penalty for offside given.
Do you throw your flyers on and tell them to go hell for leather for an intercept or something?
If I'm perfectly honest, I would have done it 2 minutes ago. If this was crew on Twitch, I would have done it 2 minutes ago. Would have got the fastest people on. I would have got someone on who's just willing to take the ball down and just dump it. You don't need 6 people on the pitch who all want to, you know, deliver the final blow. You need one person on there just to take the ball down who wants to make the hard yards. And you'd put your speedsters on. Go for intercepts, put the pressure on, try and force errors. You know what? If you get 1 million penalties given against you, that's fine, because it doesn't change the outcome of this game. The only thing that can is getting this ball back as soon as possible and getting to the other end as quickly as possible.
And I think Raiders have just lost a man, so they're down to 5. And that is not what they need here with time ticking away. Yeah. 90 seconds left to go.
3 penalties in succession and you lose a player. And now the wingers are most definitely on. Raiders are really congested, although Tigers are helping them out at the moment and attacking down the side where they've got all of their players. This right-hand winger is stood in acres of space. All they need to do is get the ball down, pick it up and give it to him. It looks like this is what's going to happen now. Long ball comes, beautiful pill, but the winger's just crept a little bit too far infield. I don't think he trusts the distance of the pass from the middle. And it just floats over him, and with 60 seconds to go, I think that will be all she wrote in this one.
It's going to take something very, very special to score twice here.
2 full lengthers in succession, I think, is what they need, and I don't think I've ever seen it happen.
Well, they've got the gas on now, and perhaps they just go to the gas early doors. Once again, though, there seems to be no communication about the lack of time coming onto the field.
Yeah, you want to see a increased level of urgency, although Tommy Dixon, great feet, that's turnover ball, 30 seconds to go.
And that is going to be that. Whether or not another try is scored, there's not going to be time for 2. Midlands Tigers are going to win this game. It's been a real battle. Northeast Raiders have thrown the kitchen sink at it, and at times had Midland Tigers thinking it was going to get away from them. But as the hooter goes, Midland Tigers have done enough to hold on for victory. It finishes up Midland Tigers 8, Northeast Raiders 6. A cracking game of touch in this men's over 30s competition. And we switch quickly now for a 10:40 kickoff in the men's over 40s category. Southwest Saxons against West Wildcats. That's coming up very shortly.
Take your rugby, buckle, clothing with you. Round that time, like the team next to that, we went yesterday. Please ensure you bring up the sub boxes and your areas around the tents. We are representing England up to the left goal. And that's great reputation to uphold. Official 1 minute warning. As an official, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. As an official, this is your 30-second warning.
So we've got about 30 seconds until kickoff here in this men's over 40s competition. Southwest Saxons against the West Wildcats. Southwest Saxons will be in blue and the Wildcats will be in black. Southwest Saxons won last year's Nationals in a drop-off against the Southeast Taipans. So they're definitely a side to look out for, although they got 4 debutants this year in Sam Froggatt, Ollie Porritt, Richard Nienaber and Ben Chappell. They are missing 5 of their England representatives who couldn't make it this year though. Though they do have a further 5 in Mike Rower, Paul Bunce, Rob Emery, Steve Johnson and Alan Noble, who are very much in the mix for that England selection. As the Wildcats go close. One man to keep an eye on in that Saxon side is Sam Froggatt. First Nationals, very new to touch, but playing some glorious stuff. But it's the Wildcats playing some glorious stuff early on. Andrew Hammond scoring the try. What a start to this game for the West Wildcats. The England men's 35s player finishing like the spring chicken that he is to give the West Wildcats a 1-0 lead in the game just a minute old.
Players and officials supporting. Unfortunately, dogs are not allowed on site. This is a regulation provided by the venue. Dogs are not allowed on site, so unfortunately, dogs will have to leave the site.
Saxons go close, trying to respond to that early Wildcats try, but it's Wildcats possession. What a fast start it was from the Wildcats. Wildcats injecting a little bit of pace here into the hands of the try scorer, Hammond. Now they look to move it to the right-hand side, and diving across goes Matthew Janes, but touch was made, so Saxons have possession. And I think this could be a first sighting that we'll see of the skipper, Mike Rower, as he looks to come on. His 10th Nationals, he's got a whopping 78 caps for England, 57 Nationals caps. An extraordinary touch career, and there he is in possession. A superstar of the touch circuit. Wildcats in possession, in the hands of Janes, England men's 40s player. Accelerating onto it goes Douglas Benzie, but that ball just squirts loose. Possession will turn over, and Rower gets things going. Saxons can they create almost a bit of space there, but possession turned over. Wildcats ball. Down the left-hand side goes Benzie. Wildcats working their way up the field smoothly. Still hanging on to that early lead. Scored inside of a minute. Rower makes the touch. And an important one. Gives possession back to the Saxons. Saxons work their way up now.
Yeah, it's a lovely transition. That's a really nice strike dump. It's just unfortunate the ball goes to ground there. That transition was looking really smooth. If they could have got that strike dump a lot cleaner and the scooping player going through, then I think the Wildcats defense would have been at 6s and 7s. But as it stands, they hold out.
Wildcats back on the move. Enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
James.
Good defence there. Good defence. Wildcats need to get some go forward in. They look to run the sweeper play.
Fast ball. They dive for the line. Touch made though. Oh, in fact, touch not made.
Yeah, I think he's called the player offside. Run advantage. Wildcats double their lead.
James Mears, the try scorer, and it was all about the interchange team. Mears and Janes. Mears with the try. For all the world, like, it was never on. I don't even know if he was touched. I think he may just have ghosted through.
Yeah, I think the retreating player has just got his post touch a little bit. He's a little bit square to the ruck, so getting like we said yesterday, you want to be running forwards, backwards, and it sounds a very weird way to word it, but it's the best way to retreat and get onside. He was just a little bit too square to the ruck and wasn't able to retreat fast enough. If someone's running forwards and you're running backwards, there's only one winner in that race.
So Wildcats have extended that lead now. 2-0 they lead, despite Saxons having an awful lot of the field position. Wildcats have just been ruthless and clinical. And with 2 early scores on the board, starting to build a commanding position here.
Yeah, the transition for the Wildcats is nice and smooth. It's running a little bit less speed than we see some teams run, but it enables them to get players on consistently. And now that's a strike dump, and they can scoop onto the short side. Ball just goes to the ground. But really promising signs here from the Wildcats, and Saxons need to pick it up and put a score on the board to really show that they're in this, and that this is going to be run all the way to the end. I think that's a little bit of a hard touch, but ref sees no problem with it and calls play on.
Saxons squeezing a couple of extra meters out of that one.
Yeah, good call there. Just a foot in the ruck. Obstructing the roll ball. Repeat set of 6 now. Saxons can use this as an opportunity to drive. They launch some strike plays when they get there, but they've got to be moving forward. It's a little bit too lateral at the moment. They're trying to expose the space on the outside, and the ball just goes to ground, trying to work it a little bit too much. Just needs to get the ball down and go forward. At the moment, West Wildcats can just defend it very easily.
Diving across the line are the Wildcats. They're going to have a chat about this one. The Wildcats feel pretty certain that's a try. They've taken the ball back to halfway, and the referee is certain as well. 3 tries to the Wildcats. And again, it feels like a try almost out of nowhere.
Yeah, all the Wildcats are doing, and it's nothing special. They're just manipulating the middles and then getting in behind when their post touch isn't as good as it could be. And it's just the speed that they've got. They've got absolute burners. And because the post touch of some of the Saxons players isn't as clean as it possibly could be, and they're running back very square to the ruck, like I said before, if one person's running forward and you're running backwards, there's only ever going to be one winner.
Absolutely, and it was Andrew Hammond with the try, his 2nd score of the game. What an influence he's had, and they're up to 3-0 now. Building a strong advantage here. Saxons have got themselves into some decent positions, but just haven't been able to get across the try line. The exact opposite to the Wildcats, who every time they've gone close seem to have managed to score.
Yeah, now this is the opportunity for Saxons to launch an attack, but it's all a little bit too static. Although they've drawn a penalty for offside, so this is a repeat set of 6 and a good opportunity for them to get one on the board. At the moment, it's 3 tries to the good for the Wildcats, and the Saxons have been a little bit of a passenger. I'm wondering if they can make things happen. They've run a 32, it's just run a little bit slow, a little bit too lethargic at the moment.
Martin Wright just giving the ball off there, the vice-captain of the Saxons.
They run the short, the space is there.
Martin Wright, the assistant England Men's Open coach, playing in his 56th Nationals. Unbelievable.
Hang on, 56th?
Oh, sorry, 56 Nationals caps, I should say.
I was about... yeah. I was about to say that is an outrageous amount, but 56 caps is insane. I know last year we had a couple that just hit 100, and that's playing through juniors, opens, and then moving into seniors. Some people really do just get addicted to touch and stay in it their entire life.
There he is, Wright diving for the line.
Looks good for my money. Touch given? Touch given. Unlucky. I thought the Wildcats defender just crabbed across a little bit too much, exposing some space, but at the moment Saxons have got to stay persistent. They look to run a 32 long. And again, they look to run the quickie. Inside ball's on. Oh, what evasive. The evasive manoeuvres there to ghost around the inside of the diving defender. Superb ball skills, 3-1.
His first ever Nationals for Ben Chappell, and he scores a try on them, and a crucial try because it's been all Wildcats in a try-scoring sense in this game.
Oh.
But as Chappell gathered the ball, he swung his hips to the right-hand side and got himself across the try line. Lovely touch.
Yeah, just the evasiveness to get around the outside of the defender. A little bit of snake hips. West Wildcats looking to reply here. Long ball out to the wing, but it's just a little bit too loopy. And the Saxons winger can grab across and make a defensive touch.
It's been a feature of some of the big wide passes we've seen, is that they're airborne for a bit too long. You want to see them flattened out as much as possible and a bit of pace and zip put on them. You know, so it's an easily practiced skill to just flatten that pass out.
Yeah, definitely, and it's something that a lot of teams will definitely train for, is flat passes, because you want that ball to be as efficient as possible. It needs to get from A to B in the most efficient way you can deliver it. And at the moment, some of the passes are just a little bit too high, and spending too much time in the air, and it just allows the defence to crab across and make that touch as soon as the winger reels it in.
Well, that's the thing, as a defender, when you see that wide pass going in, there are two things you can think. Either, oh no, I'm in trouble, because it's going hard and flat and zippy. And another score for the Wildcats.
And I think that's come from what we were just talking about, zipping passes around. They've played around the defenders really nice and worked the ball to the wing.
I think it's a hack trick here for Andrew Hammond.
Yeah, lovely hands. That's just it. Every team in the country will do that before they play a game. Lines of 4, tip the hands around, and the Wildcats turn what is typically a warm-up into an efficient way to get a score in the corner.
It was in fact Hammond that was the creator, providing the assist for Ben Blackburn to score in that left-hand corner and give the Wildcats a 4-1 lead.
Oh, lovely cut, lovely cut. The supporting player just isn't there. The ball needed to be tipped back on the inside. The Saxons starting to bubble a little bit here, starting to show what they're made of. And as I say, that ball goes to grab.
Always the way, always the way.
No more compliments for this game.
Good yardage there from the Wildcats, and again, progressing up the field really slickly. Now they just hit the brakes.
Oh, lovely feet in the hole. Did the winger make the touch? The winger does make the touch. Superb cover to stop us in what would have been a definite try. But the feet on display there from the Wildcats, that's something that Saxons have got to be wary of.
Saxons now working their way across to this near side. And their subs box is Rower. Pops it inside.
Oh, unlucky, unlucky. Lovely little disguise on the pass, out the back flick. And just not quite coming off.
Wildcats. A little bit flat. Barnes there had to just kind of take control himself as they flattened out, but now they've got a bit more depth on this attack and a chance to put real pressure on as they go to the left-hand side, ghosting through, fast hands. Is it finished there by Blackburn? I think it was. Tidy finishing in the corner.
Yeah, and again, it's almost an exact replica of the score that went in previous. Just slick hands through down the line, into the corner. Saxon's just not reacting quick enough. Lovely feet, 1, 2. Grab and ground, easy score.
Really good finish from Blackburn, because actually the final pass was behind him, but fortunately he's got those telescopic arms. He could reach out and reel it in and finish all in one motion.
The go-go gadget arms. Saxon's just playing around with it a little bit too much. Someone's just got to take some onus, get down. It's going to be an offside call.
Now tell me this, if your club is London Galaxy, how do you end up in the Southwest?
Oh, second homes. Second homes. I see you talking about Mikey Ruhr, plays for London Galaxy. He's a superb player. He's one of those people that shows that age, it should not be a factor. If you're good enough, you can play in these teams, because London Galaxy is one of the top teams in the country, and Mike Rowe is a really big part of that team, and a lot of the success that it's had. He's a very talented player, lovely ball handler. He's got a whip of a pass on him.
Wildcats 5-1 in front now. Just over 2 minutes left in the half, and in control.
Great diving touch. I thought he'd just gone through the gap. Not quite. Lovely diving touch to stop what would have been an easy ground.
Saxons could do with a try just to narrow the gap ahead of half-time. Possession changes hands though, back into the Wildcats.
He did really well initially to manipulate the ball, but he was matched by an equally brilliant diving touch from the West Wildcats just to stop any sort of go forward that the Saxons had. And at the moment, I think the West Wildcats looking incredibly comfortable out there, just going through their motions, getting the fresh legs on, looking to punish again.
Wildcats move it wide, diving finish.
Touch given on this occasion, but you see they're obviously targeting that left-hand side. They know that they've got the quick hands that can punish. And at the moment, Saxons don't have an answer for it.
Saxons well into Wildcats territory now. Can they force something here? 30 seconds to go until half-time. They may well just force something. They're across the try line. Will it be given? It's looking likely.
Looks good to me. Just a little bit of delay of decision here.
There's a lot of chatter here behind the try line. Hooter goes, so...
I mean, for my money, that's fine. We've just seen the replay. I can't see anything wrong with the try. Can't see anything wrong with the grounding or the pass.
And it's been given. Rob Emery.
No, it said there.
Gets the try.
So if there's no try, why are they taking the penalty on the halfway line?
Was it a penalty?
The Saxons players said their penalty. There was no sign given for the try, so the try didn't stand, but they took the penalty on the halfway line.
Well, I'll tell you what, everyone, we'll get some clarity on that at half-time and bring you an updated score at the start of the second half. It is either, as we go into half-time, West Wildcats 5, Southwest Saxons 2, or it's West Wildcats 5, Southwest Saxons 1. We will find out very shortly. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time for the second half and that updated score.
Ladies and officials, unit warning. Well, this is on half-time. Just had a reminder for the 11:30 tap-off regarding player referees. At 11:30 on field 3, we have South East. On field 3, South East, 11:30 tap-off. So that's just under half an hour. The 11:30 tap-off on field 3. Player refs from South East. Players and officials, 1 minute warning. Players and officials, with your 30-second warning, please take to the field, ready to play.
So, almost ready for the second half, and we can confirm that that was not a try at the end of that first half. So we will begin the second half with the game at 5-1 to the West Wildcats. Saxons with a lot of work to do and in possession to start things off here in those blue shirts. Rower looking to see if he can construct something for his side early on. Remember, Wildcats scored within a minute of the start of the first half. Can Saxons do something similar here? That would make this second half interesting. Ball doesn't go to hand though. So Wildcats with that 4-point advantage will look to break out.
Yeah, and you could see what the Saxons were trying to do there. They were trying to, it looked like they were going to play short side and then fizz the ball back onto the open side. And the ball just goes to ground, and it gives Wildcats really nice field position to go and launch an attack themselves. But again, the ball just goes to ground at the crucial moment. Looked like they'd created an overlap, just not quite there for him.
Saxons then working the near side.
Nice, good yards made there, allowing Saxons to get their fresh legs on. Long ball's on. Oh, just can't quite reel it in. Forward pass given in the end, and that's a let-off for the Wildcats.
Once again, that big whipping pass out wide, just not quite as accurate as you'd want it to be. Real try-scoring chance there. Saxons regain possession. Find a few extra meters down this side. A few extra bits of space on this left-hand side. It's a good pickup by the left wing there.
Yeah, it's good extra meters made, but they've got to recycle the play, and they do. Oh, it's a really nice line being run, but it's just not quite stuck for him. And in the first 3 games that we've seen on live stream today, I think that's been the story of them all. Is it's just a game of nearlies for some teams and a game of execution for others. And it seems that Saxons just don't quite have the glue on the fingers yet to be able to make these passes stick.
Wide pass comes in from the Wildcats. Defence gets across really tidily. Wildcats can afford to be patient. They've got themselves into that decent leading position, although they'll want those passes to stick. Wildcats trying to defend against the Saxons, but the Saxons with a mazy run there, making really good meters from it. A good pickup. Sees them deep into Wildcats territory now. The dive comes in. Will the try be given, or was the touch made?
Unlucky.
Touch just made.
That looked so good from where we were stood. That line looked perfect, but it's matched by an equally good diving touch on the line, and it'll give the Saxons some encouragement that they can get over the line, they can unlock this defence, but they just need to do it more consistently.
Wildcats then in possession again in those black kits of theirs. Almost like a rugby league kit with that chevron on the front.
I've always liked the West Wildcats kit, I can't lie. Something about it is rugby league-esque, NRLS. Lovely.
Southwest Saxons, on the other hand, with almost the Bedford Blues kit on.
Yeah, it's very close. Very close.
In fact, almost identical to my old rugby union kit at university. So they almost goes through to Martin Wright, but will be called back. He was touched. Possession turns over.
Yeah, it's good ideas from the Saxons. It just doesn't seem like everyone's on the same page in attack, and it's just halting their ability to create momentum going forward. And it's a little bit of a slower second half compared to what we saw in the first. And I think it's benefiting Wildcats so much more because they're just able to walk through their processes, control the ball, not limit the amount of mistakes that they make. And at the moment, it's just a little bit too casual for them.
Bit of a knock.
Big contact in the midfield. Looks like he's all right, just needed a hot second. We always loved that there, the opposition putting in a little bit of a big nudge and then going, oh, wait 1 second, I think I might have hurt this guy. No, he's obviously not hurt, look at him.
Back up and running.
I'm making yards.
Saxons getting a bit confused about their numbers at times here, but that's a good ball out wide. Lovely handling. Dan Mitchell gets the score. 6 caps for the Saxons and a crucial score here. They did have 7 on very briefly, but hopefully this time the referees have decided it was so long ago that we don't need to call it back.
Yeah, I believe so. I think it'd be really harsh to get 2 pulled back in a game. But again, it's just lovely core skills, catch and pass, passing around, shooting defenders. And they get on the outside, and the winger's the grateful recipient for it. And, you know, 13 minutes to go, 3 tries in it. Southwest could launch a comeback.
Certainly could. Plenty of time left, as you say. Wildcats leading 5-2 against the Saxons. Wildcats in possession. They did really well against the earlier Saxons score to respond immediately, but this time they turned possession over, and the Saxons will have a chance just to try and construct something. This time they have got 6 on, and on the attack they go. Good pickup. Could there be some space? Pass goes away, but doesn't go to hand.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought the Wildcats player had just batted that in over the dead ball. I must have been mistaken.
I think the pass came off his head.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can't give a 6 more for bounce off the airs.
And it did look like it had just bounced off his head rather than he'd given a header.
Yeah, the Zidane headbutt sending it into the dead ball. Oh, lovely long ball. Winger, lovely little catch and dive in the corner. Gets waved off. That'll be another score for the West Wildcats, and this second half is slowly starting to bubble into life.
Certainly is, and another tidy score. This time it's Joseph Hartley, an England men's 40s player, with a tidy bit of finishing on that far right-hand corner.
West Wildcats just going through the motions now in midfield. Not a great amount of intensity, just going through their playbook. They look to go out wide. Looks to put the left foot step on, but just gets touched. And our West Wildcats have got to create something without a touch to play with. I'm not sure if they know that because it's a little bit too static. It looks to throw out the back pass, but it just doesn't connect. And that'll be turnover ball.
Ten minutes left in this one. 4 points in it. West Wildcats in a commanding position. Saxons aren't going to be giving up just yet, though. They'll believe they can turn this one around. No touch there. No touch was ever made.
It's always one of the most satisfying things as a defender, especially in the midfield, when you go for the touch and then pull out last minute and the attacking player dumps the ball anyway. You're the master of the mind games if you can execute that consistently.
What it's done is give the Wildcats really good field position here. But an error on that pass gives the Saxons another lifeline. They've scored again, the West Wildcats. And now it is a really long way to come back for the Saxons. Clinical work from the West Wildcats, and what a pickup that is. Absolutely glorious fingertip stuff.
Grabs the ball twice just to make sure. Beautiful catching ground. And I think that's what separated West Wildcats and the Saxons at the moment. It's just the core skills in finishing have been so much cleaner for the Wildcats, and the Saxons just haven't quite found those connections that they needed. Nice little dive there though, and it's the first time that they've really got some go forward in attack, and they reply straight away.
Perfect response from the Saxons to that Wildcat scores, and very much needed. Alistair Mant that went over. Crucial score after the Wildcats had extended their advantage. I am trying to find out who it was that scored that try for the Wildcats, because it was absolutely spectacular stuff. Just need him to turn around in his blue cap and then I'll be able to bring him to you. Meantime, his teammates are looking to build this one out. They're leading 7-3 now.
Oh, lovely dive. The defenders just retreated beyond the try line. So it's an easy dive and score for the Wildcats, and this is starting to turn into a little bit of a shootout. They'll go one score each for the past 3 minutes.
And it's Andrew Hammond scoring that one. He has now got his hat-trick. Been a vital player in this game for the Wildcats. Who now lead 8-3.
Oh, lovely speed shown there for the Saxons. Did he ground the ball?
No, he didn't. Ball lost in the act of scoring. Bit of a shame, that one.
It's really lovely play though, just to get through, show the pace, burn the defence. It's just a shame that the winger hasn't quite got there, and that was a big nudge in the touch there. It was more like a fend rather than initiating a touch. 6 minutes to go, and West Wildcats comfortably in the lead. It's going to take a miracle for the Saxons to come back from this now.
By the way, that spectacular finish for the Wildcats a few moments ago was Matt King wearing 19. Lovely handling for that try that made it 7-3 before Hammond completed his hat-trick to stretch it out to 8-3, and with 6 minutes left, in fact 5.5 minutes really, it is a long, long way back for the Saxons now.
Yeah, and I think Saxons have played well. I just think that the connections when they get into the final third just haven't quite been there. And at times they've all not been on the same page. And if you're not on the same page, then how can you expect any score to be executed, because no one really knows what they're doing. It's a much better go forward though here on the transition, but the half is just taking too long to get there. This is fifth and they're completely static. They've not got a touch to play with, and I don't think they know that. I think they're going to try and run a play. Oh, lovely hands down the outside. Can the winger get there? Yes, he can. Lovely little dive and score in the corner.
Dan Mitchell with his second of the game. Well, we wondered if they could make a play out of it. They certainly could make a play out of it. Lovely stuff from the Saxons.
It's just really good core skills again. It's been a theme throughout this game. Just the ability to be able to catch, pass, and avoid touches. And yeah, really lovely play there from the Saxons to go around the outside.
Yeah, it was good fast hands to get the ball out to Mitchell, who was going to make no mistake over that finish. And it just narrows the gap to 8-4. Probably still too much of a mountain to climb, but it keeps things interesting as we move into the final 4 minutes of the game. And the game just opening up now, perhaps a few tired bodies. Seeing a lot more tries in this closing few minutes than we were earlier on.
Yeah, I think fatigue is definitely setting in. You know, especially for the overs category, they won't have had much training opportunities. And it's been a long weekend, and these guys are only just getting started. As another try goes in for the West Wildcats, a little bit of debate around that one. I think they were wondering if the touch had been made by the onside player. Oh, lovely little step. Oh, that is incredibly close. You'll always give the benefit of the doubt to the attacking team. In that instance, he's already put one player down, and the dive and touch just comes a fraction too late to convince the referees that it was made. Lovely score for the Wildcats.
It's Thomas Evans that gets the score, the former Wales international, heading on the try sheet. 9-4, his team now lead. And they are surely going to be walking off with the victory very shortly.
Yeah, and Saxons needed to do more of that. He went to initiate the touch, realised that they were dropping early, so just backed away to really promote that picture to the referee, and then the referee gives the easy call of not advancing. Oh, that's a lovely little tip pass. If that gets given, it'll be stunning. Unfortunately, I think it might have drifted forward, and the referees agree.
Oh, poor old Rob Emery. He's been across the try line twice now, and he's had both of them chalked off.
Just give it to him. Just give it to him.
Wildcats then, can they get into double figures? 9-4 they lead. 2 minutes left to go. And advancing with real pace here.
A lovely little pickup. Looks to go on the open side. Wings on, dive and score in the corner. Lovely little finish.
They certainly can get into double figures. Owen Richardson, I should say, getting across the try line. And they go 10-4 in front. They've been so clinical when they've got into that opposition territory.
I wouldn't be surprised if they've only entered that final third 15, 16 times, because like you say, they have been so clinical when they've got there. It's just the core skills that are a little bit of a level above the Saxons in this game. Just a little bit of a delay of play. Saxons confused.
Well, once again, confused about their numbers of players on the field. This time they only had 5 on, and they were looking to get a 6th on. They've really struggled to get their communication right in terms of those numbers.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, letter of the law is you can start the game when there's 4 on the pitch, so the referees weren't waiting around for anyone. Good idea there from the Saxons, but with a minute to go, it's going to be too little, too late. They conceded 2 tries very quickly. The deficit of 4 has gone to 6, and they just want to put a good account of themselves out there now. Get a try to finish. I think that'll be, yeah, touch given. Nice hole hitting, but the West Wildcats defence read it really well and really early and just shut off the space. And that's 6 touch and turnover.
If the Wildcats play their cards right, they can just see this game out with this set. Again, I'm not entirely sure that it's been communicated to them that that was a possibility, though, because they've absolutely raced through those touches. Maybe they're desperate for another score.
Yeah, maybe they want to leave. You know, score one on the hooter. They look to go to the right-hand side. Ball just goes to ground, and that will be the end of this one. And West Wildcats coast to an easy victory in the end.
Terrific performance from West Wildcats. Southwest Saxons gave it their all. Some big moments from the boys from the Southwest. But in the end, the West Wildcats, so clinical in opposition territory, take the victory in this one. 10 tries to 4 in this men's over 40s competition. Up next at 11:30, we move to the women's over 27s, where we will see the Midland Tigers up against the Southwest Saxons.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. A request to the players. Please use the warm-up area. When you are warming up and practicing, getting yourself ready, please use the specified warming up area. Some of the pitches is they're starting to take a bit of a beating. And so we need to stay off the pitch side if we can and go to the warm-up area when we are doing our warm-up, getting ready for games. And of course, stay off the pitch. The pitching is a ban on all warm-up training, practice on both sides. The drop zone on the play area. Pitch 8 is a no-no. Ladies and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Please stay to the field, ready to play.
And we get underway in this women's 27s fixture between the South East Sharks and the West Wildcats. Two very experienced teams. And we saw the 27s yesterday. It turned out to be a very entertaining affair. She looks to drive to the line. It just doesn't quite get there. Really well covered from the West Wildcats. Sharks look to recycle the ball. Oh, they look to take her on the open side. West Wildcats defend it really well. That's 5th touch, so they'll have to create something of nothing. Maybe they could have run a strike play instead. And that's 6th touch and turnover. So the Wildcats can launch their transition now. See if they can get some go forward, get some fresh legs on the pitch. There's a good initial drive up the midfield, but now they've got to work the ball around the shooters. That's a lot better now. They're making some extra yards. Good transition, keeping the fresh legs coming on. Just a turnover for off the mark, and the Sharks take it quick. They want to keep going. They don't want to stand on ceremony. They want to put the pressure on the Wildcats. It looks like they're transitioning to get some fresh legs on the field now. Just slowing down the... Oh, lovely little recycle of the play there to save a touch. Buy some time to get the fresh legs on. And they look to set up a 32 play. It doesn't quite happen for them. They reset, work it to the other side. And they run a sweeper. Lovely dive for the line. Touches offside, so they're going to reset. But the ball, they've left the ball in the they've left the ball in the try area. Fresh set of 6. Lovely dump. They look for the 32 long. A little bit of space there. They're just dumping a little bit too close to the line. They need to be dragging the defence out. They start to drag. 32 short. They look to go open side. Rapper was on, but she decided to play safe, not to give it. Maintain possession and increase the pressure. Looks like they're going to run for another 32. Burning a touch. Another offside call, so that's 2 penalties in succession. One more and a player goes for the rest of the Sharks' possession. Quickie play, 32 long. Looking to roll into a 32 short. And she picks up and goes short side. Well recycled the play. Just Sharks not being as direct as they could be at the line. This is better, 32 short. They look to go short side, and she recycles the play and gets touched. West Wildcats working hard in defence. They have to. Crabbing across, Hammer coming. She goes on the outside, looks to dive for the line. Ref seems happy enough, and he is, and there's the opening score. 1-0 to the South East Sharks under some sustained pressure, and the West Wildcats just buckle. Lovely little bit of manipulation of the ball. Defenders getting off the line, but the dive is too far out. It's low, long, and strong, and they execute. 4 minutes in, 1-0 to the South East Sharks, and the West Wildcats are now in their first opportunity to attack, want to come and right the wrong. Half just isn't quite there, so it's a little bit static. They take the dump and feed it back inside. She goes to scoop. Lovely little long ball. She goes for the interception. Winger saw her name in headlights, saw the headlines being written, but the ball goes to ground, and that'll be a repeat set of 6. Too short coming from the Wildcats. Look to go open side. Experience on the pitch at the moment for the Wildcats. Swellen's going to run the 32 long, and they look to take her on the outside. Good wheels, good ball out to the wing. Wing with the catch and ground, and that evens everything up. 5 minutes in, and it's 1-1. And I believe that we're going to be on our way to a bit of a shootout here in this women's 27s match. South East Sharks in a hurry to get this ball back underway, and lovely ground made off the tap-off. This is second touch coming now. So they've made lovely yards, and they look to run the 32 long. Sweeper coming, she wraps round, looks for the long ball. Maybe could have gone for the long ball, but instead goes for the dive, takes the touch. Sweeper again, now they pick up and go the other way. Space has opened up, lovely little ball, easy dot down for the Sharks, and that's 2-1. An early doors. Averaging a try every 2 minutes for the time being, and we are good value for it. Both the Sharks and the Wildcats showing that they can do damage in attack. Lovely little pick up and going against the grain. And as soon as that link commits to the ball carrier, she gives the ball. And the Sharks link is in acres of space. It's an easy dot down in the end. Lovely execution. Fifth coming now for the Wildcats. Sweeper play. They're looking to go around the outside. There's gaps if they can find it. Touch is made, but the penalty's been given for offside. Wildcats looking to recycle the ball now. They look for the quickie play. They find it. She goes check on the inside. Lovely little pass. It just needed to go one more in the end. But try has been given. Lovely finish, and like I say, we're averaging a try every 2 minutes. As West Wildcats reply, it's 2-2. Lovely quickie play, and they just pass around the shooting link. Link's retreating, gets up. Yeah, lovely little pass away. Wing doesn't get her, thought she had. Link's in, evens everything up, and this is going to be an old-fashioned shootout. Sharks now coming to force the issue. Lovely little ball. Trying to take it to the line, but a touch has been made. Lovely covering touch from the Wildcats defence. Oh, ball just goes to ground, just forcing the issue a little bit too much. Just a little bit static in the midfield here. They need to start taking some players on to get some go forward. This is fit, so they've got to pass around now. There's a little bit of space opening up. Just need to pass the ball away. Oh, a lovely little hole hit, but a brilliant shot there from the Sharks winger. And that stops all momentum for the West Wildcats. It'll be turnover ball. And Sharks will be able to roll into a transition, get fresh legs on, and look to really drive deep into the final third of the Wildcats. Great. Oh, lovely feet in the midfield there. Making extra meters for fun. And now Wildcats have an opportunity to take the lead for the first time. Good drive. Sub-box barking orders to say they need to get off the line. Referee calls the touch. But really promising stuff from the West Wildcats. Lovely pass onto the outside. They're looking to really draw the defence up, and then attack sweeper comes round, receives it, steps back against the grain. Lovely option. She goes through the gap. The mid's just tucked a little bit too much. And West Wildcats get the score to take them in the ascendancy for the first time in this game. And this is a game that's currently hanging in the balance. Two very well matched sides going toe to toe, score for score. Lovely little step back against the grain. Gets the ball down nice and clean with the dog jumping around in the background. That's how the Wildcats feel, taking the lead for the first time in this first half. Sharks are going to want to come back and reply. Sweeper coming round. She receives the ball. Looks to go open side, but a great covering touch. Sharks looking to play around. But the touch has been made, and that ball goes to ground, and it's a really good defensive set for the Wildcats, and they hold on to their lead for the time being. Really good defensive set. Just a little bit static now in their transition, but nearly got away with the show and go. The half is just taking a hot second to get there, and it allows the Sharks to come up and apply bags of pressure, but she just steps there and goes round the outside, makes the yards and digs her team out of a little bit of a hole. Lovely play. This is fifth coming now, so they've got an opportunity to get a really good strike dump. Here she goes, passes the ball away early. Great hands, just needed to go one more. And it doesn't, but the ref has pulled it back for a forward pass. Great pressure for the Wildcats, and it forces the error out of the Sharks, and the Wildcats shooting up out of defence with pace and purpose, and the Sharks just can't quite stay composed enough to make those hands stick, and the Wildcats have another opportunity to extend the lead. Chekhov back in the inside. Quickie play. Taking the time. Oh, lovely hands. Good decision just to hang on to the ball and not give the pass and surrender possession. And the Wildcats just taking their time. Being calculated in their setups. This is fifth. Nice scoop. Long ball's on, but the winger just isn't quite there. Ball just didn't have the pace that it needed, and the Sharks can launch deep from their own half. Wildcats just taking their time on the restart to get fresh legs on without sacrificing any touches. Gamesmanship from this experienced Wildcat side. They're taking their time. They look to run a quickie play and then they step back. Hole is there. She was waiting for someone to drive into it, but it just didn't quite appear for him. They reset and go again. Similar setup, quickie play. She receives the ball back. Looks for the pass, lovely pass, but a brilliant covering touch made by the Sharks link, saving a certain try. Touch and pass by the West Wildcats. Turnover ball for the Sharks. Really positive couple of defensive sets for the Sharks, and now they've got to use it as a momentum to go forward and get into some striking opportunities, because at the moment the pressure from the Wildcats under transition is just too much for them. And again, good transition defense from the Wildcats, limiting the Sharks' options. And Wildcats look to drive hard, although just a little collision between the referee and the player. So the West Wildcats will be given the roll ball again. Sharks player will be allowed to get up and get back in position, and the game continues. Oh, lovely little show and go there for the Wildcats, and brilliant awareness to get the ball down nice and clean, even though the touch was coming in from behind. Now they've got an opportunity to strike. Great hands on display. And that's 6 touch and turnover. Intensity just decreasing very slightly as we roll into the final 5 minutes of the first half. Oh, lovely hands to check away from the shooter. Oh, lovely little cut against the grain. Can they execute? Oh, can she finish in the corner? What a covering touch. It was lovely play from the Sharks, but the final pass was just a little bit behind the winger. She had it all to do, and the West Wildcats never say die and managed to recover and make the touch at the last. And now the Wildcats can drive, and drive hard, up the middle. Just not made as much meters as they would have liked to, and that's 5th coming, and they've got to make something from nothing, and the Sharks are able to really snuff the attack out. Sharks looking to move forward. Oh, just a little bit of an infringement at the roll ball there for the West Wildcats. That's 1 penalty on the line. Sharks get a repeat set of 6. This is their opportunity to reply. 3 minutes till half time. They look for the sweeper play. Good setup. They cut back against the grain. Long ball's on. She goes to the wing instead. And a really good covering touch. Sharks look to run a hammer. They look to feed the wrapper, but the West Wildcats are up to the task of defending. And at the moment, it seems like anything the Sharks throw at them, the West Wildcats can defend. Thick touch and turnover, the Wildcats defend. Another set out from the Sharks. And when you've had so many opportunities to attack and the team just keeps defending, it does become a little bit demoralising. Then at half time, the Sharks have got to regroup and find the answer to unlock this Wildcats defence. An opportunity to capitalise for the Wildcats just goes begging. 90 seconds to go in this first half. And West Wildcats look relatively comfortable at the moment. Another error from the Sharks that's forced by the West Wildcats pressure. And Wildcats in defence have been absolutely ravenous. Forcing mistake after mistake after mistake, which has allowed them such positive field position. And from this field position, more often than not, they've converted, and they'll look to be extending their lead before half-time here. Lovely little setup. She looks to ground the ball. Oh, touch has just come in time. I wonder if she'd do a little bit earlier. She could have snuck in before the defender had retreated, but as it is, they take their time. 30 seconds to go. Sweeper play. They cut back. Long ball. Winger receives. Winger grounds. Winger scores, and they have extended their lead. They lead by 2 tries now. Last 10 seconds of the first half. 2 tries to the good of the Wildcats, and they're really good value for it. The pressure in defence has just been too much for the Sharks to answer, and as the hooter goes, the Sharks will get one opportunity to take a touch, and that will be half-time. Sharks just surrender the possession, and it is half-time, and West Wildcats are 2 to the good. Really good value for it. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Keep everybody in order. Players, when you're warming up, please can we start using the warm-up area because we need to maintain these pitches that we're on now. Where you're warming up is actually a cricket field, so the staff are going. We need to start warming up on the warming up area. This is the next announcement for you lovely supporters. Please, when going from end to end or following your team, we are not supposed to be walking across the pitches, so please make sure you stay off the pitches unless you are playing the game. Field 8 stays out of action and no warming up, training or run-throughs on pitch 8 today. We'll give you updated earlier updates, and this is a shout out for the ladies. We have had a ring handed into ourselves. So if you are a lady and you are the room that's a lady, if you are missing a ring, please stick the fingers and down on the grass in the main area of the campsite. So it has been found in the main area for you not. Possibly a player's ring, but if you are missing a ring, it's been handed into myself in control. Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning, 1 minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 32nd warning. Please take to the field ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
unlucky from the Southeast Sharks there. Apologies for that. I think we've just had 4 minutes of silence. Just a little bit of technical issues, but we're back now. West Wildcats rolling through their transition. Looking to create some opportunities. Another opportunity to score. Long ball goes out to the wing, just hits the Sharks player on the back, and that will go out of play. And turnover for the Sharks in really good field position. This is essentially a tap-off now for the Sharks. Sharks just going too lateral at the moment, looking to get fresh legs on, but sacrificing too many touches in order to do so, and it just allows the Wildcats to come up and apply some pressure. This is 5th now, so they've got to create something. Steps back the other way, looks for the wrap play that they scored off earlier. Just goes to ground at the crucial time. Almost a rinse and repeat of the score that we saw at the start of the first half, but that is a relatively unforced error from the Wildcats. It allows the Sharks positive field position to go and cut the deficit back down to 1. Just running down a little bit of a congested area. I believe that she was half, and so does the Wildcats player, and the Wildcats player makes one gesture to the referee, and the referee goes, oh yeah. Turnover ball. Good initial dump, getting 2 up in the ruck. That's referee was debating over the mark there, but decides that it's just close enough. This is 5th coming now. They've got to get a good dump. Lovely little play around the shooter. They go for the scoop. They come back to the open side. Ball over the top is on. Hands just aren't quite quick enough, and the wing shuts, snuffing the attack out for the West Wildcats. And at the moment, it's relatively similar to what we saw in the first half, of moments of brilliance for the both sides. But at the moment, it's West Wildcats that are providing it on a more consistent basis, and the Sharks just need to shore up the transition. This is 5th coming. They've only just got into the Wildcats half. Lovely little cut to create some space. Can they find the pass? Unfortunately not, and that's 6 touch and turnover. And the referee just being a little bit hard. Could have called one earlier, decided against it, and this one's fractionally more apparent. Over the mark called, and again West Wildcats surrendering good field position to the Sharks. The Sharks buddy up the short side, just a little bit too static, a little bit too far away from the line to be this static. They roll into a lovely sweeper play. Ball goes, steps back on the inside, commits the defender, 2-on-1. Just can't get the ball away. Forward pass given, penalties to the West Wildcats. But really good ideas from the Sharks. The execution just not quite matching the imagination at the moment. And it's a let-off for the Wildcats. Yeah, another over the mark called. Really nice and clear communication from the referees. Just saying you've stepped a little bit too far to the left of that touch. And Sharks will have a good position now to get some fresh legs on. They'll only want to burn a couple. You don't want to burn more than 2, really. And here come the cavalry. They get on the pitch. They've taken 3 touches in a relatively similar area. They've got to get some go forward now, and they do. This is 5th coming now. They have one more opportunity. Doesn't quite pass the ball away in time. Scooper comes in, feeds the ball out. Goes for the miracle pass over the top, and the Wildcats player thought about the interception but decided to leave it. Secure the ball for a team. And now Wildcats are going to want a clean transition to get out of defence and put some pressure on again. Much better transition. some of the Sharks players just rolling backwards under the pressure. Brilliant touch made just to halt the momentum. This is fifth now, so they've got to scoop. A little bit of confusion over the touch count. Cut was on, looked to play it, tried to dummy it. Sharks are equal to it. Yeah, lovely little variation in the sub move, just giving the show and go and straightening things up. But at the moment, they're still a little bit too congested, still making touches right on the midfield. This is fifth coming. It's a little bit better in terms of field position, but they need someone just to decide to go and get it. Much better. Good scooping option. Looks to go to the wing. Winger finds it. Touch made, but I believe an offside call will be giving the Sharks a repeat set of 6 in a really dangerous position. And this is where the Sharks need to convert. 10 minutes to go in the second half, still down by 2. Not really shown all that much potency in attack over their last couple attempts. Can they change it now? Link punish coming. She steps back on the inside. She gets the ball down. That, for my money, is a... Ooh, I thought that was going to be score given, but the on-field referee calls touch. Close, but no cigar for the South East Sharks. Will they persist with the link punish, or are they going to move the ball infield? Look to run on 32, just moving backwards a little bit too much. She needs a supporting player. She needs a half there. They go for the short side again. Space is there. Doesn't throw the pass, opts to keep hold of possession and reset. Just a little bit of confusion in the setup that maybe took the momentum out of it. They're looking for the sweeper play again. Sweeper comes round. They have a short runner as well. Really good feet, really good pass away. But they call 6 touch. And turnover and a let off for the West Wildcats. A little bit more of a disguised play. Sweeper coming round, short runner also coming. 2 options off the ball carrier. Again, lovely imagination from the Sharks, but the execution just letting them down in the final moments. And as it stands, it's just a little bit comfortable for the West Wildcats to defend it out and then meander through their transition. This is fifth coming. They're in good field position for it, passing away from the shooter. They just want to take this touch, although they pass it away. I think the ball has just travelled forward from that pass. Wing chopping a lovely line in between the opposition, link and wing. Just not quite going to hands. Sharks just travelling lateral. You can hear some calls from the sideline screaming, go forward, because it's too easy for the Wildcats to defend. Fourth, just over halfway. They need to move the ball. Much better. Fifth, dump is a little bit static. Good footwork, feeds it back to the open side. They look to travel open. It looks like they have a 2-on-1, but the West Wildcats can track across and cover that attack. And again, it's just that lateral movement that's taking all of the sting out of the Sharks when they go forward. Things are just a little bit too lateral. You need someone to run a switch or something just to come back against the grain and just straighten things up and get the go forward. At the moment, West Wildcats are just happy to defend, transition, scoop, defend, transition, scoop, and at the moment it's working for them, and if they can do it for the remainder of the 7 minutes of this second half, then they'll coast to this victory. Lovely scoop play. Tries to throw the pass. Forward pass given, penalty to the Sharks. And again, just being caught behind the line. And this is fourth, and the Sharks have lost their speed in their transition. And because of that penalty for off the mark, and you've got to feel like if the Sharks can't force a turnover whilst the Wildcats are in possession, then they're not really going to create anything from their transition. They need to be forcing turnovers to give themselves good field position to then work with. The West Wildcats just passing around the Sharks at will. West Wildcats look to go to that open side. Takes the touchdown, that's 5th. It's just a little bit too crowded in the midfield for the Wildcats to find any sort of success. But they'll take it as it stands, just over 5 minutes to go. Still only 2 tries in it, but Sharks not really looking like they're going to force the issue. They need a score within the next few minutes to put the pressure on. Maybe just allow some doubt to creep into the minds of the West Wildcats, because at the moment it's just a little bit too easy for them. Little bit of a tumble at the roll ball, but nothing doing for the referees. This is better from the Sharks. They're in a much better field position. Pass the ball away. But again, good covering touch from the Wildcats. Lovely play around the shooter, and the Wildcats are in behind here. Can she find the pass? Pass just doesn't quite go to ground, doesn't quite go to hands. Just dies before the winger can grab it. A try there for the Wildcats to increase their lead to 3. I think that would have put this game to bed. As it stands, the Sharks are still in it. This is 5th coming, much better field position. Nice hammer play, looks to go open side. Just not enough support players there, and that 6th touch turnover. And time is winding down on the Sharks' chances of running this game to the wire. Wildcats are just happy to defend and transition at will. This is 5th. Scoop play from the Wildcats. They look to go open side. Link tries to bat it on to the winger. Doesn't quite come off. You got to think this would be one of the last opportunities for the Sharks to really gain some momentum. Although they go around the offsided player. And they're finding a lot more momentum in this transition. 3rd now. This is 5th coming, a much better field position. The first time that they've had 5th really in the red zone. They look to scoop, they go open side, numbers are there, she's got the pace. Just can't quite execute when it matters. And 3 minutes to go. And West Wildcats just taking their time rolling the ball now. They know that time is on their side and they've just got to limit any mistakes that they could possibly make. Lovely transition, lovely check off. Good feet to go around the player. Lovely feedback on the inside, and that's something that the Sharks just haven't managed to do, which is play around the shooters, and the Wildcats have been able to do it at will. Unlucky, they go for the switch play, trying to create something from nothing, a little bit of a static dump. But with 2 minutes to go, I don't think that the Wildcats have anything to be worried about. It's a little bit of a lower scoring half than the first, but it's been a very measured approach from the Wildcats, only taking the risk that they can afford to lose, making educated decisions in defence, not giving away too many penalties. But again, much better field position. This is 5th now. Can the Sharks get the try? I believe they can. And this forces the issue now, just over 90 seconds to go. 1 score in it, and if the Sharks can force an early turnover, then they can apply pressure to the Wildcats and really threaten this lead. For the first time in the game, really, the Sharks are looking like they're going to take it to the Wildcats. It might just be too little too late. And I think the Wildcats are just going to slow things down as much as possible and remain as safe as possible to not afford the Sharks any sort of opportunity to complete the comeback here. Short side play on. Last now, of course, from the sub box to finish it this side. West Wildcats want to go open side. Now they come back to the short side. Wingers there. Maybe should have looked for the wraparound. Ball's away. They're keeping it alive. And they come back to this right-hand side. A little bit of jouer rugby. Maybe just trying to wind the clock down. Unsure of the call from the referee, but I believe that was a tap penalty. So the Wildcats will have a repeat set of 6, and this should be all they need to see this game out. Oh, just an infringement at the roll ball that gives the Sharks one last opportunity. 20 seconds remain in this game, and they've got to go from coast to coast as soon as possible, which is the one thing that they really struggle to do throughout this game. They've got a mountain to climb. 10 seconds remain to complete the comeback. Now, as it stands, they're just going too lateral, and they're not going to get there in time. Only a few seconds remain and turnover. And as the final hooter goes, that will be all she wrote. And the West Wildcats see this game out, winning 5 tries to 4. Dominant display from the West Wildcats. And the Sharks just couldn't go forward enough to really force the issue. Took an early lead, but since then it was West Wildcats through and through. We will be back in 5 minutes for the mixed open affair between the West Wildcats and the Southwest Saxons. West Wildcats unhappy with their performance after speaking to a few of them this morning on the live stream yesterday. Thought that they could have done better against the Northeast Raiders. So we'll see if they can come back with a point to prove. Catch you guys later.
Getting close to food. We've got many suppliers here. For burgers and chips, Jesus toasties. Ladies and officials, it's Tuesday morning. Ladies and officials, Tuesday morning. kickoff for the next tap-off is at 12:25, so there's still 5 minutes, over 5 minutes for the next tap-off. The next tap-off on the schedule is 12:25.
100%. So it's either body over the ball, you roll the ball back and meet the edge. It's
No, lost 2 because against both South East. No, it's fine. But only lost by 2. Guys, swap boxes.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
And so we're back up and running. A bit of a hurried start because I thought we still had loads of time left, but we are into the mixed open. West Wildcats against the Southwest Saxons. And as we all know by now, Southwest Saxons are in the blue shirts and the West Wildcats are in the blacks. And I'm joined by Mel Day, a Southeast Sharks 35s player. And Mel, a fast start here from the Southwest Saxons. But Mel, nice to have you alongside us, and a thrilling day so far.
Yeah, it was good to play on field one for our last game. Went down by a couple to the Wildcats, who hopefully we'll see in the final. So, yeah, lovely day for touch.
It's been a strong start, and we've almost seen some sunlight, which, you know, hope we're fingers crossed that it's going to burst through in the afternoon.
I think most English people are still getting a tan despite the heavy cloud cover, which is positive for them.
I got sunburnt yesterday. It was so embarrassing. I can't believe it. It was about 14 degrees. What's going on? West Wildcats getting on the attack here.
Really good drive by the middle, through the middle by the Wildcats here. They got a few strong girls in their team as well, the Wildcats, as it looks like Tommy Simpson in number 13 by the looks of the Wildcats. Yeah, Tom Simpson. He's got Club Thames Valley, but actually he plays for Galaxy London. We poached him from the Valley last year, but he's a very, very handy player. Played for the Lions at the England Mixed 30s at Euros last year as Saxons on the comeback.
Saxons injecting real pace there.
We've got Nathan Burke on the field as well in the middle with the goatee. He's a Galaxy player as well, getting up in the middle. Good to see he's still running around in the mixed open. He's about 52 years old now, so good to see he's still got his chops. Here he goes, driving through the middle. Tom Simpson, bullet out to the wing. I suspect this might be a touch here. Lucky there wasn't a hard touch penalty there, but all good.
Yeah, ball came flying loose, didn't it? Wildcats move into the centre of the field. Passing back and forth. That's good, neat ball work there. Making progression now. Can they find a chance? Oh. Time and time again today, we've seen so many of those wide passes just not quite stick. And when they do stick, they're incredible, aren't they?
Yeah, a few in our game went down as well, unfortunately. Gosh, I had a bad dive in our game. You try and turn it off for field one, but sometimes it just doesn't quite come together. Very, very rusty, like an 87 Daihatsu.
the pressure of the cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dearie me, we've got another bucket hat on the field. It's got to be called out. Daniel Ticehurst. I'm just not sure about bucket hats while you're playing. Visors, caps I can take, but a bucket hat, it's just not for me.
I will say something controversial. Visors only on the ladies. There's something about a man wearing a visor that doesn't quite ride my boat for me.
I'm absolutely with you there. Not least because I've got absolutely no hair, so it's the most impractical choice of headwear.
Oh, nice little flick pass. You never see those come off. Long ball to about 2 metres outside the wing, unfortunately. Showing his strength, but good little attack there by the Wildcats.
Yeah, Wildcats just a couple of clicks away from being where they want to be, isn't it? That's a couple of chances they've almost carved out, but just can't quite make that final play stick. Ticehurst showing some nifty footwork there.
I think he might be the brother of Lydia, who's a very handy Women's Open touch player.
And it looks as though he's got a brother on the field as well, in Sam Ticehurst as well. Easily identifiable because they're both wearing bucket hats. Not that I've got to be in my bonnet about it.
Might be genetic. Oh, what a ball out to the wing. Oh, unlucky there. Tough take, unfortunately, but put down.
Very, very tough one. If Emily Davey was but 2 inches taller, she might have been in for the opening try of this game. As it is, ball back in Wildcat hands. Early touch by the Saxons, so the Wildcats are going to have to work really hard to get up the other end of the field here onto their third and not across halfway line yet.
Oh, Tommy Simpson with the ball, making great yards, stepping left, stepping right. Nathan Burke, they're linking up, limping in the case of Nathan Burke on occasion. Great flick pass, Tommy Simpson, straight through. What a player.
Oh.
His jersey looks about one size too small as well, which, very appreciated by the commentary box.
Is that because he's grown or because he's stacked? We've got to find out here.
I think a little bit of both, I think.
Well, I tell you what, I said they were going to have to work hard to create something, and he has put a real shift in to create something there. They were under a lot of pressure. They'd gone through a lot of touches, but then managed to find that space as they moved into the other half.
Yeah, great cheeky little dummy by Tom Simpson there as well. They got a nice professional setup, the Wildcats, in their box as well. They've got the foldable table, as long as with the rolly wagon. So, very nice little setup.
Very professional, yeah. And they've got their little board down there with a couple of instructions on it. I'm always really curious as to what's on those boards. What little tips and hints and tactics have they got on those boards?
Normally we just write filthy jokes on it. Share later.
Make it look really professional, but
yeah,
really,
exactly.
really you're just chatting nonsense.
Oh, nice little step back inside by the Wildcats, out to the wing, but well defended all day. It looks like the Southwest Saxons, they got Charlie Meredith in their box coaching them from that collective of Merediths that have a very proud touch history. And here they go, bucket hat in the middle.
And we may see Charlie Meredith on the field at some point wearing number 3. Just spotted him on the team sheet there.
Oh, we hope so. Oh, that's unlucky. That was some great setup work, and just that last pass hasn't quite been coming off. A little bit sporadic in their execution of their final play.
It's what we saw early on from the Wildcats as well, wasn't it? Just that final pass not quite sticking, but just easing their way in. And I'll tell you what, on a bit of a blinder so far as Tom Simpson. He's enjoying himself out there right now.
Yep, Nathan Burke getting this up for him. Little quickie on the outside. Oh.
Has he got it down? No, not quite. Touch was made.
Oh.
Brilliant diving touch.
I mean, it wasn't a convincing call for a touch. I initially thought he did make it through, but don't think Tom Simpson was thrilled with that call.
Fingertip stuff, I think, wasn't it?
Yep, fingernail.
Might have caught a fingernail on a loose bit of shirt at the back. There's not a lot of loose shirt there, but he's caught the only bit.
Nah, game of honesty. Everyone's normally pretty good out in the touch pitch. Great drive by the Saxons female link. Number 9, Emma Wade. She's handy out there, Emma Wade. Oh, great little dummy by the Saxons winger. Those girls have made 20 metres for their team here. Great strike dump. And they'll get 6 again here. Little hand in there by Nathan Burke. Wouldn't be the first time he slipped a hand in. Won't be the last either, I don't think.
Nathan Burke's reputation going ahead of him here.
And here he goes, making these touches. Great body position, protecting his outside. Long ball to the wing, Wishka.
Saxons strike with a big wide pass and level the game up. Those extra touches proving absolutely vital for them. Slowed the pace right down for the setup.
Yeah, little sweeper pick up, so they're moving the defence over to the other side of the field and pick up from half. Long ball out and great score there. Looks like Evelyn Groves.
Evelyn Groves it was indeed. 1-1, and not even halfway through the first half yet.
Bit against the passage of play. I thought the Wildcats had the better of the Saxons, so awesome work for the Saxons to get a score in, and really set up by their female players. Their Lincoln wing on the far side are making loads of yards for them.
Yeah, they seem to be really well connected as well, playing off each other. Two brothers there, Ticehurst playing off each other, and it could create some space out wide if that pass could have just stuck.
I think the boys think they're playing with a 7-foot winger at the moment with a few of those passes going wide.
Well, they are both quite tall, those Ticehurst brothers. Maybe they just think everyone's their height, and they're just flinging it out there. Twice now they've come close with that wide ball.
Tell you what, tight game at the moment. 1-1, 10 minutes gone. Nice little pick up.
Pick up, but no one there. Pass was given blind and not quite on the same wavelength. Saxons will have a go here. A couple of easy meters there.
Oh, this is better defence by West Tigers. They're starting to get up off their line. You can see them moving forward a lot earlier. No half in play. I think this is going to be 4th touch at least for them. They're not over halfway. This might be 5th coming up. Good strike dump in the middle. They made loads of yards on that play.
I'll tell you what, from being under real pressure, they almost managed to make something of that.
Yeah, I mean, after doing all that hard work in defence, I think Wildcats just started rolling. They were lucky to get a touch pass in there. I've been given some words by my team to slip into the commentary as well, if you want to try and
absolutely
spot them as we entertain the listeners at home.
This is it's like a wedding speech, trying to slip the words in. I was once challenged to get the phrase, knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. I had to get that into a wedding speech. Very difficult, very difficult.
Oh, I quite like that. Oh, Nathan Burke, bullet out to the wing, doesn't quite stick. But the referee is calling time off. I think there's been some coaching from the dead ball line controversy. Charlie Meredith, he snuck onto the dead ball line, doing a bit of a coach, but you can't coach from outside the box. And Charlie Meredith, he's about 7 foot 6 inches tall, so it's hard for him to.
He's not the most
hide.
subtle over there, is he?
No. So they've called time off, and he's been sent back to his box. Charlie Meredith.
Could be a crucial error that as well, because it's given the Wildcats an option. Well, I was going to, but is that an injury or a slip?
Oh, we really hope he isn't injured. He's been playing really well, Tom Simpson. Hopefully.
He's up on his feet pretty quickly. He's going off for a quick rest just to assess himself, but hopefully nothing too bad. He's certainly bounced back to his feet very quickly.
Yeah, he's limping a bit as he comebacks around, but hopefully it was just a little niggle.
Look, just a bit of a jarring of the knee or something rather than anything more dramatic. Either that or he's hard as nails and straight back up on his feet. Saxon's looking to see if they can capitalise on that main man missing.
Oh, great step back. Here they go. Link hole. Great shutdown by the Wildcats winger.
She was just a bit unlucky there. Her body angle meant she couldn't get a pass out to the spare person outside her. Bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, it speaks to the defence. When you shut down the play like that, you've really got to do it very quickly to try and prevent that last pass. And yeah, the Wildcats winger did that incredibly well.
Wildcats just spill the ball there. It's going to give the Saxons a nice place to start from. Can they build something from it? They've had good success down the left-hand side. The girls coming on and making a real impact.
Oh, nice little passing game. Oh, I think that last pass was on there.
Two Ticehurst linking up once again. Daniel. Oh, they look to move it left, and could there be space there across the try line?
Oh, number 9, Emma Wade. What a hole. That was such a great angle that she ran there.
A great line, great delay on the pass as well. And she hit it at pace, didn't she?
And we've got Jackson Chan, the number 10. He's got some speed. You can see him get fed back the ball, turn on the afterburners, and straight into that hole. Oh, champagne touch, Emma Wade.
Great line, great delay. And it's taken them into the lead from being a try down. They're now 2-1 up. And having found it a bit of a tricky start to the game, they've come roaring back in as Wildcats go close.
Yeah, not a lot happening on that last play.
It was
little touch pass.
Disjointed, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of a stuttering into that set. Saxons want to capitalise here. They've been playing well. This is actually a tip-top game.
Yeah,
quite enjoying
even
this.
contest. They're Each giving as good as they get.
Oh, great yards, but unfortunately just over the mark. It's so hard when you got people almost making that touch, and occasionally someone will make that touch and you'll just take that extra 1 or 2 steps. Unlucky there. Good subbing by the Wildcats here. They're getting some fresh legs on nice and early as they drive towards their box.
Opportunity here to try and create something.
Tommy Simpson back on the field.
Maybe he was just tired or embarrassed at slipping.
I mean, he is tough as nails, but he's also made of glass, and it's a tough combination to play with. But Nathan Burke, is one of the best passers in touch.
The two of them linking up very tidily there.
Yeah. Oh, what a ball. Great touch as well. That was just a great passage of play. James Robinson making that touch. Well, we think he made it.
Joseph Tyne thought he was through. So much creativity from Simpson there. Tyne almost there, but the touch was made. Sensational touch in the end. And as we tick towards half-time, that could be crucial. A crucial intervention in defence.
Very smooth, like dynamic touch. I'm liking this game. A few flick passes, a few long balls. Steps everywhere as Saxon's testing the outsides, but 6 touches.
Saxon's being called back by the referee. They were just a bit too keen to get off the mark there. Simpson gets his hands on the ball again. That knee seems fine. The feet are dancing away.
Yeah, it's getting a bit antsy out there. Jackson Chen made that touch, but I think he was impeding the attacker. I think that was the first penalty, and they've given away about 20 metres, and Wildcats just hitchhiking up the field at the moment.
You like to see a bit of niggle every now and then.
I love a bit of niggle, especially when I'm not on the field or I'm not reffing.
Opportunity here, diving over. Touch was made. Ewan Bell going close though.
Jackson Chan on it like a car bonnet. Such a good defender. Here he is making the touch now. Pick up by the West Wildcats. They've tried to throw it long. There'll be a question about whether it's 6 again or whether he's just... Yep, calling 6 again.
That felt like a very extravagant attempt at a long ball. That definitely felt like he was playing for 6 again and not playing for the pass.
Some people would call it a cynical pass to try and get 6 again.
The big wind-up was the giveaway.
Took about a minute for that wind-up and straight through. Great score by the number 1 for the West Wildcats, Ewan Bell. I think they deserve that.
They've been knocking on the door for a while now, haven't they?
After milking that 6 again, that justified a reward.
Pats on the back all round for that bit of milking there. A good try as well. Good bit of deception.
Down
and Bell
low.
just spots that the gap is just wide open there for him.
Oh, Saxons. Oh, the speed they've got. Oh, what a score.
Well, Emily Davey has been on that wing all afternoon waiting for someone to give her a pass that's coming in at chest height. Finally, she gets one. She proves her mettle by getting across the line with it.
Oh, and what a put down by Emily as well. Look at this ball come across and down. And then she's done a celebration kick, which almost hit herself on the head on the way down.
Super finish.
Maybe stick to touch and not go into Aussie rules, Emily. Tommy Simpson with the ball.
And immediately, the Saxons responding to that Wildcats try to nudge themselves back in front again.
Yeah, not a lot happening on that last touch.
About 45 seconds left in the half, so Southwest Saxons, if they can get their messages onto the field well enough, should know that they can run this clock down.
30 seconds, plenty of time for another score. Bucket hats on, Jackson Chan is on.
Ball
Passes
goes
off.
loose. So an opportunity here. 20 seconds for the Wildcats to get a try before the halftime hooter goes.
Plenty of time. We'd love to see them draw it level for halftime.
And of course, you've been playing a lot out there. Are the messages coming on from the sideline about how long is left as that hooter goes for halftime? Because we've seen a lot of teams where you're going, it's almost time up, run the clock down, and it's almost like they don't know that it's coming.
Yeah, if you've got a decent team manager, like we do in the Women's 35, Southeast Sharks, Lindsay Morrison, absolute champion.
What a shout out, what a shout out.
But yeah, when you've got a decent team manager, they'll tell you a few minutes to go. But yeah, and it's normally good practice for the end of the game because you need to practice when you've got a minute left on the clock for when it does matter. But what a cracking game so far.
Yeah, we're on a good one so far. We go in at half-time. Southwest Saxons leading the West Wildcats 3-2. The lead has been changing hands like there's no tomorrow. Second half should be a cracker, and it's coming up very, very shortly.
Ladies and officials, your 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, 2-minute warning. Resident officials, stand by.
And we are off again. West Wildcats against the Southwest Saxons in this mixed open, and it's been a cracker of a game so far. Saxons are leading 3-2. The Wildcats in possession here have had plenty of opportunities, and I suspect we have not seen the end of the try scoring. As Simpson, who's been a real bundle of energy in this game so far, just has a little bit of a dance around there.
Oh, he's getting ready to wind up, but not quite there.
You could see that move in his eyes, couldn't you, for miles before it ever happened.
I've played with him a few times, and when you see that wind up, you know there's something on, but not quite on that occasion.
There were a few in the defensive line, I think, that had seen that coming up as well.
And a hot tip for those at home, during a tap-off, a team will normally put their attacking weapons to tap off, because you obviously got the best chance of scoring. So you'll never see me on a tap-off move for my team, unfortunately. Maybe one day.
Your time will come, it's going to happen.
Yeah, it will.
You've got to back yourself.
Oh,
Bit of a delay for the Wildcats here, waiting to get someone on, but they've done so well with that. From disaster strikes opportunity. Oh, this is sensational. Oh, no. We thought he was going all the way. Ewan Bell, well, hats off to you, mate.
Oh, wouldn't be a game of mixed touch without the guys running around the outside of the girls. Great to see.
Well, his side was in all sorts of bother there. They just couldn't get their replacements on.
What a heartbreaker, but you know what? No panic by the half there. She just took her time, and sometimes that can just prompt the defence to get a bit ragged and to shoot up. And yeah, great comeback by the West Wildcats, and they need to score next. They'll be hoping to even up this game.
Yeah, such has been the nature of this game that you kind of think if someone can stretch out to a 2 or maybe even a 3-try advantage, it's going to be really hard to come back from it.
Yeah, both teams very, very even.
Saxons.
Oh, they got some speed. These blokes coming around on their subbing play, they're coming around wide onto the far side of the field. Geez, they got some speed.
Yeah, they were arriving almost at top pace as well, aren't they, as they get around that corner.
No walruses on this team, all super, super speedy.
There'll be time for that at 2:15 p.m. when we've got the men's over 50s. We'll see a slower pace there, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Saxons.
Oh, great touch.
Oh, snappy out the back pass there, and then they get a bit overexcited.
It turned from champagne touch into a bit of Bucks Fizz by the end, unfortunately. Bucks Fizzle. But here they go, moving the defence around. Great pass by half. Oh, great score.
How he has found a way to get that across the line, William Sargent, the skipper.
Tell
I
you
will
what.
never know. There wasn't a space.
And keep an eye on Holly Atkinson here, the number 8. So they're setting up the play. Holly is going to come in to half, and she's going to be right on the ball, pops it up with no time at all, sets up that completely. The speed at which she picks up, the accuracy of that little pop pass. I know the bloke scored it, but Holly Atkinson should notch one up on the scorecard against her name.
She's definitely got the big assist there. And to be fair, you can't really criticise the defenders either. They were in position and they made the effort. They just somehow he managed to get himself almost level with the floor, and it's opened up a 2-try advantage as Wildcats go very, very close there. Saxons leading 4-2.
Yeah, they need to work on their midfield D, Wildcats, keep them down here, because as soon as the Saxons get the 7 metres into play, their conversion rate's been pretty good. So Wildcats, they need to keep on shooting up. I think that's about 3 touches here. Oh, great run. Unfortunately, just the ball down. So Wildcats, very similar to a tap-off play. They'll be just before halfway. Oh, they need to get the go forward on. Sometimes they just run a little bit laterally, and they've kind of used up 2 touches, only making up about 7 metres of field space. But
Is that on the players around the person carrying the ball when they see someone going laterally to just go, it's my responsibility to straighten up here and give them an option?
a lot of the time, you might have great field position, but people will be focused on getting off the field. And so everyone will be running laterally toward the box, and you'll just kind of lose that momentum and that go forward. And then they've lost it with just an over the mark. So not quite punishing the Saxons for their earlier error.
And is there a decision to make sometimes then in that case of going, oh, do you know what, the field position is more important than getting players on? We need to just maybe just wait another possession until we do that.
Yeah, it's quite hard to double set, especially. No.
Certainly a lot of claims on that touch. Julian Edwards,
and he
the
was
referee.
Apparently half court. I definitely didn't spot that, but my refereeing is rustier than my diving at the moment.
Some sharp refereeing. Julian Edwards, a regular on the refereeing circuit in all formats of the game of rugby.
Yep, such a good referee. And we've got Fergal on the field at the moment, who's a class referee as well. Oh, great little step, right foot step. Number 4, little flick pass inside. Oh, great defence.
Saxons.
Oh, a little
Someone goes
roly-poly.
tumbling in the middle of the field there, but referee's happy to just let things carry on.
Oh, great go forward by the winger here. Making consistent yards, but they're running out of touches now. They'll get time for a strike dump. No half in place. Oh,
Switching
nice
back the other way.
pass. Great passing. Out again. Whooshka.
That is a beauty of a try. And it's a second of the game for Emily Davey. And suddenly the Saxons have opened up a comfortable advantage here, 5-2 against the Wildcats. But talk me through this. This is brilliant. Right?
Look how composed this is. Like, no one panicking. Didn't look like there was a lot on. Little flick pass. And then just through the hands. Much better kick by Emily in celebration as well. She's gone from a 2 out of 10 from the first kick to a solid 7 on that one. So well done.
She's moving in the right direction then. It's all about that switchback though, wasn't it? Just to switch the play, and suddenly the field opened up. Suddenly the lead has opened up. 5-2 to the Saxons against the Wildcats.
Yeah, they really need to score here.
It's been an even game as well, but just a bit more clinical play on the try-scoring front. You see it again there, that ball just squirting loose.
Squirting loose?
Well, you know.
Hasn't happened to me during a game of touch yet. Anything squirting loose. It's the Saxons. Here they go. One more try here, and they're going to be very happy as they squirt up the field. Oh, what a hole. I think that might be a forward pass, though, coming from the vision. It looked a little bit forward, and the referees in there like swimwear, calling it early.
James Robinson almost through there for the Saxons. Wildcats survived though, and they needed to. They really need to be the next team to score here. Well, that gap starts to get very big indeed.
And here they come, Tommy Simpson, Nathan Burke. Needs some go forward. Nice go forward through the middle. Good run.
Simpson on the ball. What can he conjure up here?
Nathan Burke, throw a bullet, Nathan. Oh, a little flick instead. Pass out. Oh!
It's the diving touch made.
Oh, what a try saver.
Might just have been.
Holly
that was
Atkinson
so
again.
Good, the camera could barely keep up. A diving touch.
She's involved in everything. Got an assist up the other end of the field. Saved a touchdown here. Notched 2 scores up to Holly Atkinson. She's having a blinder.
It's been the female players that have made the difference here. 2 tries for Emily Davey. 2 huge interventions from Holly Atkinson.
I like that, an intervention. Really impacting play.
There are certain words in the vocabulary you just fall back on.
Oh, you can hear the teams just shouting forwards, forwards, trying to build some momentum. Little, what a cover D, Tommy Simpson. Unfortunately, they're going to get pinged here by Brendan Harrington, the referee, for not moving forward. So when they're up this end of the field, the defenders have to keep on moving forward off their line until that touch is imminent.
10 minutes to play. Plenty of time for the comeback that the Wildcats could really do with shutting the Saxons out.
Yeah, good shout, Brendan Harrington, Nathan Burke, diving touch. I know they're tied, but if they defend this set, I'd love to see these boys just go direct. Oh, long ball. Oh.
Once again, expecting the 7-foot winger to be there.
She'll get blamed after the game as well for not catching those, I'm sure.
Why are you not taller?
Wildcats, good go forward. Great shooting D by Southwest Saxons. They're keeping them down here, just using up the touches. All these touches being made on a coin. Oh, they just need to absorb a few touches, go forward, get the defence offside. Oh, this is what you want to see. Bit of speed through the middle.
For just half a second there, that big wide pass was on. Defence had all bunched up. They just didn't throw it. It was asking a lot. But it means the Saxons can come away with the ball here. And Ticehurst can take it in. Gets it back in his hands again. Ticehurst flings it wide once again, though.
Oh, never got a penalty again, not moving up. I think the boys in the middle will be discussing how to lower their passes a little bit.
The number of tries that have gone begging here for the Saxons as a result of their wingers not being 8 feet tall is extraordinary.
Jackson Chan, little goosey. Oh, oh, fired an absolute bullet, hit his own player. Player has caught his own deflection and scored. I think this is going to be a class replay.
Well, sometimes that bouncing ball can just create absolute carnage.
It's happened to me on plenty of Saturday nights, those bouncing balls. Look at that. Wooshka, straight off his own player, collected in the air.
It's tidy work from Sam Ticehurst. The awareness actually to understand where the ball is after it's just whacked off him. Impressive.
Oh, what a game. Oh, touch called, unfortunately. Wildcats have still got time. 4 scores down. 6.5 minutes to go.
They're going to need to keep hold of the pill if they want to, though. Saxons with an easy exit there.
Should we have a quick wager on the end score?
Let's go for it. I reckon no more scores. 6-2 it stays.
No, no. This game is much more exciting than that. I'm going to go 7-3 final score.
I'm a natural pessimist, you see. If you start with low expectations, it can only get better.
Oh, 6 again. Unfortunately, a Wildcats hand in that.
Lynch just sets up the plate. Having a shout out behind the ball. They dive across the line, but touch is made.
A little conference happening in the middle of the field between these 3 blokes. You can see them setting up a sweeper play again. Cancelled. And there's going to be a penalty for not moving forward.
Penalties are starting to rack up now against the Wildcats. Got to be careful here.
James Smith coming around on this. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Wildcats survive. Pass doesn't get to hand.
Come on, score next. Let's go Wildcats. Just go forward. Keep that momentum. Lovely drive. Tommy Simpson on the field. Lovely check off. Great yards. They've made 10 metres off that check off. Tommy passing out to his link. I just love Nathan Burke to throw an absolute bullet out to the wing. He's just got such an impeccable pass. Oh, Tommy Simpson does it instead. And 6 touches, unfortunately. Just losing sight of the touch count there a little bit. Well, they knew exactly what they were doing, and I just lost count of the touches.
You never know. You never know. Someone knew. We just don't know who.
Oh, this subset. You see these Saxons play come in off their box. They've been doing it all game with just such speed and momentum, go forward. There was no touch there, so a voluntary roll ball.
Well, this trio of Ticehurst and Chan work together so well. Seem to have a real understanding of what each other are doing, and Emily Davey, particularly on this near side, has really profited from that.
Yeah. Oh. A little confusion about the touches there. I think there was a bit of a yes-no call, and the referee's just called the penalty for that now. Which is fair enough. You just, and a little bit of a chatback penalty.
Not what the Saxons need to be doing at this stage. 4 tries ahead, 4 minutes left to go. All they need to do really is just see this one out and keep their discipline.
Yeah, less than 4 minutes remaining. I think this is going to, definitely go Saxons' way, but Wildcats want to finish this on a high, so they really want to score here. Nice ball! Oh, great ball! Oh, that was class.
Sharp finish as well from Catherine Williams-Sharp. She had to get down quickly.
Oh, she's been around for quite a while, Catherine. She's young, but she's been involved in a lot of Northern teams. Lots of experience. What a dive. Here we go. Just need one score from the Saxons. I think a cup of coffee might be coming my way. Or an espresso martini, glass of wine. Night out.
6-3, 7-3, it could be. It could well be.
I think the touch might have been in.
Emily Davis.
Oh, she's celebrating.
Emily Davey, rather.
That's how you convince the refs, just with a quick kick down to halfway, and she's done that successfully.
She's got the refs on side. A hat trick for Emily Davey.
Oh, she's had a pearl of this game, hasn't she? And once again, improvement in the kick. I give it 8 out of 10. Oh.
There were some hands coming in, but I'm not sure they made it.
Hard to tell whose hands was who. So the scores stay this. I'll be collecting on that bet. But Tom Simpson, I reckon the Wildcats might have one more score in them, to be honest.
2 minutes, 7 tries to 3. Saxons have played brilliantly well, particularly in this second half. Can the Wildcats just close things up? They're not going to be able to turn this one around, but can they just tighten the gap?
All right, they've got a couple of touches to go. Oh, pick up Nathan Burke, fires it out to the wing.
The radars just haven't quite been on for either side on the wide passes.
No. Like
The
you do.
ideas have all been there, but the execution's just not quite come off.
No, and with someone with a ball like Nathan Burke, you do want to be standing on the paint, nice and wide. Bit of a foot in the ruck, unfortunately, from the Wildcats. But yeah, Saxons, I think they've won this game in the midfield, like just coming on from their subsets. They've done it fairly consistently with such momentum and drive. And I think that should be the work on for the Wildcats. They're just occasionally on that midfield, when there's a turnover, they're just stuttering a little bit and losing that forward momentum. But they've got lots of positives to pull out of this game. That's what I'd say if I was a coach, but I'm not. I'm probably terrible at being one.
So you can lead the team talk. That's the most important part. Motivation. That's what people need.
30 seconds to go. Last attacking set.
Wind has changed direction because the smell is coming off from the fields around us. First time all day that's come in, but that is.
I'm glad to know the smell wasn't originating from the commentary box.
I don't think.
Blame the fields next door.
I don't think it is, but you can never be quite sure.
No, it's definitely, yeah,
It's definitely animal-based, I think.
very distinct, fruity. And 5 seconds left on the clock.
Well, the Saxons finish with a flourish. They go for the dive. Is it going to be given? No, the touch comes in. And we finish up here. Southwest Saxons 7 and the West Wildcats 3. Well, fair play. You've got the score bang on there.
I mean,
It's as if you know what you're talking about.
it's almost as if I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes I'm quite good at fooling people, but what a cracking field one game. Both teams turned it on for us. Some great scores. Love a good flick pass. And these players can actually pull it off. Charlie Meredith, we can see him sheepishly walking towards the end of the line after getting sent off earlier.
Escaped for his earlier indiscretion. But it all finishes up here. Southwest Saxons 7, West Wildcats 3. It's actually the same teams back on again next. We move across to the Women's Open where it will be Southwest Saxons against the West Wildcats. That's at 1:20 p.m, so a few minutes rest until then. But a cracking game. And Mel, thank you so much for joining us. That was a good one.
Thank you. And everyone stick around for this Women's Open game because that category is wide open. People are beating people that they lost against yesterday and everything like that. So it's going to be an absolute pearler.
Certainly is. We look forward to that one and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Don't forget, as you leave slip boxes, please make sure you take the rubbish bottle hand quickly here. We've got a great reputation in Nottingham on making the stand really clean after our tournament. I think that reputation. and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute. This is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
I'm really annoyed as well about the second time that
Players and officials, stand by.
And we are back and ready to go in this Women's Open competition. Southwest Saxons against the West Wildcats. And as we all know by now, Southwest Saxons in the blue, West Wildcats in the black, in defence from right to left. Southwest Saxons playing from left to right and in possession and looking to make an early impact here. Driving towards the try line, and they've got it down. Not quite, not quite. Sophie Jeffs going close.
Yeah, really good covering touch on the line. Just forcing the issue. Sweeper play coming from the Saxons. Step back, long ball. Just not quite there.
Ball back in Wildcats' hands. First possession, really, of the game for them. Temperatures are all over the place today. I've had woolly hat on, I've had cap on, I've had sunglasses on, I've had sunglasses off, I've had coat on, coat off. Whatever I do, I'm not quite right.
Yeah, this is what happens in the Midlands. It chops and changes way too often. I'm sure you won't mind it as a player, though, now that it's dropped in temperature just a little bit. There's a slight breeze. Not enough to affect the trajectory of the ball, but enough just to cool you down. Can be a tough and intense weekend, can Nationals.
I'm not here for comfortable temperatures for the players. I'm here for comfortable temperatures for the commentary team. It's a selfish game, this, and it's a selfish approach we'll take.
You got to look after number one.
Exactly. Saxons trying to get the pass away. Doesn't quite work, so Wildcats will have possession. Yet to really break into the Saxons' half of the field, though. The Wildcats with a job to do.
Yeah, this is a West Wildcat side that I've just had a brief look at the team sheet. There's one person to really look out for, which is Mimi Payton. She plays for Manchester Foxes. She used to play for Crewe and Antwich. She's represented touch at every level imaginable and is a really short, explosive, powerful player. And once she gets rolling in attack, especially on the scoop, she can be ever so dangerous. So that's something that we're looking out for. As the Wildcats try and go over, they run the sweeper play with the step back, just trying to dive over the line. Doesn't quite get there. And the Southwest Saxons defend it out comfortably in the end. Both teams just feeling themselves out in the first 3 minutes. just waiting for one of them to really grab the game by the scruff of the neck and take it to each other. They've both got the personnel to do it. Just depends on who wants it more.
Promising signs for the Wildcats. So first time they've got into Saxon's territory and they get themselves a try-scoring chance. And now they've got a turnover and a free 30 yards or so.
Yeah, and this is where West Wildcats are going to look to really put it to the Saxons. On paper, Wildcats probably looking the stronger in areas, but they need to get a strong transition going because you cannot scoop, and the Wildcats do have players whose main strengths are scooping, direct speed, getting in behind and finding the pass, but you can't do that unless you get the defence rolling. So the transition is going to be so important in this game.
Certainly is. What can Wildcats create here?
Just a little bit static. Looking for the link punish. He steps out on the outside, receives the ball back, look to dive for the line. Sideline ref thinks he spotted something, but the on-field ref calls the penalty. That's 2 in succession now, 1 more, and a Saxons player will be sent to the back of the box for the remainder of the possession.
Do you try and milk a penalty here?
100%, 100%. You go for the line, you go for the line. If you're on 3rd and 4th and nothing's doing, then you're trying to milk a penalty. Just maybe trying to engage and then backing away just to allow the referees the extra second or so to check if people are advancing or if people are onside. They go for the 32 short, they go for the long ball. Long ball connects, throws the ball away, but I believe that will be a 3rd penalty. Looks it, I'm not sure if the ref is...
Says it's 2.
Yeah, the ref says it's 2. Maybe the first penalty didn't consider to be in the 7 because they weren't necessarily on the line defence. So that's 2, and here is when you really want to make them pay. The link punish is on. She goes for the dive for the line. Referee calls play on. Really good, clear call from the referee. The Saxons were not onside, and West Wildcats open their account 5 minutes in.
Well, absolute chaos down there in the right-hand corner. I think it might be Victoria Hurrell that emerged the try scorer. It is Victoria Hurrell.
Yeah,
Got herself down, had a little roll, dotted it down again, finished it off twice.
Yeah, and it's really good heads-up play because most people would just get up and reset, but she listened to the call, got the ball down, and that's all that matters. Both of the Saxons defenders were just short of the line, so the referee is more than entitled to call play on. They go for the quickie. They go for the quickie step back. Just doesn't quite come off for them, but it's positive signs for the Saxons.
It was a good diving touch, came in there, but Saxons proving they're a threat. Sophie Jeffs, or Sophia Jeffs, rather, looking like one of their more threatening players, and she threatens the line again, gets the pass away, but the try doesn't go down, and so the Wildcats will have possession.
Yeah, Wildcats so far just defending their line as a unit. You can see them and they're in their defensive shape moving as a set of 6 rather than individuals, and it's just strangling any sort of space that the Saxons want to use, and it looks relatively comfortable for the Wildcats at the moment. I'm not sure. We've got a slight delay in play. Tap penalty. And the Wildcats will look to transition and get fresh legs on. Really nice first touch, making loads of yards in the midfield. Mimi Payton on the ball now, looking to drive up. Very direct player.
Yeah, running direct and running fast there.
Yeah, she's a really talented player. She's a really talented touch player. She plays hockey as well. Honestly, you could pick a sport and Mimi plays it at a high level. She's just, we were speaking yesterday about these people who are just frustratingly good at everything they do. Yeah, well, Mimi Payton is one of them.
Talk me through, when you're running at quite a pace and you're running fairly square onto the defence, when that touch comes in, obviously you've got to slow yourself instantly and get that ball down. That's a tough skill to develop. What can you do to develop that skill, to be able to go from top pace to actually just immediately hitting the brakes and getting the ball down?
So a lot of it, and a lot of the really high level players that you'll see do not slow themselves down before the roll ball, because they know that their technique is good enough to dump the ball static whilst moving at a full sprint. And a lot of that is where you plant your feet. If you plant your feet too far away from the touch, you're always leaning over it, and then that can just knock you off balance, and then that incurs the roll ball. Whereas a lot of players, especially at the high level, will look to roll the shoulders, absorb the touch as it comes in, and in one motion as they roll, dump the ball with their dominant hand. And a lot of it is about core strength, balance, and bending the hips and getting low early. If you go into touches upright, you can get held up, and then it stunts all of your momentum. If you look at some of the roll balls that you'll see on in this game, is they bend the hips early, the ball is already ready to get down, and as soon as the touch has been initiated, it's just a release of the ball and a step over.
And you need, I presume, quite a wide stance, well-balanced stance, but a wide-ish as you get down low, so that you've got that space for the ball to get down. And Saxons get across the line, but touched before they get there.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, that's the sort that's what you're looking for, especially in your transition. You want that really fast, crisp dump to allow you to build momentum forward. However, when you're in the red zone and when you're trying to run strike plays, you don't necessarily want a dump that's done at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You want what's called a strike dump, which is very quick in and out. It's static, 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 and then as soon as the touch goes, you explode over the ball, allowing the half to get there, and then you can run whichever play has been called. So there are a few differences between, you know, midfield dumps, strike dumps, and then even in the same vein, if you're making that touch, there's certain ways where you can throw people off balance and you can create opportunities for errors just by using body position. So we talk a lot about getting low as a toucher and trying to hold people up that half a second to stunt their momentum going through. And again, in the strike dump as well, you want to get underneath the ball. It's a little bit underhand, but you want to get underneath the ball to try and disrupt it as much as possible and not allow the half to get there nice and quick and play away.
There you go. An education for the layman like myself, as the Saxons provide a bit of an education there for just a half a second, but the pass doesn't go to hand. Just panicked slightly about the need to get the pass away quickly and lost a bit of accuracy because of that.
Yeah, and I think that's just the difference in composure between the teams. A really good opportunity, she scooped through, she's got a good opportunity to put some pressure on. And just forces that pass a little bit too much. Maybe the wing was the better option, and because she's taken the pass a little bit too quick, she's not been able to scan properly and, you know, make that educated decision. What is the best option in that instance? So it's positive signs, but Saxons have just got to relax a little bit and pick good options rather than always forcing the same thing.
They do indeed, as we move past the midway point in this first half. Wildcats leading the Saxons 1-0 currently. Could it be 2-0 in a second? If the pass sticks, it might be. Touch is just made. And that was the sixth, so turnover. No, in fact, it won't. Is that an offside call from the referee? Just trying to work out what's been called there. It's certainly going to be Wildcats' possession again. They'll have 6 more.
Yeah, I think there was just an offside penalty there. Mimi Payton picks him and goes the other way. She is half, so she's got to pass the ball away. She can't get touched. Just looking to condition that open side. She has touches to work with. They look for the quickie.
Play.
Step back on the inside. Oh, good evasion initially, but good covering touch there from the Saxons.
That would have been one of the finishes of the day if she'd managed 3 people on her as she tried to go for the old hip wiggle to get herself across.
Honestly, I would not be surprised. The Saxons player is calling that she's touched the ball, but the referee... Okay, there we go. There we go. Thought that was a little bit strange. The Saxons player called that she touched the ball. Didn't look like Mimi would just throw the ball on the ground. Repeat set of 6. Just a slight delay of game now. Are they going to stick to the same format? Quickies, fire up play, pass out. There's the overlap to the winger. Winger gets the ball down nice and easy. Really good speed shown to get across and make that touch.
It was just a bit of an inaccurate pass, wasn't it? It was too high and it wasn't in front of the runner. If that had been a flat, crisp ball, it was easy try time.
Yeah, and I think maybe she's just given the pass a little bit too early. she's not really engaged that covering defender, so the defender's always been able to track across to the winger. Maybe if she straightened her hips up and threatened to go to the line herself, it engages the winger, and then you give that pass. It just allows your teammate all the time in the world to put that ball down. But positive signs from both teams. They're just feeling each other out, and at the moment it's a very, on the scoreboard, it's a very even affair, but the West Wildcats are having the vast majority of joy in the midfield. This is a lot better from the Saxons. That's a lot more direct. Good feet shown, but Mimi Payton chases her down, eats up the ground and forces the turnover.
I'll tell you what, the two number 11s here are the star players for either side, going head-to-head in that particular one-on-one there.
Yeah, completely agree, completely agree. And I think it's going to be a little bit of a clash of who can pick the game up by the scruff of its neck the sooner. Because everyone knows that these women can do it. It's just who wants to pick it up first. It's a little bit static in the midfield there for the Wildcats, and it's on 5th. Just thought they were going to be able to get on the outside of the link there, but unfortunately it just goes to ground. And the Saxons have good field position. That's a lovely step, and again, great covering touch, not willing to be done twice. Oh, and just a shame, just a shame. She's done all the hard work making the extra meters, just needs to take the ball into contact and get the go forward. As it stands, it's a let-off for the Wildcats.
It's just a bit of skill execution again as well, isn't it? We want to see those bigger passes just being crisper, flatter.
Another error there in the roll ball is something that we've seen a lot today. You know, maybe teams, and again, speaking a little bit about the roll ball, if things aren't going right for you, you don't want to change technique, because it takes you ages to learn technique, and trying to change it on the fly is just not the one. But what you can do is you can change things like speed and distance. So how far away are you bending your hips and engaging? How fast are you going into the roll ball? Is that causing your issues? So you want to adjust these things first, and then if there's still slight errors, then you can start to address technique. But for the Wildcats, I think especially, we've seen a couple infringements at the roll ball. So maybe just secure the ball in 2 hands, take 10% off the speed, bend your hips earlier to get low and strong, just to secure that roll ball, because we know once they get going forward, they can be so dangerous.
Absolutely. Fix what you can fix on the fly, and then fix the more fundamental things in training.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly that.
Wildcats, fresh possession on the halfway.
Just taking their time a little bit here. It's just a little bit slow. Want to inject some pace into it now. Looks like they're going for the 32 short. They are. She comes open side, then looks back short, realizes there's nothing on, recycles the play, looks for the link punish. It's a really nice setup. Dummies for the winger, but the link crabs across and makes the covering touch.
So close. They just didn't quite inject the pace when it came to that vital moment. The slow build-up worked really well, but they just need to hit the gas at that last moment.
Yeah, definitely. I just think the final 10% of that play was just a little bit slower than it needed to be. I feel like if they'd injected some proper pace into that link punish, I feel like that's an opportunity for the West Wildcats to improve, which is the slow setups are working because you're dragging people onto you and you're making them work harder to retreat back on side. But then if you're not injecting pace once you've brought them up, it's a lot easier for the defence to get onside and then make the covering touch. So maybe just that big injection of pace is needed to unlock this Saxons defence.
I guess the comparison is sort of, Barcelona in their heyday, just knocking the ball around slowly but surely, moving you to where they want you, and then when it's on, you go at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, definitely, and I think in not the next game, but the game after, we're going to see it done to an absolute T. If for my money, the Southeast Taipans are the best team in the country at playing slow, and then absolutely crucifying you with blistering speed.
Brilliant diving touch that was from Isabel Bullock. Absolute try-saver.
We've seen a couple of them on live stream, actually. We've seen a few this morning in the men's categories. We've seen a couple here in the women's. try save was almost just as good as a diving score in the corner.
They've been equally spectacular a lot of the time, haven't they? By the way, that Southeast Taipans against Southeast Sharks game that you referenced in the Men's Open, coming up at 3:10 p.m. It is not to be missed, trust me. A repeat of last year's final, and you wouldn't bet against that being the case again this year, and we've got an early window into it at 3:10 p.m. today. Do make sure that you stick around and join us. It's going to be spectacular, that one.
Mm-hmm. Two of the, on both sides of the Southeast teams. If I just put two names out there for the Sharks, you've got Dom Tripp. For the Taipans, you've got Louis Treyas. And if you know either of those names, you know that's all I need to say to engage you to get into this game. Because they are two of the most special touch players England have ever produced. Louis Treyas started his game in Wales, and it was just an absolutely electric force whenever he stepped onto the pitch. And Dom Tripp is just Mr. Fundamental, just does the basics absolutely perfectly. And when you do that, you can then start to do absolutely outrageous stuff on a touch pitch, and that's what we're looking forward to see at 3:10.
And certainly are. And the Wildcats enjoying themselves here, scoring their second try of the game.
Again, very similar to the first. Referee calling players offside, although it's not going to count. It's not going to count. The sideline ref has called a forward pass, which is absolutely gutting for the Wildcats.
Slow call that though, wasn't it?
I would feel a little bit annoyed.
That was all but confirmed, and then very, very late on, the forward pass call gets made. I'm not saying it was, whether it's right or wrong is almost by the by, but you want that to be a bit snappier.
Yeah, definitely. It's it can be really frustrating as well, like especially for the side that's attacking, because you think you've scored, you've subbed off, and then you've got to go straight back on and defend again, and it just breaks that momentum up. And whether the call is right or wrong, you want it to be done as soon as possible. And we've seen a couple instances of calls just being delayed maybe a little bit too much than what's absolutely necessary. But these women aren't going to be bothered about it too much. They want to carry on and playing in the same vein with the same intensity as they always do.
Absolutely. Well, it's a tight one. It's a gritty one. And it is a very low scoring one, but all the more exciting for that as we go in at half-time with the West Wildcats leading the Southwest Saxons 1-0. Right then, we are ready for the second half here. Hooters about to go. West Wildcats leading Southwest Saxons by 1-0. It's been a tight, niggly affair in the first half. What do you see happening in the second half?
If it carries on in the same way of West Wildcats applying loads of pressure and the Saxons defending for the vast majority of it, I think at some point the Saxons, their defence is going to give in. There's only so long you can defend for before the legs just become a problem. That's a lovely scoop and step. Can she find the free player? Great covering touch. Winger was in acres of space, but she just didn't get her head up in time to find the option. But it bodes well for this half. And like I say, there's the first warning signs for the Saxons that they've got to stay alert in defence. Otherwise, this Wildcat side are going to tear through them.
Yeah, and it was England player Rebecca Hickman making that scoop. Just couldn't quite find anyone in space though once she'd done it. But as we say, another example of the Wildcats being right on the edge of breakthrough here.
Yeah, really good covering touch there from the Wildcats. But the Saxons showing that they can force the issue. It was a brilliant drive. They got their touch count a little bit confused, and they needed to have a strike dump on fifth touch rather than it being static and them having to create something from nothing. Wildcats trying to get fresh legs on. And this Saxon side already looking a little bit leggy whilst retreating. It'd be interesting to see if Wildcats can play around some of these single shooters like they have done there. Oh, that's beautiful.
Now the Saxons are having to retreat fast. Was that a try or was it a spectacular covering touch? I think it was a spectacular covering touch. A full-length dive to make the touch. Or has the try been given?
Try's been given. Beautiful hands. I was with you. I thought that maybe she'd got across and made this covering touch, but the way that they play around this shooter is just superb. They isolate the link. Link struggling. That's then a 3-on-2. She engages the link, so she's got to hold a line. Beautiful pass over the top before the touch comes in. And if the winger does make that touch, then it's a try saver. Just misses her.
Kamima Harrod with the finish for West Wildcats. Just enough pace to evade that spectacular attempt at a touch.
Oh, I wonder if that pass was meant for her. I wonder if that pass was meant for the wing, because the winger was in acres of space. The Wildcats winger had shut on the link. Saxon's really threatening, though. They look to run a hammer, a little bit static. Quickie play, steps back on the inside, receives the ball, steps back in, engages, gives the pass. Really good shot from the wing, recognising the danger and getting up and making the covering touch.
Real energy coming from the Wildcats subs box as well.
And that is a really good defensive turnover. Mimi Payton applauding the efforts.
Every successful touch was getting a huge cheer there from their subs box. They're really working as a squad on and off the pitch here.
It does so much for morale as well when you've got people celebrating those small wins, because those small wins add up, and then you start to build momentum, you start to build morale, and inevitably you start to build confidence, and then you start to believe, okay, we can really go here, we can impress, we can defend what they've got, we can then go and carve them open when we're down the other end. I think for the Wildcats, it's just this little midfield transition. There's touches 2 and 3 on their transition, just a little bit static, giving the Saxons enough opportunities to get up in their faces and apply pressure. So if West Wildcats can shore up touch 2 and 3 in transition, Saxons have got it all to do. But they look to go open side. Long ball. Wingers there. But beautiful covering touch from the Wildcats.
The cheers come in again. And the thing is, defense in any sport really is about two things. It's about organisation and it's about work rate. And the organisation, you've got to lay the foundations for that in place a long time in advance. But the work rate part of it, actually that energy that can be brought to you by players off the field, cheering each little moment like that, it helps with the work rate, and that's 50% of the game.
Yeah, completely agree. It just gives you that boost, especially as we go into the deeper, score? Yeah, lovely dive. Lovely dive to go over. Just I was about to talk about momentum. This is Southwest Saxons trying to build some of their own. Just recognises the gap. Doesn't wait around. Says, okay, I'll just go dive in it.
It's tidy work from the Saxons. And I tell you what, in the context of this game, it feels like a really necessary score as well. Ella Halsall getting it.
Yeah,
but 2-0 felt like a big advantage in this game, such as the tightness of it being. So getting that score on the board, I know there's ages left, but it feels as though this is not going to be a game where we see sort of 8, 9, 10 tries. It's going to be tight. It's going to be close.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like the Saxons have identified that they can go and condition that link punish and try and attack the short side as much as possible. And then they can go, and punish. There's a bunch of Saxons fans at the bottom of the pitch in the direction that they're attacking, and they're booing the decisions as the hard touches come in. And we love a good bit of chipper atmosphere.
But I tell you what, we talk about momentum. Those are little moments that can be momentum changes, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely, definitely. You get a penalty when you've not really had one in the red zone, and now they go for the quickie. They look to step on the outside, diving touch, but the Wildcats player is off the line, painting the good picture that the referees want to see. And Saxons are going to have to run it again. I believe that this is 5th coming, so they'll have one opportunity. Yeah, that's 6 touches now. And an opportunity to equalise goes begging. But it's going to build confidence in this Saxon side that they can draw mistakes out of the Wildcats. And at the moment, half is isolated. Good ball out to the wing, but again, touches 2 and 3 causing real issues. This is 4 now, 5th coming. Good check off. This is 5th. Oh, good work from the Wildcats drawing that offside penalty. Mimi Payton, and like that's the reward that you get for being brave in the midfield and moving the ball and trying to bring other people up and seeing if you can draw mistakes out of the opposition. And rather than just taking the ball down and trying to drive, they wanted to pass around and see if they could promote people, get them offside, draw them up. And it's superb. And here comes the sweeper. Mimi Payton's on it. And she goes for the dive. And here the referee's called them all offside. And Mimi says, thank you very much. 3-1.
And just as the Saxons had worked their way into the game, Mimi Payton comes up with the score. And the England Women's Open player just edges them out further in front with a sharp finish there. 3-1 they now lead.
Something that Mimi's always been able to do, which I think is something that sets her apart from 75–80% of the women who play touch in England, is her ability to dive so low to the ground. She sets early for a dive, sinks into it, and then propels herself forward. A lot of people dive a little bit in the air, and it just gives covering defenders opportunities to get touches on things, on like hair, on vests. Mimi is so low, long, and strong that you've got to be off the line and you have to have read that dive early to be able to stop it. And at the moment, Saxons don't really have an answer for it.
And I guess I'm probably moving into the realms of generalisation here, but I imagine that a lot of men come to the game as a result of having played perhaps rugby union or rugby league previously, and they move across to it. I suspect obviously there will be a percentage of women that do the same, but I suspect a higher percentage of women come straight into touch. And maybe my sort of take on that might be that it potentially is easier for the women to learn a touch rugby dive because men are so used to that airborne dive that you speak of because they've come from a different sport. Whereas if you've always been a part of this sport, you've not got something you need to unlearn in order to relearn.
Exactly that. Exactly that. So having experience coaching both men and women, I will tell you right now, women are more receptive to things like tactics, to mechanical tweaks, things such as the dive being low, long, and strong. Those are the big features. Men, like you say, typically come from contact. I know that was my journey. That was a lot of the people who play Northwest. That was their journey as well. So you've got to tailor the way that you play to the code of rugby you are playing. Matt Hawkrig, I had a conversation with him yesterday, and I'll shout him out on the live stream. he was saying that he's still in that contact mindset. So everything he's trying to do everything too forward. He's trying to do everything too fast. His dives are a little bit too high. And in this second day, I've just watched his game before this one, and he's easing into it. Dives are becoming lower. He's recognizing that actually I don't need to be running at 100% all of the time. And I think it's little things like that that make all of the difference. That's a superb covering touch there to save a surefire try. But going back to what you said, yes, men who have come into touch through contact have got to unlearn so many things, because it completely hinders all of your ability to run and drive when you come and play touch and then you try and play contact. We see so many people try and run hard at the line, pass it away, and it's just not as effective.
Yeah. You can certainly see that in some of the techniques on show.
I mean, if you just look here, it's a brilliant example. They take it hard, and then they're passing deep around and engaging players before they pass the ball. And it's just a superbly worked score in the corner. And again, it's very similar to some of the women's games that we've seen on live stream over the past couple of days. It's just those core skills being absolutely perfect.
And I guess another one of those things that a number of players probably have to unlearn is actually that timing of the pass, because in a contact game, you actually almost want to be able to feel a bit of contact before you get the pass away, because then you know you've engaged the defender. In a touch scenario, you've probably got to leave about a meter's space, because you've got to account for the fact that they've got an outstretched arm is all it needs to be to get in contact with you. So you've got to unlearn those distances as well in many cases.
Yeah, well, in touch, a touch is a touch. It could be on a lace, it could be on hair, it could be on a top, it could be on absolutely anything that's going to be called back for a penalty. But yeah, touch can be absolutely anything. If I absolutely glance you don't even have to feel it sometimes, because they are so fine and the margins are so fine. So the timing of the pass and also the running lines off the ball are completely different in touch compared to union or league. And it is hard for a lot of contact players to get into, especially if you've played contact for 10, 12 years, like a lot of the blokes have. Then you've got to sort of adjust the way that you approach each game. You've got to recognize, okay, maybe flat balls at the line aren't the one, because any sort of outstretched hand can just make that touch. So you've got to adjust your approach to be as effective as possible in this game.
Absolutely. Got a bit of a knock here on the field. Looks as though Rebecca Hickman is just being helped to her feet. May have gone over on an ankle, I think, judging by the area of the body she's holding.
It looks like a sore one.
Well, if it is an ankle, I can share from bitter experience how painful that can be, and how irritating, because it's often so innocuous.
Yeah.
When it happens, it just drives you insane that your body can fail you like that.
Sometimes all it is a little wobble as well, and that's all it needs. She does look like she's in a bit of pain, and this is a big loss for West Wildcats. That is someone who really does take control of her pod and is a very dominant force going forward and in defence. We could hear her all throughout this game, barking orders, organising defence, organising attack. So at the moment, momentum's with Saxons, and look at that. She just goes all the way through. Beautiful speed on show. And as we're talking about momentum, there's a big swing in this game.
A huge swing. The Saxons have levelled things up at 3 apiece. Well, I said this game might not be the sort that sees 7, 8, 9 tries. Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps it may well do. Electric break.
It's almost like she goes for the dump and then realises that there's too much space and no one's touching her to dump. So she's like, okay, let me just put the hammer down. I'll go through the gap, put the pressure on, and she gets the rewards for it.
Julia, I want us to get her surname right here. Julia Poquet here, or Pocket. One of the two, or Poquet. Julia, I do apologise, but hopefully one of those three is the correct one.
Yeah.
Either way, what counts is that she has levelled things up here for her side. They've been under real pressure from the Wildcats for much of this game, but they're right on the front foot now, and they could be in for a fourth, getting very close indeed. We stay level at 3 apiece.
Yeah, this South West Saxon side, in the second half, have really they've come out a brand new team. They've cut out some of the silly errors, and they're drawing errors out of the Wildcats. And at this point in time, I would not bet against the Saxons going ahead and then maintaining that lead. And they go for the early dive, trying to catch people out, but there's going to be a penalty because there was a foot in the ruck there that just obstructed the roll ball. And that's one penalty on the line, and we've seen it before. 3 penalties and one goes.
And the sort of game this has been, it feels like a good time to try and eke out a few penalties.
Oh, lovely hands, lovely hands. In the corner, beautiful score. Just drawing players up and passing around them. Southwest take the lead.
Well, cynicism in the commentary box, but no cynicism out there on the field. They're not thinking about upping the penalty tally. They are just thinking, let's get this ball through the hands, out wide, and we've got space. And we have got Eleanor Finch on that left-hand side to put us into the lead. And the Saxons now lead the Wildcats 4 points to 3. They were 3-1 down, but moments ago. And suddenly they've turned this thing all around. They lead 4-3. There's only 4 minutes left to play as well.
I think a tactical change that we've seen from the Saxons is they're attacking short side first, and then they're going open. In the first half, they were trying to go open and then short side, which just condenses all of your space because the team, your opposition, can just track across and just follow your lateral movements. Whereas now they're using things like link punishes, they're passing around single shooters, trying to condition short side, and it is working.
It really is a complete turnaround from this Southwest Saxon side. Little stuttery there as they tried to get towards their subs box. It all got a bit sideways, but they've injected a bit of pace here and a bit of momentum now.
Yeah, and West Wildcats just not getting up and putting the pressure on. So even though they went sideways, it allowed them to save all of the touches that they could have used to try and get players on. And unfortunately, she's just miscalculated the touch count, and that was a brilliant opportunity for a strike dump in the red zone. And they've not got any touches to work with, but that does not matter because a show and go and she's through. And that is now 5-3, and this is a comeback for Southwest Saxons that they're going to be so proud of.
Oh, Poquet.
You can't pocket here.
Whichever pronunciation we go with, she's got 2 tries. And Saxons are just on fire, and I'll tell you what, that is a dummy and a half, isn't it?
Ooh, I'll buy that for $1. I'll buy that for $1.
Well, it had the great beauty of being what the best of all dummies are, which is, I think she really wanted to give the pass, and then she decided, nah, it's not on, so she held on to it. The best dummies are the ones you buy yourself.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. 2 minutes to go, and if Southwest can defend this set, you've got to think that this is their game.
Ball goes to ground, and well, this might just be that from the Southwest Saxons. 2 minutes. They've got a 2-score lead, having been behind by 2. What a turnaround.
The tactical changes that they've made in the second half have just changed the entire complexion of this game.
They certainly haven't. They're really on the front foot again here and moving through the gears, and they might well find themselves in position to strike again.
Again, just losing track of the touch count. 90 seconds to go. Wildcats need a score.
Can they conjure a bit of magic? They need it quick. They can get one. There'll be time to have a go at another.
Yeah.
They need it to come soon.
It's Mimi. Good scoop. Looking to go through. Finds the pass.
And was that the chance? Ball just didn't quite stick, but that might have been the opportunity. With just a minute left now, you'd wager that the Saxons can run this out of time for 2 to be scored, certainly. They may even be able to run it out of time for even 1 to be scored.
I think that was the opportunity. If they had that one there, they could have forced a turnover from the tap-off. But as it stands, the West Wildcats have given away a penalty, and with a repeat set of 6 and 40 seconds to go, the Saxons can just play a little bit safer and secure the victory. Or they can throw the long ball.
Instead of playing safe, they throw it long and it's knocked forward, but it's not going to matter. The hooter is just 15 seconds away. And the Wildcats have a very, very long way to go. They are going to be gutted about this one, the Wildcats, having been 3-1 up with only 6 minutes left on the clock. The Saxons, on the other hand, as that ball just squirts loose with seconds left. In fact, there is the hooter. The Saxons are going to remember this one. This is going to be the highlight of their day, coming from behind in those latter stages for a memorable victory.
Yeah, and honestly, brilliant value for it. It's just picked the. It was like 10 minutes to go in that game. They all just went, oh, do you know what? I don't fancy losing today. And then they picked it up, and it's a complete night and day difference from the first half performance to the second half performance. Really targeting the short sides and dragging Wildcats players just completely out of position and then executing. And some of the individual brilliance on display was just absolutely superb.
It certainly was. It all finishes up here. Southwest Saxons 5, West Wildcats 3. We're back with you at 2:15 for the men's over 50s competition, where it will be Midland Tigers against the Southeast Taipans. And then hold on to your hats, because at 3:10 p.m. it's the men's open, Southeast Taipans against the Southeast Sharks. It's all coming up soon.
Northeast, you are required to provide player rests for 2 and 3. So for the 14-15 tap off, player rests for the Northeast for 2 and 3. Once again, if you've lost an inhaler, please pick your name out and pick up a hook. If you've lost it in the vicinity, or please to your box. One of you have it in. Poison official, this is your cue in the morning. Poison official, 2 minutes. Just for clarity, there's the blue inhaler, there's the blue inhaler. The syllables will change, so it's not singular. If you haven't been able to with life, please do so now. Poison official, 1 minute warning. Poison official, 1 minute. Poison official, 30 seconds.
So you join us again here on the live stream for the men's over 50s competition. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, these old blokes. Trust me, we are going to see some serious skill and athleticism here. I am absolutely certain of it. And alongside me for this one is Lexi Williams. I've got a long list of things to talk to you about, Lexi, but we're just going to start with it. You're looking forward to this one. The Midland Tigers against the South East Sharks. It should be a cracker.
Oh, it should be. Do you know, I was actually reffing the Midland Tigers earlier, and they are an outstanding side, and their athleticism is actually great. I was having to really sprint forwards and backwards to get on side, so I'm sure they'll impress us today.
I'm sure of it as well. South East Sharks, just for those of you that haven't seen them in action yet, are in the two-tone blue. And we're all familiar with the Midlands Tigers in that white with the tiger pattern down the side. And they survive that particular defensive set, and they'll get themselves on the move here. I'm not sure about a backwards cap once you're over the age of 50.
Oh.
I feel like that's true. You're not cool anymore once you're over 50. I don't think. I think you don't want to be trying.
Oh,
just exude cool.
Oh,
you don't need to try to be cool.
It's a touch thing, though, isn't it? It's like, you know, the players that take it really seriously are the backwards cap wearing players. Look at some of the men's open. They're all backwards cap playing players. So maybe he's trying to channel them.
Yeah, maybe it's just channeling that inner 25-year-old. It's not all going to be gags about age. I promise you this. This is genuinely a very, very good set of players out here. I had the opportunity to talk to a few earlier, and they've been looking forward to it, almost getting around the outside. There.
This is one of the things with the 50s, actually, is a lot of the players are England players, so they have a wealth of experience and knowledge of the game, which means that actually looking at this type of game, it's much more technically and tactically driven. So just looking here as they're driving towards the box, getting a nice little drive on there. Quite interesting from Sharks that they weren't really trying to compete at that ruck, and they were just rolling backwards, conserving energy for later, probably.
Exactly, as you mentioned, though, in terms of technique and tactically being aware, that's one of the smoothest little transitions we've seen all day. So many teams have had problems with that area of the game, but the Tigers there just making it look as though it's all second nature. Now, I've got to get this right, so I'm going to get on. God, I've got so much we've got to talk about. So you are Saxon's mixed open coach.
I am, yes.
But not just that. Southwest Regional Lead, England Women's 27's assistant coach, and the UK coaching Young Coach of the Year in 2022. Tell me about that. What was that like?
Yeah, that was amazing. So I basically found out back in October that I'd made the shortlist for UK Coaching's Young Coach of the Year. And what's really cool about that is it's actually all sports across the whole United Kingdom. So I was up against people from like parkour, netball, rowing, you name it, there was everybody in there. So it was actually great for touch rugby to be represented at that sort of level. And I honestly didn't think I was going to win. And when they called out my name, I did the proper Oscars moment where you put your hands to your face in disbelief. And yeah, it was really, really special. So
oh, that's amazing.
Quite cool.
Did you have some people there with you could celebrate with?
So I took my best mate from uni, who's a karate coach, and so he was absolutely loving it because he was able to chat about sport for hours with people. But my parents actually didn't believe me, so this was what was really hilarious. They were so convinced, and that's a nice little break there. Going back.
Touch just made, I think, was it?
So Jean, who's in the number 8 for Midland Tigers, is the England men's 40s coach. So he certainly knows his way around the park, and will be bossing everybody around, telling them what to do, I'm sure.
Certainly knows his onions.
Nice little dive there.
The try is given, and I think that was Mark Hobson, the skipper, that got himself across. Hobbo, he goes by the older statesman of the side, I'm told. Represented England at the Euros in the men's 45s and the World Cup in the men's 50s, and his wife is playing in the women's 40s. That's something I've really noticed. You know, my first experience here at the Nationals, there's a huge number of family connections, isn't there?
100%. So a lot of teams get into, well, families get into playing touch, and it's where a lot of people meet their partners as well. And I think it's such a nice thing to be able to do, to come and play touch together. It's, yeah, really quite lovely.
Stops you getting in too much trouble for missing the bank holiday weekend as well.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Yeah, it's easier as well when people understand. So nobody, like at work, quite gets my obsession with touch. And people are always like, so what is it that you're doing? Why are you going away for 3 days again? And yeah, so I can imagine being with somebody who plays is really great for that.
Quite handy from an understanding point of view, that's for sure. Still just the 1-0 so far. Tigers with that score from the skipper, Hobson. We've got a bit of a delay while I think everyone actually catches a breather. There was no reason for that ball not to be exactly where it needed to be.
Oh, that was a really nice snipe there from Midlands, getting up nice and early. It just nullifies the attack a little bit and the momentum. But Sharks now sort of looking to set up quite nicely. That link is causing havoc a bit of them for them from Midlands, actually. Quite a few touches he's made there.
Yeah, they've had to burn through a lot of touches when they wouldn't really have wanted to. That
no.
Just a slight error coming off the foot there. So Midlands will go, and it's at number 7, Neil Davis, with his backwards cap on.
He's going to be really upset later when he watches the commentary back and he thinks, I think I look really cool with my backwards cap on.
We'll be back at the next event, and he'll have his cap the other way around. Having been mercilessly crucified on the live stream.
Oh, 100%. Oh, and that was a beautiful bit of handling there. If he just released that ball a little bit earlier, then I think 56 might have been in there. It's a really nice opening. Just needed slightly quicker hands, and that's something we've actually seen throughout the tournament, is that people just aren't releasing the ball early enough. People are trying to take the touch, trying to run through themselves, and they just need to release the ball a little bit earlier.
Midland's playing some nice stuff, though, aren't they? Although there's only the one try in it, they're looking like the side that's got a bit of something about them here, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. They're really competing with the whole way through, and you know, defensively they're getting up, they're being nice and aggressive in those touches. Sharks just look a little bit lackluster at the moment, but I'm sure that they'll end up turning the heat on. I personally like to give my team 5 minutes, so we do this 5-minute thing at the beginning where it's like you've got 5 minutes, settle into the game, and then we go. So it might be that they're just taking that 5 or 7 minutes or so just to settle in, and then they'll get on the gas.
Big aggressive touch coming in there. A couple of shoulders on.
And that was a really nice touch there. So this is one of the things actually that we've been talking about a lot, is the importance of initiating the touch. What we see there is one of the players didn't initiate. He thought he'd be able to run through, and as a result, nice run from Gene there. He actually got touched from behind, which actually completely slows down the momentum, because he then has to take a couple of steps back and reset, which then makes it much harder for Midlands to gain momentum.
And it's all about that, really, isn't it? That momentum, that ability to control your own decision making rather than having decisions forced upon you by what the opposition are doing.
100%. And I think this is one of the things that like Union players really struggle with when they transition across into touch, is the importance of it's okay to take touch. Oh, and the ball goes to ground there. That's an excellent position for Midland Tigers. Let's see what they do with that fresh set of 6. And that's touch 1. Hopefully they'll have 2 attacking options here. So because they've got really nice position, we'll probably hope that they'll look to strike on 3rd and 5th. So we'll see what they do.
And I guess that's a key thing you've got to drum into Union players that come across to play touch. Is Union players are used to trying to dominate a tackle situation, be that whatever sort of tackle situation it might be, so that they're onto the front foot as they are in the process of being tackled, whereas actually in touch, in effect, what you're looking for is to be able to get that dominance in before it's ever even happened, so that you're on to the next immediately. And it's saying dominate early rather than dominate late.
100%. So one of the things that we talk about is winning the bend. So you can see in touch here that when we're trying to initiate the touch, a lot of players are trying to get nice and low. So they're trying to get the hand on the hip. So they're almost like lunging into the play beforehand. If they don't do that and they get touched on their chest, it really holds up the momentum, because they're almost pushed backwards. So whilst you might think in Union, you want to go in almost like chest to chest, potentially drop the shoulder. Obviously, we don't talk about dropping the shoulder in Union, but potentially trying to. And actually, that just doesn't work in touch, because it completely slows down the momentum, and you've just got to win the bend. So that was a little bit nicer. Straight the way through there. I thought the Sharks had him on that touch. Nice little dive.
Bodies flailing everywhere, and Neil Davis gets away with the try.
And that's why he wears the backwards cap.
Absolutely. And you know what? Looking at his little notes here, no wonder he's got the backwards cap on. England men's 50s training squad represented England at the Euros and the World Cup. Wear your hat backwards with pride, my friend. A lovely try as well.
Really, really nice. I think that's one of the great things, seeing that pace switching on. And do you know what amazes me is the fact that at this level, well, at this age, they're still chucking their bodies on the ground. Like that, to me, I'm dreadfully scared of it. It's one of the reasons why I coach and don't play as much. but the men, they're all doing it. They don't care. They're just diving for all those touches. So let's see what Sharks respond with here.
Interception from the Tigers. They're already 2 up. Can they make this count a real chance here? The Sharks have just got themselves back into shape in the nick of time.
And it looks like there might have been an overstep of the mark there, I think, from the referee signals. So it's just a turnover, which is a real shame, because when the ball gets caught by the opposition, actually that's a touch 0. So they would have technically had about 7 touches there. So a bit of a shame for that for Tigers, but big defensive set now here for them. But let's see what Sharks can do.
Huge escape that for the Sharks. Can they take advantage of that escape?
Nice little overlap.
Bit of pace, touch is just made in the corner.
Lovely touch from number 50, who's Gary Sewell. He's actually the oldest in the squad, mid-60s. The only one from Essex. Very good for Gary. We love Essex.
Well, fair play, Gary. You may notice that we're giving the Tigers a lot of attention and not so much on the Sharks individually. That's because our original schedule said we had the Taipans, whose team sheet we do have. Unfortunately, we don't have the Sharks, but we'll still give them their due when they get it.
That was a lovely step. Beautiful stuff. And that's from number 16, is it, I think?
What I like is that you've craned round the flat screen to see if you can see further around the corner. So
yep.
That'll do the trick.
We'll get there. Somebody will come with a sheet soon, I'm sure.
What counts is the Sharks, rather, through their number 15, have got across the line and narrowed the gap to 2-1, and that was important, because another try for the Midlands Tigers, and you just feel this game was going to start getting away from the Sharks a little bit, but they stay in contact here. 2-1 down. Ball back in the hand of Davis for the Tigers, who has been a danger.
Yeah, and let's see what they do here. So one thing that we're noticing quite a lot in touch at the moment is that mids are really struggling to get separation. So we just saw it there from the Sharks. So they had 2 players caught up in the touch, and it's really important that we get that early separation with only 1 player going up making the touch. Reason being is it allows all the other players to get really good pre-touch shape, so that when the touch is made, they're then able to bounce back up off the line and really put pressure on the attack. So something to work on for all the teams. But great. Oh, no touch there. I don't think he made it back onside.
Dive comes in, and it is that 3rd try for the Midlands Tigers. Wheel themselves off immediately after the score. They've been threatening whenever they've got down to that far end. They've threatened and they've scored. And Andy Verney, well, we've got a lot of Verney going on here. I'm almost certain that Andy Verney's name is not Andy Verney, but if it is, I do apologise. But we're going to call him just Andy Verney for now.
Just going back to that last try. So what sort of happened there was the touching defender, as he made the touch and he tried to get back on side, he completely turned his back and went one way and then the other. If you turn your back in touch, it makes it so much harder for you to then be able to react to where the attack is presenting. So just one thing to watch for in defence is just making sure that when you are making that touch, getting back to the line, that you keep facing forwards and you don't turn backwards. And Tigers on the rise again.
Tigers really coming into their own. They've been the dominant side. Briefly, the gap was closed by the Sharks, but the Tigers, with that 3rd try.
And that's a great touch there from Sharks, really holding up the 13 there.
Another big physical touch. Tigers nonplussed by it, though.
Yeah, touch there, though. We see there again, did you notice the 2 players going up, trying to make that touch? That's one thing we really want to try and avoid. But they were able to get back on side and recover quite nicely from that. So now driving forwards to their box, the Sharks.
And is that just a failure in communication when you end up with 2 charging forward, or is that just that both are feeling, not necessarily maybe trusting the person either side of them, go, oh, I need to jump up and make that?
It's a little bit of the two. So actually, historically in touch, we've tried to encourage middles to come up together and players to come up together and then get separation quite late on. And something that we're moving away from is actually doing that. The problem is when you look at players, like men's 50s, they've been playing for such a long time that it's almost, ingrained in them to go up together. And the reason why they do that is because they don't want to be checked off around. If you drop a player early, it means that you're more likely to get a check off is more likely to happen, and then you're struggling to get back on side. But one thing we want to try and encourage is players actually continuing to track. So once they're up and they've made that nomination, they then follow the play so that they're able to, and that was a shame there from Sharks. That would have been an excellent intercept. But as it is, 6 more for Tigers on the line.
So in effect, what you want is to send one up, get them to track across so that everyone else can maintain their shape and not have to work up and back and up and back. And you've got that just one flyer that's trying to do as much of everyone else's work as possible before getting a nice rest.
100%. One thing when that no longer does come into play is if, say, the attacking team look to drag the mid into the link channel on the opposite side on which you've gone up. So say if I'm the left middle and I've been tracking across and the diagonally opposite attacking mid is coming towards, it now has the ball and they're dragging for their links, it would be on their left-hand side. I would no longer want to make that touch because they've dragged too far across. But certainly within the mid channel, that's when we want to keep tracking. A little bit complicated to explain on the live stream, but
no, it makes sense. You want to. There's a bit of space
big
here.
Space there.
Can he find someone?
Yeah, and that was straight through. So that was a really nice little scoop from Midland Tigers. So a scoop, I'm sure it's been spoken about today, is when you pick the ball up off the base of the ruck. So the half can't score in touch. So they've got to make sure that they get that ball away because they also can't be touched either. If they get touched, it's a turnover. So we see here 52 really nicely picking ball down to ground. 7, he starts going to the left and then he goes straight to the right side. 8 nearly had him there. And he manages to get the ball away. Lovely scoop score from the Tigers.
Yeah, it's sharp work again from Davis, who's been a real star for this Tigers side, feeding that one out to Robin Wilkinson, who's on his debut at this level, and scoring a try in the corner, one he'll remember, that's for sure. And it's stretched them out to a 4-1 advantage. We're not too far away from half-time as well. And this is starting to look like a pretty comfortable lead now for the Midlands Tigers.
Although we say this and teams do come back, I'd be interested to see what the Sharks coach is saying at half-time. We talk about things such as gorillas as a Southwest side. So what is our big gorilla? Why are we losing a game? What can we do to remedy this and rectify this? And hopefully the Sharks will think of something and come back fighting in the second half.
Well, as the coach extraordinaire alongside me, what would you be saying at half-time here?
Do you know what I would be saying? And that's another lovely little score from Midland Tigers. Sharks are just getting caught up in their defence, are they? And that, to me, is the big thing that I'd be saying to them at half-time, is we need to be maintaining our connection in our line defence. As soon as one player goes up, they all just seem to almost stop. So we see here, as the touch is made, they compress massively across. We've got 4 players there. And the other 2 are just standing there. So that to me would be maintaining connection, ensuring that we're getting up, we've got that early nomination, early separation, and then allowing everybody else to get back on side and react accordingly. But Sharks are now going for a nice little counter-attack. Let's see what they've got. Good handling there from number 19. And nice little feed.
Going close to the Sharks. Sol Phoenix, by the way, that was feeding Mark Clayton for that 5th Midlands Tigers try. First chance, really, that Sharks have had in quite a while to try and create something here.
Oh, nice little line there.
Oh, give it, go on.
God.
It was such a spectacular dive. He deserved something out of it.
Oh, honestly, this is why I'm so bad at refereeing. Whenever anybody does a brilliant dive, I'm like, oh, I want to give the try, So this is why I don't ref and I coach. Oh, lovely work from Jean again. Good little footwork. Midlands are driving again, so this is another point for me for Sharks. They're just a bit lackluster in defence. They've just rolled massively. They need to come up. They need to choose what defensive policy they're running, and they need to make sure that they're coming up and they're really putting the Midland Tigers under pressure. And again, that's a release there. Really nice little score in the corner.
Yeah, Martin Hawes finishing off another one, making his debut at this level, and the Tigers now are just absolutely flying and feeding a bit, as the half-time hooter goes at 6-1, but feeding a bit off what you were saying. If I'm the Sharks, actually weirdly that try I'm more comfortable with, because we've stayed tight and we've gone, well, beat us on the outside, and they have.
100%.
And you go, well, okay, fine.
Yeah, that's one of the big things we talk about in coaching is, you do not want to concede in the mid channel, mid-link. If we can get the ball pushed out to the wing and they score out on the wing, fine. That's, that's acceptable because they've had to get the ball out, we've had to chase out. When it's a mid try, that to me, there's something wrong in our defensive policy if that's happening.
Yeah, well, it's been a tough outing for the Sharks in defence so far, but that is because the Tigers have been absolutely electric in attack, and we go in at half-time with the Midland Tigers leading the South East Sharks 6-1, and we've got a big 20 minutes coming up in a few minutes' time. Not too long until we get underway with the second half. It's a big second half this for the Sharks. They've got 5 points they've got to overcome here. Midland Tigers leading 6 tries to 1 against the South East Sharks. And as we said in that first half, the Sharks really just need to stay connected in that defensive pattern. They've been struggling a bit there.
They really do. I mean, it's 20 minutes. They've just got to push hard for 20 minutes, and then they can go and have a little rest. So that, for me, is the big thing. Work hard in defence. And, you know, when they are down in Tigers, and that is tap off, so just starting now. But, you know, Sharks, when they are in the Tigers, you know, defensive zone, they are looking threatening. So they just need to keep it up. And let's see what they've got here. So Midland's looking even more aggressive. But looked like there was a bit of miscommunication there. Oh, but he's 16 still through. Oh, and that's a lovely try. Great start for Tigers.
Well, I'm not quite sure how he managed to find a way through there, but somehow he managed to squeeze his way through. And a disaster start for the Sharks, but the absolute perfect start for the Midlands Tigers as they score their 7th try.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that there, because actually, I think because they didn't get a half in quickly enough, so 16 didn't quite know what was going on. And as a result of that, as he picked up the ball, he started to shift. And I think Sharks just thought, there can't be anything on here. So just relaxed a little bit, and it allowed him to break the gain line and scoop through. And that's Sol claiming the touch there on number 9. Great player, Sol. He has got so much experience. And is a real asset to England Touch. He's a development lead for the Tigers, and he honestly is absolutely fantastic. Does some great work for Touch.
He's done some great work on the field as well, as have most of his teammates. It's been an outstanding performance so far from the Tigers. Can the Sharks do anything about it?
And that's a lovely little break, but great touch from Sol. Do you know what? So frustrating there. If 10 had just looked the other way, taken maybe a step to the right, I think he could have been through, as opposed to continuing on his trajectory. But let's see where the Sharks have managed to tighten up this midfield defence here. So this is automatically looking a little bit better. They're actually shooting up as opposed to rolling. I probably wouldn't be sending one player up in midfield. So let's hope that they start getting 2 players coming up as opposed to just the one. The issue with that, with just sending up the 1 player, is it's very easy to check off around you, particularly if it's been identified early that there's only 1 player coming up to make that midfield touch.
If you are sending one up, would you want them coming from almost a slightly wider angle so that they're blocking a passing option as well, or do you want to keep them coming up straight in a straight line as they almost get away for that first try? 8th try. Goodness me.
That was really tight there. Beautiful long ball pass, so nearly had it. So just going back to that midfield, so we actually never want to send just 1 player up in midfield. And the reason being is because for the players, it's so easy to see. If you're really aggressive as that 1 player, it's easy for you to use footwork or to pass the ball off around you. So what we like to do is we like to send up at least 2 or 3 players, potentially even 4, up into just to try and hold that space and pressurize the attack. What we do want them doing is trying to get up into that passing channel. So we want to try and cut off any attacking options and really stifle the attack.
Midlands on the attack again. This has been spectacular, and here's that man Davis on the ball again.
Oh, and that's a dive for the line.
I think the touch has been made. It has been made on Andy Verney. Or Andy Verney. Probably Andy Verney.
I really hope it's Andy Verney, I'm not going to lie.
A little bit of a case of the Nevilles here. Davis goes wide. Can he get the ball down? I think he might just have got it down, Gary Sewell.
Just down there. Looks like 50 sort of hurt his head a little bit there, but hopefully he's all right.
2nd score of the game for Sewell. 8th of the game for the Midlands Tigers, and they have taken off exactly where they left off at the end of that first half.
Just one of the things there, we can see that actually the Sharks weren't able to release out because one of the touching defender just tracked back to the line the wrong way. He turned his hips and started going completely in the opposite direction, which meant that his link and wing weren't able to release out quickly enough, which is a real shame for Sharks. There's so much potential in this side. They just need to tighten up their defence a little bit.
One thing that's worth noting is this Midlands Tigers side, I mean, no wonder they're playing well. They've got 8 England players of one sort or another in this side, so
very impressive, that.
we can expect high quality
Oh,
from
we
them,
can,
can't
we can. And obviously we don't know about the Sharks because we haven't seen a Sharks team sheet yet. So they could very well be full of England players or debutants as well. We don't know, unfortunately. But certainly facing a very strong Tigers side. And here they are driving out of the box again. Really lovely transition on, actually. Nice little play here, and looking just to get quick ball off the deck.
The pace and conviction that they moved up the field with there was sight to behold.
Oh, it's lovely. Do you know what, when touch is played well, there is genuinely no better sport to watch because it's just so fluid. It's a beautiful, beautiful game.
Certainly is. Slightly more physical game there in that touch, but nothing wrong with a bit of that either.
Oh, not at all.
Surely a touch was made there.
Yeah, touch
it was indeed.
Definitely made back there. So this is one of the good things, actually. So if you continue running in touch and a touch has been made, you are allowed to go back to the mark and reset. But the issue is, obviously, is the defence have now had time to reset, get into really good defensive position. So it's much harder for the attacking team to really gain momentum. But here we've got 13 trying. Nice little pick up from the deck. Oh, a bit of jouet rugby there. Nice bit of handling. Oh, good touch there from 49, just Robin Wilkinson for Tigers. But that was really nice. Nice bit of free-flowing rugby.
Well, it's what we want to see. You know, I think despite the fact that there's time left on the clock, it's unlikely that the Sharks are going to come back into this one, but that's what we want to see from them, isn't it? If you can't win the game, let's at least have a bit of fun while we try and do what we can.
Oh, 100%. You know, it's so hard as a coach when you come to tournaments and you don't win games. It's really hard, and you've got to try and make sure. Oh, and I think we might have another score here. Oh, no, great touch from number 1 there for the Sharks. Good little shut in. Let's see what Tigers have got.
There's a player way out on the left-hand side for the Tigers who is completely unmarked. If they can find a way of getting the ball there, instead they go for the line, but the touch comes in.
And that's 6 touches there. But yeah, just going back to, you know, it being hard. When you are coaching a losing side, you've got to make it fun for your players, and that's giving them the capacity and the ability to do whatever they want to on the pitch and to enjoy themselves on the pitch, because there's no worse feeling in sport as to, if you're losing, to know that you've been having a rubbish game or you haven't had any fun on the pitch. That's not what we want. And you know, touch is competitive, but at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun, aren't we? So
well, that's the thing. The reason you start any sport is because you enjoy it, and there are things about it that you want to try and you want to give a go on.
100%.
And doing those things well is what makes you a good player. So why not go out and have a go, and just don't do anything too stupid when it's in a game that's quite tight.
Well, yes, yeah, definitely. That's always a big one, isn't it? I mean, it's actually how I got into touch. So bizarrely, I was a fighter in karate, and I needed some exercise to do to keep me fit for fighting, and fell into touch, and now all I do is touch. And in fact, probably more so than my day job. But absolutely love it. It's a brilliant, brilliant sport. So much fun. And Tigers attacking the line once again. Good touch there from Sharks. Just, a lot of space. They just need to maintain that connection a little bit more, but great touch there from the guy in the red cap.
Yeah, good work there from the Sharks. Worth saying as well, there is a lot of fun out there. Today, the busiest day of the Nationals. In fact, it's the busiest day in any domestic competition. 46 teams in action today.
46, wow.
An extraordinary number of people, and it just shows you, not least, how much touch has grown in recent times, that we can attract quite so many players to one location on what is, you know, a weekend that a lot of people have got pressures on to take time off and all the rest of it, but they've all made the effort to come up here, and 46 teams all out here having a good old time and playing some seriously high-level stuff as well is really impressive.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, I think the move to April has been absolutely fantastic in the sense that it's been able to not only bring all these teams together, but it's also allowed players to actually play in their age categories, which has resulted in more players getting involved at this sort of level. So as a Southwest region, we've been really fortunate that as this now falls in the April bank holiday weekend, we're actually able to bring university players in And that's been fantastic because, you know, University of Exeter, University of Bath, they have so many talented players, and it's been brilliant to bring them in. And just seeing so many people here playing touch, it really is amazing to see.
Oh, it's absolutely extraordinary. If I could do the maths in my head, I would, but
alas.
Oh,
and hands again. Oh, do you know what? I think 13 should have just left that there. If he'd let the winger just have the ball, I think that might have been another score for Midlands. But Sharks.
They'd almost been too efficient in creating an overload of players. Ended up with 3 people running the same channel almost.
No, it's a shame for Tigers, but I bet the Sharks are pretty happy to have been escaping another one there. We haven't had a few tries in the last few minutes or so, and that's a loss of control there. That's unfortunate. I have been told by my players that the ball is pretty greasy today, as is the field, which is why we're seeing a few more handling errors than we would normally expect.
Yeah, certainly in the opening 2 hours or so of the day, the dew took ages to come away. And that ball was an absolute bar of soap for a lot of players, particularly in those early games.
Oh, completely. And it is hard trying to catch the ball at this pace. You're trying to look at what the defence are presenting, also hear what your players are saying to you. It's hard to do it all and juggle it all at once. And this is Tigers on the run again. Oh, lovely little bit of slow dummy play by Sol there, and a lovely score again from Midlands. Do you know, I absolutely love that when players take the ball on and they start running slowly, so the defence don't feel like they're really threatening, and then they just switch the gas on straight through. Really, really nice bit of play there from Tigers.
Well, the beauty of that from Sol Phoenix as well is that as he moves through the gears, his running style doesn't change very much, so there's no indication that that change of pace is coming. Very hard to read.
And a lovely little dummy off the ruck as well. Honestly, it's so nice to see, and it's hard to execute as well to a decent standard. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that. But here is, and that's a fumble from the Sharks. Real shame. I think they just need to switch the intensity on a little bit. Another score would be great for them, I think.
Might be the Tigers coming away with another score, though. They've just a slow defender coming back there, just getting in the way of what was some really fast-paced play. As it is, they're going to just set something up a little more structured.
What's great here is we can see Midlands really trying to establish some depth. Looks like a sweeper play, but he goes the other way.
The touch come in.
I'm not too sure what just happened there, but I think that was a try.
Confusion in all quarters here. We're not sure what's happened. We'll have a look on the replay.
So looking here, it looks like they were going to be running a sweeper play, which is where we have mid-dumping, mid-passing off the deck to a link. So we've got a touch coming in. Gene picks up. We think a touch has been made. I think what's happened here is 11 thought that he was onside. He's not onside. They stopped the play, and actually they've continued playing to the ref's whistle, Midlands, and that's resulted in them getting a try. So good bit of ref reaction there from Midlands, and that comes with a player of Gene's, you know, caliber and experience as well.
Yeah, smart work. Understanding what's going on while all the rest of us are at sea wondering what on earth is happening out there.
Oh, completely.
That shows you what experience will do, hey?
Yeah, certainly better than what we're doing anyway in this box.
Well, the most simple lesson in all of sports, isn't it? Play to the whistle. And
100%.
we failed spectacularly on that front, but those boys out there knew what they were doing.
Yeah, as long as they know, that's the important thing. We're just here to have a little chat as to what they're doing. So, and that's 7 feeding now. Midlands looking a little bit better. They've given a penalty there for not coming up off the line. So this is a really important rule in touch, is that all players within the 7-metre mark have to move up off the line, and they have to continue moving up off the line. They're also not allowed to drop early. So if they drop early, as in if they're a non-touching player, another try there for Midland Tigers. That was just too much space there. But the key rule is that you've got to keep advancing, and if a touch is imminent, i.e. I'm about to go and make the touch, the non-touching players are allowed to disengage and start dropping back. However, if that touch no longer is imminent, you then have to re-engage, and that was clearly the issue here, is that they were not coming up off the line or re-engaging, and as a result, they've lost a try and conceded another try there. Real shame.
And it's getting tough out there for the Sharks. 11-1 the Tigers lead. 6 minutes left to play, or 5.5 really. Sharks will be keen to get another try on the board. Finish off with a flurry.
They've certainly got, you know, the speed for it. They're just not quite executing at the moment.
And the trouble, I guess, is they've spent so much of this game defending that tiredness really starts to set in.
Oh, completely. There's nothing more tiring than defending. And it's demoralizing as well, because you're thinking, defending again. I love defense. I like to think of defense as attack. Oh, and that's a lovely run around the outside. Great covering touch, though, from 14 for Sharks. He's been absolutely great today, been a real standout player for the Sharks. Really effective in that link position, which is the second position in from the wing in touch. And Midlands again on the run. Oh, a little bit of a hard touch there, a little bit of a shove. Ref not calling it up though, so the Sharks will be happy with that. They haven't conceded another 6.
Looked like it was sorted out between the players almost as it was happening, didn't it?
Oh, completely. And that's a great read from the wing there for Sharks. Coming in nice and early and just hitting early enough that they're not able to get the ball away. And it's Sharks on the drive again. That was a much better defensive set from Sharks. Taking them a little while to get into the game, but I feel like they are now getting to grips with it.
Well, they'll be determined to finish with something to shout about, won't they? They've got 1 try. Can they get a second? They've got 4 minutes to get that try done.
Yeah, I am rooting for them, I must say. It's having a coach in a position where you're 11-1 down. It's you want that try, you really do. Yeah, one really great thing actually about touch is the fact that because we have rolling subs, you're able to have conversations with players constantly throughout the game, and it's really great because tactically you can actually affect change pretty much straight away, which is very unique. It's not like any other sport in that sense. So you can really make drastic coaching calls in the box if you need to, and that's a nice little bit of footwork there from Midlands, which has gained them quite a few extra yards.
And I guess for each individual player as well, while they're in that sub box, there's a chance for them to think, well, what can I do to impact things? What can I do to change things? What attitude do I need to bring onto the field to change things up? Sometimes it can be quite hard when you're in the thick of the action to understand, I need to bring energy or whatever it might be that's required, because you're in the thick of it and you're gasping for breath. Whereas if you just get that 2 minutes to go, actually, I need to come on and bring the energy. That's my role here. I can go on and do that.
Oh, 100%. So I like to set us little sort of like goals before games. So one thing that we did before one of our games yesterday was everybody in the circle went round and they said what their individual goal was for that game. And everybody was to be held accountable for it. So midway through the game, it was like, okay, let's have a check-in. Are you hitting your goal, your personal goal? If not, what can you do to make sure that you hit that personal goal? And I think that's a really great way of holding players accountable. And it means that they actually look at themselves. They do a bit of self-reflection. Oh, lovely little pass off there. Beautiful try. Really, really nice. In fact,
Phoenix is starting to show the full array of his talents out there, isn't he?
And I love that. The winger scoring there, just clapping himself because he knows that that was a beautiful little pass from Sol.
Who quite appropriately comes off for a rest after that little exertion.
Oh, I mean, that is just beautiful, isn't it? Lovely little ball off out the back. Not much Sharks could really do there. So that takes us into 12-1 with 2 minutes remaining.
The best part about that was he actually telegraphed what he wanted to do quite early, but there was just nothing anyone could do to stop it. Sharks, a real chance here to finish on a high. Most advanced they've been on the field all game. Well, not all game.
That was a really nice little pass. Come on.
They're across the line.
Just again, if they just got that pass away again. The spaces are there. They are there. They're just not quite hitting the right holes at the moment.
Signs though that they might just be able to finish this one off with a score. Strong defensive set here, and they might have a decent bit of field position to launch from. Minute left. Tigers have just made a pretty decent advance there, though.
Yeah, much better D from Sharks, but just being asked there to not put in such hard touches. from the referee, so they were just pushing a little bit too hard. So that's a new set of 6 and a penalty there. So that's one thing to really watch out for. So whilst we do sometimes want to be competitive in the touch, particularly in midfield, actually it can result in you conceding a new set of 6 because you're deemed to be too aggressive in that touch. So 19 there, again, just getting a little bit too heavy-handed in the touch.
Bit of frustration coming through, perhaps.
Oh, completely. But we'll see what he does there. And, oh, good cover touch from 8 there. He'd hit the line, was able to bounce back up. And that's 5th touch. So we're looking at the final 20 seconds of the game. So they'll probably have a final touch here, and then Sharks will have the opportunity to drive out and see if they can score on the final attacking 6 of the game.
Tigers
Oh,
doing well to eat up the
good
clock while they
work
do
there.
that.
And they want to go quickly here. 8 trying to step quickly, see if they can get that final score in. And that's the hooter going. They can keep playing. They should keep playing. Oh, and that's the ref calling time there. That was a very impressive performance from Midland Tigers. Really great stuff. And Sharks, so close, but...
Yeah, tough outing for the Sharks, wasn't it? 12-1, it finished up to the Midland Tigers. Sharks kept playing right to the end, though. And I think they can take some solace in the fact that they faced what is clearly not just an experienced Midland Tigers side, but one with plenty of quality in it as well. An absolutely stunning performance from the Tigers, and looking forward to perhaps another chance to see them, if we can, later on in the tournament. But it all finishes up here. Midland Tigers 12, Southeast Sharks 1. Thank you so much for joining us. It was excellent to have your insight alongside.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me. It's been great, yeah, getting to watch a fantastic game, and also hopefully sharing some touch knowledge as well. So thank you.
Absolutely. Well, all finishes up here, 12-1 to the Midland Tigers, but stay tuned because it is box office coming up next. Get yourself a cup of tea, get yourself whatever you need, because it's Southeast Taipans against Southeast Sharks in the Men's Open, and that is a repeat of last year's final. It has everything you might need for a spectacular game. So stay tuned for that one coming up at 3:10.
when going from pitches, please do not walk across the main pitches of play. Please walk around the pitches when making your way to other areas of the field. Please do not cross the pitches. Thank you.
This is a game we have spoken about all day. Southeast Taipans versus Southeast Sharks, running it back from the final last year. One of the highest scoring games of touch we've seen. And you've got to think that this one's going to follow in the same vein. I'm joined on co-commentary by Bronte Sykes. How are you?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not doing too bad. My voice is slowly going, but will persist.
Good.
Oh, what a lovely opening score. Josh Henderson trying to impress his hinge date he's brought to this weekend. Lovely link punish, getting underneath the covering defender.
It's not the start the Sharks would have wanted.
No, not at all, but it's the start that we want. Well, I suppose I'm impartial. You're less so.
I'm trying to be. No, it's a Southeast shootout, which is all we kind of want. So, yeah, it's going to be a good game.
For sure, for sure. And if you look, we've got the team sheet in front of us, and it is peppered with men's and mixed opens players, elite players from all over Southeast.
Yes.
And this is the very best that England has to offer, I believe.
Yeah, it really is. Both teams are absolutely stacked, so we should see a lot of skill and flair.
Oh, just as you're talking about skill and flair. Lovely flat pass across the front of the line. Link hitting that hole beautifully.
Yeah, Charlie Thompson will be happy with that one, and he will be happy that this year the commentators know his name, because last year they did not.
Yeah, well, actually, I'll defend myself on that. You had your number wrong on the team sheet, so that's not our fault. That's not our fault.
A good finish. He is incredibly tall, so quite an easy reach for him there.
Yeah, but being that tall, being able to get down low so fast, it's incredibly impressive. Taipans look to reply. Both sides looking to focus on the short side and then moving it open. Louis Treyas on the ball. Swinger play, they pick up.
Oh, unlucky Dom.
Dom really wanted that interception. Yeah. He really wanted that interception.
Yeah, he'll be upset with himself there, but good positioning.
Repeat set of 6 now. Something you don't really want to give Louis.
No, not at all. Nice low dive, but like a good touch from Jamie.
Yeah, lovely reset. Here he is, danger man, Louis Treyas. Knocking the ball out. Ball comes inside, Louis. Lovely flat pass. Has the touch been made? Sideline ref waves it on-field ref agrees. That is 2-1.
I don't think Will Serracold will be happy with that.
Looks a tad frustrated coming off the pitch. I think he knows that he could have made that. Maybe the spacing in defence wasn't quite as on point as it needed to be, because you give Louis time and space to execute, and that is exactly what he does. Oh,
that is a very tight call there.
I do not envy the refs on that one.
Not at all. 2 great dives from both attack and defence, though.
And we're averaging more than a try a minute, which is absolutely outrageous. Can the Sharks come and reply? Looking to work the short side. Ball just goes down.
Yeah, the Southeast don't like defence, it seems.
I don't think either of these really want to defend. I think this is going to be a game that's won through attack. Last time they played, 24 tries in it going then. I mean, that's an outrageous amount of tries.
Teddy rocking a really strong mullet there.
There are some strong mullets around at the moment.
Not sure I'm a fan, but...
Each to their own, I suppose.
Good touch there from Halcyon Price, one of the 2 Price brothers.
Yeah, and just while things slow down a little bit, I'm sure that we'll end up jumping in when the action explodes, but you've had so much experience in high-performance squads. Are there going to be little battles competing for similar spots in men's open and mixed opens teams?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the talent over the last couple of years has just skyrocketed, and everyone is fighting for places now. It is going to be, I mean, I don't envy the high-performance coaches at all. It is going to be some really hard decisions to be made, but yeah, good luck to everyone.
Sharks now looking to even it up. Think that's going to be given a touch and pass. Yeah.
Unlucky Chungy.
Yeah, lovely covering touch there. Taipans just staying nice and condensed, almost giving Sharks the option to go wide. They would rather concede scores going around the outside than through the middle, but that is what Sharks can do. They can force the turnovers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think like something that is so apparent with the southeast region is the ability to sustain pressure and force turnovers.
Yeah.
I don't see in another region, you know, and I'm not just talking men's, I'm talking mixed and women's as well. They can force as many turnovers. Is that something that has just been sort of encouraged in the south?
Yeah, I think the south just seemed to be an incredibly fit region as well. Like, all of these boys are so fit, and so they can ref down. They can kind of sustain the whole 40-minute game. A lot of other teams really good energy in the first half and then kind of drop off, whereas all of these guys can really high energy for 40.
Yeah, and it is apparent every time they step on live stream, because you see that the pace of the game is just so much higher compared to most other regions, especially when it's South v South, because they match each other for pace.
It's nice, they bring each other up a lot. I'm sure that this will probably be both of their best games against each other.
Let's get ready.
Southeast now. And the transition is so strong from both sides. They're so willing to go forward. They want to ruck at such a high speed to try and pull offside calls out of each other. And like you say, this is steel sharpening steel. These are two sides that, I mean, realistically, you could probably pick either two to go and represent England, because they all have absolute bags of ability. And then you combine these with some of the absolute gems coming from the Northwest, coming from Midlands, coming from West. And you've got to think, like, that selection committee, those choices that they've got to make, I do not envy Tim Osborne in that situation.
Nor JC's next to us. He has some big decisions.
Definitely so. And I think a lot of these guys are going to be wanting to put a show out there, put their best foot forward, and just play some entertaining touch. And actually, I was just talking to a couple of my mates there. Will there be a part of them that doesn't want to show their hand fully?
I think going into this game, there was a little bit of chat like, oh, what a day, but I think it doesn't look like either team have stuck to that. It seems like everyone's going, ooh, Horatio. Yeah, the other one of the Price brothers, he super speedy, obviously a great finish there as well.
Yeah, really beautiful score to even it all.
Very nice.
I like that, because they're trying the wing tap back to condition pulling out wide and then having the link coming in hard and then forcing the turnover really quick off the back of it. Just execution is perfect. It's not often you see that sort of interception in between one and another, especially coming off the base of a ruck, the speed at which you've got to, and you're walking such a fine line to be onside in that situation.
Yeah.
If you go too early, refs are always going to ping that, but he times it absolutely perfectly.
Yeah.
And just a mistake there from the Taipans.
Oh, are they going to give in the rock there?
Yeah, I think so.
Good
I think
call,
so.
refs.
I think something that I've noticed as well, especially Will Serracold, he's probably one of the better players at the roll ball, is he's trying to dump the ball as far forward as possible, almost trying to buy the in the ruck penalty as the touching player is going back. And I think it's those little bit of dark arts, for lack of a better word, that really separates some of the elite talent and then the rest of the selection pool.
Will is one of those players that you love playing with and you hate playing against, because he draws that line really, really fine. He's very, very good at kind of pushing the limit as much as it's willing to be pushed. But yeah, I was very lucky to play with him at uni, and he is good value in a team.
Yeah, definitely, and I can speak from experience playing against Scorps. It is, it's not a fun day at the office. It really isn't. You think you've done everything right, and then they execute you regardless, and it's oh, okay, cheers, pal. Yeah.
And I mean, his experience in Oz as well is also helping him out. So.
And I'm noticing more English players going to Australia to then go and grow. And the most notable one at the moment is Emily Irons, who's flown back over to compete. And we saw yesterday on live stream, I think they won 6-1 against the Northwest, and she assisted 3 and scored 3.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, Emma's my bestie, and I have a huge amount of respect for her as a player and a teammate, and I absolutely love playing with her because she will put every ounce of her body on the line for the team, as will and a lot of the team here. There is something in the southeast
Yeah, there's something in the water, that's for sure. Sharks now rolling into a bit more of a dynamic attack. It's been a little bit static.
Yeah.
They look for the.
Oh, nice pass from Sian.
Good covering touch.
Yeah, good D there.
And a lot of people, and we've been bigging this game up all weekend because this is one to watch. And, you know, 4 tries, 10 minutes in. Some people may be looking at this going, well, actually, the score rate isn't as high as some of the other games that we've had. But you've got to understand that in other teams, there are small errors that get larger and larger and larger the longer the game goes on. The more fatigue sets in, the errors become more apparent.
Yeah.
These guys, because they are so fit and they do play at such a high level so regularly, those small errors don't really creep into their game as much, and it takes sustained pressure from the attack to create those mistakes.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling as this game rolls on, we're going to be seeing more expansive play, people trying to push a little bit harder to create mistakes and create opportunities to run away with it.
Yeah, I also think both teams are probably keeping a little bit in their locker because this will probably be the final again tomorrow, so they don't want to give everything away today, but we shall see.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is a lot of it because a lot of these players, and it may seem a little bit counterintuitive, but they know each other very well.
They know each other's game, 100%. They all know what the other one wants. Yeah, and those games are super difficult because you kind of eye up the person opposite you, and you know what they're going to try and do. But sometimes if they're too good at it, it's still, oh, that's tough.
Just ball down at the crucial moment.
Although, to be fair, Zubin there on the wing looked like he may have had that covered, even if it did go to hand. So, good effort from Zubin.
Yeah, spectacular winger as well. We saw him bag a number of tries last year. And it's just, we talk a lot about wings, and a lot of people in touch who maybe don't have a heightened level of knowledge around touch will see wings as a bit of a throwaway position.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, it's the most specialised position on the pitch.
100%. God, I would never be a winger. No way. I don't have the reads. I don't have the speed. So I have a huge, huge respect for any wingers. And I mean, at Euros this year, our wingers, Carly and Nikki, they saved our ass on a number of occasions. They really made the team. So yeah, massive respect for the wingers.
Yeah, I think it makes a massive difference because you've got to make so many reads both in defence and in offence that you've almost got to be a jack of all trades. You've got to be able to sort of like have the ball handling skills of a middle. You've got to hit lines like a link, and then you've also got to defend your outside. You're doing 3 or 4 jobs in one position,
100%.
and quite often they don't get subbed that much.
No, I know. I think for the minutes that they play, they do not get enough credit. So shout out to the wingers.
Yeah. Zubin's a big one of them. He's a spectacular winger, very specialised position.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, big hit from Max Howard there. Nice.
I love that, and this is something that you'll see a lot in this men's game especially. They are so used to operating at such a high level of physicality. And a lot of people say that touch is a non-contact sport, but if you say that, you've never played touch.
100%.
Because you know that it can get chipper, it can get bitty.
Yeah.
And sometimes when things don't go your way, you use that frustration and you try and put a little bit more of a dominant shot in, and sometimes it works your way, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Just a breakdown there. I think they're trying to work that short side.
Well done, Teddy Brooks, for keeping us cool there. He's come a long way.
Yeah, it's nice to see. It's nice to see. There are a few definitely that I've noticed this weekend, and I've got to big him up because he's done well. And I told him he owed me £10 every time he got 4 subs. But Oliver Holmes, you've not been 4 subs so far, and I don't want to jinx it, so I'm touching wood. But keeping your head is such an important part because it's so easy to snowball into that
100%.
frantic mindset.
Yeah, I was speaking to Teddy and Will after their last game, and it was a game that didn't necessarily go their way, but they were proud of themselves for keeping their head, so hopefully they can do the same again here.
Definitely. 32 short run by the Taipans, looking to go open.
Oh, unlucky.
Inside ball was on, but the execution just not quite there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Classic bend and fend.
It's always the case.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, lovely transition, and this is the difference between teams that can perform at a high level and teams that do, and their transition is so consistent and it's so fast. Is diving touch made? Good.
Yeah.
Brilliant diving touch.
Ooh. Oh,
it saves a shot. Sniper in the trees, sniper in the trees. And if you needed any reassurance that these guys know each other, there it is.
They're all laughing out there, all friendly.
Referee just telling them, yeah, but you can leave that until after the game.
Yeah.
Lovely transition. Just trying to save touches in and around that ruck. They don't want to burn too many whilst getting fresh legs on. They back their skill set to move the ball.
Yeah, good D from Sharks to keep them out here. What have they got? Ooh. Ooh.
Uncharacteristic error.
A little pump and drop.
Yeah, I don't think that ball was maybe meant to go in that instance. I've done it a couple of times where you go for a pump, you go for another, and the ball goes. You're like, hold on, I was meant to keep a hold of that. Josh Henderson, big touch in the midfield.
Unlucky from Vince there. Seems like both teams have been working on their defence over the last year, which is nice.
Yeah, definitely. It's a stark contrast to the final that we had last year, because that was no defence, all attack. There were two teams that just wanted to go and put tries on the board and as much as possible. And whilst it is a little bit slow, I just want to drop a little conversation about Marcus for the South East Taipans. Missing him this year. Yes, that's the one. Sorry.
No, you're right.
It's been a long day.
Long old day. Yeah, Mark Aldous. Yes.
Yeah. How influential is he to that Taipan side, and is it going to change the way that they address it today?
I think Mark is a huge character both on and off the field. I play with him in Scorps. I've got a lot of respect for Mark. I mean, I know how much Nationals meant to him last year. That was very clear after the final. And so I think they will, they'll be missing him this year for sure. But equally, a nice opportunity for some other people to kind of step up and take on a bit more of a role. But yeah, I'm sure that the team are really, really missing him out there.
Yeah, and we could all see how much it meant to him. I mean, in the interview afterwards, we're stood behind the camera choking up. And some people look at this game and it is a silly old game, but it does mean so much to people.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. And I mean, having been on the losing end of Nationals the last couple of years, it really, I have shed a couple of tears, I will be honest.
I think we all have, especially for that Taipan side that worked so hard for it. Didn't quite come.
Yeah, great touch there from Teddy.
They finally broke the chain last year, and I think they're going to want to give the Sharks a taste of their own medicine and go and retain it today.
Oh gosh.
Sniper in the trees.
Not sure what happened to Josh Henderson there.
Great shoot out of the line.
Yeah, he recovered.
Just to put the pressure on, but they've got to regroup now in defence.
Yeah.
I think that's the first time we've seen a real breakdown.
Let's see what they can do off the back of it now. Horatio has got incredibly good feet.
Oh, it's a bit of a joke, to be honest.
I am glad I don't have to play against him often.
And I think part of the reason why his feet are so good is because he gets so low to the ground when he moves. So that centre of gravity being so low, he can change direction and manipulate his body in ways that, I mean, I'd dislocate my knee again if I did it.
Oh, great hands from Ed there. I'm not sure where that ball was going, but Ed had it.
Ripped a little bit too hard.
Yeah, a little bit.
Dom trick.
Good touch there. Great touch on Dom. He struggled to get that one down. Early release. Get that down. Lovely. They make it look so easy.
Yeah, they really do. And they just took their time in that setup. You could see Dom in the touch beforehand struggled to get the ball down clean. And I think that's a difference maker, is recognising that, okay, we could have run that play, but it's not the right circumstances to do so.
100%. Dom is one of the most patient players out there. He, as you say, when it doesn't go to plan, he's like, okay, reset, we can go again. A really, really good trait to have. And one of the players that I love playing next to as well for that reason. Yeah,
and he always seems like one of those players that brings people up who play with him. I mean, we've seen him helping coaching some of the South East sides this weekend, and I can't, someone with that level of knowledge who has been in the high performance for so long, it's going to bring your whole region up.
For sure. He has done absolute wonder. Oh, great touch there. Oh, sorry, no touch there. Great feet from the Taipan's winger.
Insane feet. Step you in a phone booth feet.
Yeah, that was really, really good feet.
We'll wait for the number. I think it was number 8.
Hanro, there we
Hanro
go.
Russo. We were talking, me and a couple of mates were talking about him as probably one of the most underrated players in this Taipan side, because he is so electric when he gets on the ball.
I mean, that was kind of, Will Sericold had some great cover defense there, but Hanro a little bit too good on that occasion. So yeah, great finish.
Yeah, and that's one of those occasions where the attack matches the defense, and it just
100%.
pips them at the post. And
Yeah.
to go 3-all going into half time, there is nothing between these two sides.
No, I can't wait for the second half.
Yeah, Louis Chayas on the ball. We're not seeing too much of him so far. Ball just goes to ground. I think
Got a
penalty.
penalty. I don't think they know they've only got 10 more seconds.
Yeah, and that's something we've not seen a lot of, actually. We've seen a lot of... Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
You're going to have one opportunity. This is some jouet rugby if they want to play it.
Oh, they're going for it.
No touch made so far.
Yeah. Ran himself into a corner there.
Yeah, and it just gets touched in the corner, and the first half is going to end 3 apiece. And there is nothing to separate these guys so far, and I've got a feeling that the second half is going to slowly bubble into life, and we're going to start seeing these teams maybe dive just a little bit deeper into their playbook.
Yeah, I think it's they know that they've got each other again tomorrow, so it's a kind of an interesting head game as well, because you don't want to give too much, but equally you want to give enough.
Completely agree. We're going to take a very short break to save my voice more than anything, and we will be back with you in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Players and officials, stand by.
And welcome back to the second half of what is inevitably going to be, well, maybe not inevitably, but what is most likely going to be the final of the men's category. Two teams trying to figure each other out, Sharks and Taipans. That's going to be 6 more.
Unlucky there from Louis.
I thought if he shot that, maybe a little bit more conviction. I know it's easy to say from the side that was very easily within his grasp, but
Yeah, I was expecting the long ball from Charlie. That's his usual go-to.
Sweeper play coming round the short side.
Chung-Yi has incredible feet as well. Another Singapore boy. Got to shout out all the Singapore guys.
Plenty of them, plenty of them. Sharks now trying to sustain some pressure, passing around the promoted middle. Getting onto the link, just a slip at the roll ball, and that'll be loss of control.
Unlucky, Vince.
And that's something, and that level of loss of control, in inverted commas, is something that we haven't seen penalised in other divisions.
Yeah.
But with these boys on this pitch, they've got to hold themselves to the highest standard possible, and I think the referees are trying to do their bit in keeping them honest in that respect.
Yeah, for sure.
Hammer coming, long ball, flat ball to the link.
Great hole from Vince there, great hole.
What a finish, and rocking the bucket hat to go with it, son. Love that. I'm surprised it's not come flying off the pace he's run through that hole.
Yeah, it's a tight-fitting bucket hat, that. Great pass from Charlie, great finish from Vince.
Yeah, duct tape to his head, I heard.
That is a Scorps partnership. Wonderful. Love to see it.
Beautiful.
A really, really good effort from the Taipan link there. That was a great diving attempt.
Taipans now need to reply.
Oh, Tom Hardiman supposedly recently got engaged. Congratulations.
Yeah, we love that. Touch wedding, I heard.
Oh, that'd be fun.
If you want me to commentate your wedding, let me know, mate. Yeah, really good call from the referees.
Yeah.
And what I will say, especially with the big man ref, you can't really miss him, and he barks the orders, and you know exactly what he's calling.
Yeah.
He's one of those refs where you can try and convince him otherwise, but he knows what he wants.
Yeah, he refs with conviction. Good touch, Teddy B.
Yeah, and we speak a lot about painting the pictures that the refs want to see and getting off that line while someone's diving and then making that touch. It just makes the referee's decision easier.
100%, yeah, for sure.
Oh, lovely variation.
Oh, nice. Good touch. Slater made that look really easy. Oh.
Yeah, did think that the Sharks link hadn't quite got onside.
Yeah, it looked maybe a bit too easy.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe a little bit too easy, but they'll go again. I wouldn't be surprised to see Josh go for the link punish again.
Oh.
They move it open side.
Oh,
great feet.
Oh, unlucky, Tom. Great feet.
Yeah, just lost it at the last moment. Looked like he was in, and the try line was begging. But that'll give the Taipans loads of encouragement.
100%.
You know, there was 2 occasions there where the score probably could have, you know, a couple millimetres either side of the score probably could have been given, and that'll give them encouragement to know that, you know what, no matter if Sharks go up and they score from this transition, we can go and get 2 back in succession, no problem.
Yeah, still very much in it.
Oh, feet.
Oh,
ball.
oh. Yeah.
If that went through and he didn't get touched, I'm screaming down this mic, and anyone who's listening to this stream watching headphones, just enjoy that one. Little bit static in their transition.
Yeah, slow down a little bit. Just get some fresh legs on.
Yeah, just struggling to get the momentum back, but here we go.
There we
chucking
go.
it up with pace. Louis Treyas.
Nice.
And it's just died in the corner. I think you can't help but think, and we've seen a lot on the on live stream today, that touches 2 and 3 on their on people's transition have stopped their momentum going forward.
Yeah.
From your experience, touches 2 and 3, when you're really trying to get the tired legs off and fresh legs on, is that where defenses will target you and try and put pressure on?
Yeah, if you lose momentum on 2, 3 or 4, it is super hard to come back from that. If you get a good roll on 2, 3 and 4, then it's really hard to defend. So yeah, I think, unlucky. Yeah, I think touches 2, 3 and 4 is super, super key for both the defense and attack, and getting a good go forward from the attack is, otherwise you're a little bit stuck.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those areas where I was talking to Josh Henderson about it at the University Series, And I asked him the question of, do you think the team that has the most success through transition will often go on to win? And it was like, absolutely 1,000,000%. It's one of the most crucial areas of touch, is getting fresh legs on and tired legs off in the most efficient way possible.
Yeah. Otherwise, you get to kind of touch 5. It's pretty static, and you kind of just rely on a little bit of individual speed and brilliance.
And I suppose there's loads of that on the pitch, but they're matched by people who are just as good.
Exactly.
Which is why maybe we're not seeing the flash that we're so used to.
Oh, Ed looked like he might have done something there.
He's a strong boy.
Yeah.
I think he'll be fine.
Oh.
And I think that's the experience of Will Serakol really showing there, because he had the opportunity to take the touch initially and then just checked his line, almost giving the referee an extra second to make that decision.
Yeah, for sure.
And then getting the repeat set.
Also very impressive that Will had surgery really not very long ago. He has come back from a meniscus tear, so...
Oh, nasty one.
Oh. Ooh.
I think that's foot in the ruck. I think the referee's with me.
Great call, Scoops.
Yeah, love that, love that, love that.
They've got a really good attacking pod on here. Halcyon, Will, Teddy and Vince, so what are they going to do? The finger point from Will.
Yes, I might have been touched, but he was on the try line. Counties play, looking to go open side.
That was a whole body in the way of the ball there.
Yeah, that was block it by all means necessary.
Yeah. Dan Mayle, I think, got his whole body in there.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He
is.
Will Serakol really wants to take him on. Looking for the link punish.
Ooh.
Dan again, a whole body touch.
Yeah, he mixed open at Euros.
Josh Henderson.
Oh, good fly defence, Josh Henderson.
He read
he
that
really did.
years off.
Yeah, he really did. Oh.
Nice. They've brought the links up, looking for the counties again. Long ball over the top.
Oh, unlucky.
And for those of you that are a little bit confused now, this is touch 0, so they've got an extra touch to use. So this coming now is first, and now they can really use that extra touch to go and dominate in their transition. But you've got to do it against one of the most potent defences in England, which is the hard part.
They've kind of shot themselves in the foot after getting that, because there's not... Oh, Josh Henderson might have turned that around. I was about to say there's not much momentum, but then they've turned that around.
Yeah, and I think I'll be forgiven for saying that last year in the final, Josh Henderson didn't have as much of the ball as I think he would have wanted. I think a lot of it was just Louis Treyas doing what Louis Treyas does. And you know what? Fair enough. If you're in that side, let him do that, because that's exactly what I would do.
Yeah,
but in this game, he's made defensive reads.
Yeah.
He got the opening score. He's been conditioning that link punish. I think he's one of those players that this Taipan side can rely to do a number of things really well.
For sure, and equally, Louis can't have done all that he did last year without the players around him. So it is very much, I mean, you cannot deny Louis' undeniable skill and talent, but a touch, unfortunately, can't be a one-man game. So it is credit to all of them around him as well. And yeah, Josh Henderson very much in that.
Yeah, and I think last year we saw Louis Treyas, Josh Henderson and Camille Shahabdeen all working together, and they're not necessarily on the same page now. Lovely little show and go, little pump, get it in behind, and the Sharks go 2 to the good.
Very nice from Charlie Thompson there. He did well to get that ball down so quickly.
And it's just such a disguised play. I thought for all money that this ball was going. They look to run the doggies and they check it back on the inside. Lovely show and go. Louis Treyas is in the passing lane.
Great honesty there from Louis as well. Hands straight up. Yeah, great attack.
Yeah, and again, one of my favourite moments of commentary in general was last year in the final, where Sharks ran a 32 counties. Through a beautiful flat pass across the front. Dom Tripp's coming in that traditional line that he does so well at link at that 45-degree angle. And Louis Treyas turns around to Dom and applauds his effort. And I think that shows just the level of respect that these guys have for each other.
For sure.
And they know that steel sharpens steel, and even if the result doesn't go their way today, they will all be better players for it.
Yeah, and knowing that in a couple of weeks' time they'll probably be teammates at Euros also. They can't lose the friendship over it here.
No, definitely not. Little bit unhappy, but I think it was more of a playful protest rather than anything serious. A couple of these touches now becoming a little bit more physical, chest on chest, a little bit.
Kill it in the corner.
Yeah, Sharks looking to kill it in their corner, so force the Taipans to do all of the work. That's brilliant hands to not to fumble that. Little bit of a loss of communication between the two of them, but they rectify it really well, and all of a sudden Taipans have got the roll on. Supporting players just a little bit too deep, which allow the Sharks to get up and close off the space. They've got to scoop, they've got to be aggressive, and that's really well defended. Just defending space rather than people and not allowing gaps to appear.
Yeah, really nice defense from Sharks. Didn't look like Taipans had much there. I think Camille was the top try scorer 2019 World Cup at the Mixed Open.
He's a potent bloke, he's Camille.
Yeah. Heard a lot of it was running around girls, but hey ho, we'll forgive him.
I'm sure he won't forgive you for that, but we move on.
Oh,
Sharks.
nice cut. Oh,
give it.
Unlucky. And really nice cut from Halcyon and someone.
Lovely little cut, disguise play. Looks to go over the top.
God.
If that's given, that's the finish of the year.
Surely not.
No, pass has just gone forward. Looks like
that is such a shame.
Looks like he might have hurt himself a little bit in the process.
Good touch, Stephen. Oh, bless it. Oh, no, he's... Oh,
he has hurt himself a little bit, and he'll feel a little bit frustrated that the refs haven't rewarded his spectacular effort.
I think dives like that, you just got to give it.
Yeah, just give it for flair, if anything, if not for anything else.
Good. Right. JWS is very good at running forward and running really hard.
Definitely, definitely. And actually, me and Angus were talking earlier about like the mechanics of the roll ball and being able to win those, win the rucks on your own terms. My view of it was, especially when you're transitioning on and you want to get that scoop, the bend in the hips early is so important, so you get low to the ground and stay strong. And if you're upright, you get pushed off it. Yeah,
for sure. I think there is far more of an emphasis on bend and fend now. It is something that Australia are very good at. Get nice and low, nice and early to allow the scooper to get in there.
Yeah, and I think it used to be called cannonball. That's
yes,
correct?
Yeah, I have heard that term as well.
Yeah, because you just want to roll through people.
Exactly.
Lovely little dump there to get the drive going, and the Sharks finding so much momentum in this second half, and the Taipans have they've really got to put some pressure on and force some turnovers if they want to close this deficit down. Doggies plays coming round, they give it to the sweeper.
Good. Ooh.
Taipans player onside. We'll wait for the referee's decision.
Was it Vaughan? Yeah, Vaughan number 1.
Yeah, offside called.
It did look a little easy there.
Yeah, I suppose that's something to watch out for. If it looks a bit too easy, because it normally is, and something's gone wrong.
Now Dom on a doggies.
Oh, look at a long and strong.
Stretch.
It's what he does.
Great finish. And the Sharks women at the end cheering him on.
Beautiful. If there's anyone who wants to learn how to dive in touch, then you just got to take a look at this and watch it on repeat for the next few hours. Because this is picture perfect. He comes round at such speed.
That will go straight to his head.
As long as he shouts me out on his Instagram for it, I'm not gonna be too fussed.
Oh yeah, that is really there's no question about that. Great score.
And something that must have influenced the Taipans' defence is the conditioning that they use from the doggies. We've seen them run that sweeper play and then give it back to the dumping player.
The doggies,
and then the half could always take off as well.
Yeah.
So you've got 3 really viable options from one platform, and the defence have got to make a choice. If they make the wrong one, the caliber of player will execute.
Exactly, and knowing that all of these guys also have very good passing skills as well, the doggies two-step is a real threat. So, yeah, it's a difficult move to defend. Ooh.
Oh, lovely catch and pass in the corner. The ref waves it on, and Southeast Taipans do have their reply.
Nice, another good finish from Hanro there.
Lovely finish in the corner, and this is just about keeping the play alive. They recognise they've not got a lot of touches to work with. I believe that the ref's hand was up for 5th. So they run a switch to engage the middle. The middle's out of position.
Yeah. I mean, the defence is a little bit all over the place there. But, a nice pump.
Yeah, great catch and finish in the corner. Probably a few millimetres. Probably a few millimetres away from being in touch, but they're the fine lines we walk.
Yeah, really good finish.
Superb score. And if Taipans can get hold of this ball as soon as possible, anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure. Great defence there from Taipans. They're really shutting down a lot of threat coming from Marcus Chung there. So Good defence.
And something that's really impressive is the way that they're just able to nominate single players to go and make the touches, although that long ball is absolutely superb. I think it's going to be given a forward pass, though.
Charlie Thompson not happy with that call. There was 0 defender in sight. But yeah, hey-ho.
Again, if it looks too easy.
Yeah, exactly. Probably a reason for it.
But Taipans, this is a much
Good
better
roll
transition.
On there, yeah.
Fresh legs on more efficiently than what we've seen.
Yeah. Nice. Get it down, get it up.
Good scoop. They go open side.
Nice
Lovely
ball.
ball. Tap on.
No!
Just goes to floor, and that would have been spectacular if it went.
Yeah, that is a real shame. A real shame, but hopefully they'll get another shot.
I'm sure they will. I think even if there was 60 seconds left on the clock, you can't write this Taipan side off.
Not at all. That was a great pass.
Lovely flat ball. The slap on was there as well. Hands just failing at the crucial moment.
Oh, little shove out the way there from Ed.
Yeah, get out of my roll ball, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, and a couple of these just uncharacteristic errors that
Yeah.
actually are adding a little bit more flavour to the matchup, because
for sure.
they can appear out of nowhere and they do only appear through pressure, and that's an interception by Will Sericol. He just gets touched before he can go and get the score.
Yeah, well done Adam Pellier there being on it.
Yeah, and good hands from Will as well. There was a big old juggle. You can get flustered when the ball's in the air for that long.
Another good attacking pod on here. And Teddy.
Oh, throw it next time, big boy. Throw it next time.
He did say earlier he wanted to try and out the back, so maybe that was his wimped out attempt.
You've got to try it.
Yeah.
Lovely flat pass. Oh, brilliant touch.
Halcyon not happy with that call.
Brilliant touch.
Yeah, really nice covering touch there. Really nice attack and defence.
The conditioning from the Sharks' attack has been superb, and there's the out-the-back pass. And the supporter catches it like he's a true veteran.
That's what Teddy was trying to do.
The only thing that would have made that more impressive is if he had a pint in hand whilst he caught it. And just a little bit stop-start around touches 2 and 3. But now they're going to get the drive on.
Oh, Louis on the scoop.
Bang. The feet, can he condition?
Unlucky. Yeah, it's just very evenly matched. Ooh.
Lovely touch.
Yeah,
I love
and
that.
well done to Teddy for getting that down. I'd have been straight off the ball. And again.
We love it, though. The refs are encouraging
for
it.
Sure.
They want a fair level of
Exactly.
physicality.
As long as they can match up, it's all fine.
And there's all smiles around, so they know that this is what they've signed up for, is a 2-on-1.
Oh, unlucky. That looked very slick.
Yeah, and some of the handling here. Here it is, flat ball.
No
Maybe
way
not.
That's both the Price brothers attempting the out the bag, both gone dreadfully.
Maybe trying to one-up each other, trying to get the bragging rights in the sibling rivalry. I mean, if there's any time to do it, it is with 90 seconds left on the clock and 2 scores to the good.
Exactly. It would be nice to see Taipans get one more now.
For sure. And they're definitely capable of doing so.
For sure.
But I just think it's this transition that's really hampered their chances in this game.
Sharks have done a really good job at shutting down the box, which makes the job of the people coming on really difficult. A nice turnover there. Jamie Ironside, the most trustworthy player out there.
He's one of them where you can always rely on him just to do a job.
Well, exactly. And so incredibly fit as well. Like, can run for hours. Oh,
sniper in the trees.
Yeah.
Sniper in the trees.
Unlucky.
I think some of these boys got to change the footwear.
Yeah.
Nearly again.
Yeah.
He's going to double up on sniper.
Yeah, not much on that.
I think Taipans are just going to want to drive down this other end. They've got 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah. It'd be nice to see them get a little roll on here, but...
Just give a good account of themselves.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think, because I don't think that the result of this game is in doubt, Taipans may go and get another score, but there's not enough time really for them to go and change the result of it. Do you think Taipans would be overly worried with their performance?
No, I don't think so. I think both teams are capable of another level, and I'm sure that if they face each other in the final tomorrow, then it will be a completely kind of fresh sheet, and they will both bring something new out the park. So I don't think either team will be particularly worried after this.
And also, just to follow on from that, obviously we've highlighted the Taipans transition as an area which Sharks have really targeted.
Yeah.
Do you think Taipans have not changed that because they have another option they're waiting to use?
Yeah, I imagine so. They are incredibly smart players, and knowing that Mark Aldis is in the box right now, I'm sure he's plotting for how to kind of combat that tomorrow. He's Mr. Stats man and a very good very good
analysis.
Thank you. That's the one. So yeah, I'm sure he's got another thing in his back pocket to
Yeah, I
out tomorrow.
completely agree. And there's no sad faces out there. I think they know that that was the warm-up and the real one comes tomorrow.
For sure.
Bronte Sykes, thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much.
We've got two finals coming up next. We've got the men's 30s final, followed by our final game of the day, which is the women's 27s finals. We'll take a very quick break and we'll be back in a moment.
Chris will be doing the presentations for that. And then the second game, the last game of the day, there are 3 finals and 3 pitches. Again, there will be a presentation after the final game of the day. So we request that all 3 teams from the finals make their way to the new pavilion. So we can get the presentation underway. shove down pitch side now. We're about to get our first final underway, men's third, in a few minutes. We're counting down, we've got about just over 3 minutes to go. We'll be welcoming both teams onto the field and our team rep as well. We're back in a minute, we'll get the tunnels going, and we'll put that still then on the show pitch.
Welcome back, everyone. We are into finals touch rugby, the men's over 30s finals. Southeast Taipans against the Southwest Saxons, rather. You can see out in front of us a tunnel formed for the players as they enter the field. We've got a number of seriously talented players out there on both sides, including a number of this Taipan side that played in the Open final last year. And I'm going to run through these teams really quickly for you before we start. The Taipans: Richard King, Andrew Dyer, Daniel Wines, Rory Moore, Doug Maltby, Gareth Weaver, Jamie Patterson, Colin Scott, Ross Bray, George Headley-Miller, Tom Smith, Richard Moody, Stuart Bussell, Jack Judd and James Hurd. They are your Southeast Taipans. Your Southwest Saxons are Santino Alessandro, Ryan Anthony, Silas Benson, Tim Ellis, Marcus Evans, Robert Griss, Stephen Holland, Mike Holland, Akshan Jurashina, Anthony Kalanko, Will Lush, Rupert Macy, Andrew Smurden, Aaron Tregas, James Webber and Toby Williams. We are moments away from this final kicking off, and Joe, this is going to be a cracker.
Oh, finals footy is always different. It's always another level of intensity, and these guys know that their weekend is built to this point. Only one team will go home victorious and another team will go home ruin missed opportunities. It's a little bit of a southern derby as well, Southeast versus Southwest. A number of these players are going to know each other. They're going to have a couple little personal battles whilst they're on the pitch. It's set up to be a really entertaining affair.
Well, the build-up around this pitch has been electric. The music has been pumping. We've had the team names thumped out over the tannoy. The hooter now goes, and the Southwest Saxons get us underway in their blue shirts, playing from left to right up against the Taipans in red. And it's a big, fast start from the Saxons, making early ground. Working through the middle now, but an early turnover.
And I think that's something we're going to see a lot of. Putting pressure on. Really sort of not giving any attack an opportunity to get going, trying to apply as much pressure as possible.
Taipans then, their first attacking opportunity of the game. What have they got in store for us? Saw a thriller with their open side over against the Sharks just a few moments ago. What can their over 30s do in this final? They'd love a bit of silverware. Big pass comes out but goes to ground, and it's turnover possession again.
Yeah, and I think both sides are just going to feel each other out for the first few minutes. There is a bit of anxiousness around finals footy. No one wants to be the person to make the first mistake, but you've got 40 minutes. You want to make that mistake as early as possible. Be brave. Always try and, take the extra yard. Really sort of go out there and leave everything out on the pitch. Saxons looking to scoop. They pass to the open side. Great hands, but it's just killed in the corner.
And again, no one yet breaking into that red zone at either end. Taipans, big aggressive touch that time, and I think that's been whistled.
Yeah, just a little bit, and it's just that downwards pressure on the player that's like really sort of, you could see the Taipan's player's body jolt under the pressure of the touch, and when those sort of things are expressed to the referees, it just makes their decision so much easier.
I guess, though, in the opening exchange, it's good to test what the referee's boundaries are on that.
Yeah, definitely. And you want to figure out what you can get away with and what you can't get away with. We saw in the men's game just gone, there was a lot of physicality in there, and the refs were largely happy to let it go because it was matched by both people. That's a missed opportunity there for the Saxons to get some go forward and try and put it to the Taipans.
Both sides with a couple of early errors as things settle down in this final. Just waiting to see if someone can create a bit of an opening, just calm things down, and things have just calmed down slightly here. The pace has just slowed. It was a frantic opening couple of minutes.
Oh, superb show and go. The whole defense bought it, and there's the opening try for the Taipans.
Well, look at that. As the pace slows, we see what you can do with that, just as you change that pace that the game is being played at.
Just a little show and go. It's just boom, bye. Go straight through.
Richard Moody was in the open side last year. He's into the over 30 side this year and playing like a man with that sort of quality at his disposal with that early try. Gives the Taipans a 1-0 lead here.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of having the overs side and the open side competing on the same weekend, is a lot of the people who, you know, are playing in the 30s, who could play in the opens, choose to play in the 30s, and then it gives new players opportunities to come and take their spots in the open side, and overall it increases the competition level through every single division.
Certainly does. Saxons then looking to just find a bit of momentum of their own and injecting a bit there through the pace of Tim Ellis. Touch is complete though, so we switch back to possession for the Taipans, who bring it out to this near side, and Jamie Patterson. Good interchange of passing from the Taipans. That's found them a few extra yards that perhaps they weren't expecting. And now they're right up into that threatening position. Another little dummy from the try scorer. Scooting through almost.
Yeah, brilliant touch there from Marcus Evans, and he's one of the more experienced players in this Saxon side. He's got a lovely long ball on him, and he's got wheels as well. He's a very dynamic player. And in the, you know, this Saxons pod that you see is probably the danger pod, and they got stuck in defence through a poor transition and a turnover, and now they're subbing on. And now the Saxons really need to go forward and put the pressure on the Taipans. At the moment, the Taipans are able to nominate single shooters and just go and make those touches under no pressure. Here's the opportunity now for a scoop. Tries to go around the outside. Brilliant diving touch there from the Taipans.
As the player gets to his feet for just a brief moment, they had an extra player active in the field. Slows down just a touch now, though. They work across and make a few of their substitutions.
Yeah, lovely continuity in the transition, but Southwest Saxons just closing the space and making the touches early doors, and now they're struggling to get any sort of momentum into their scoop. Scoop is coming now, but they've got a whole flat and ready defence against them.
And they run out of touches, and Saxons will take possession, working their way up that far side, getting as close as they possibly can to that subs box. Doing a pretty good job of it, were they? And then
just told to come back, tap penalty, so a reset. Is Marcus Evans and Rob Grist, the two very dynamic players for the Saxons, and I wouldn't be surprised if these are the two that the Saxons really want to get in the in attacking areas as much as possible. Rob Grist has got amazing feet, and Marcus is just a complete player. They go pick up, go side, they run the cut underneath. Touch made, just lovely designed play. It's just not quite come off for him. Lovely feet here. Marcus Evans, there's a hole there. Just goes for the dummy pump, and it doesn't quite happen.
And in finals rugby, is there a temptation to try and get your best players on the field for a little longer than you might have done throughout the rest of the day, or do you just have to keep rotating at that same pace you have been?
So it's a fine line. This pod that for the Saxons are the pod that they're going to want to attack. I think that is just fair to say. They've got two really dynamic players who can go and unlock a defence at will. but you cannot run them into the ground early doors. You cannot just have them on the pitch all the time to try and get scores, because there's only so much that a human body can do in one instance. So there's a very fine line between rotations, but also getting the pods you want in the areas that you want. You don't really want this pod to spend too much time in defence. You want them attacking. You want them in a free-flowing attack. And at the moment, the Taipans are just forcing too many turnovers for that to be the case. So that's a lovely link hole. Superb.
Taipans with their second score of the game. And just look at this and talk us through that. That's a glorious bit of passing and a glorious bit of control to collect that pass.
Yeah, and it's just measured attack. They've got 2 waves off this. It's almost a little bit of a screen. So they've got the Rappos chopping in the link middle hole. And then the link on the outside is chopping the link wing hole, and the weight of the pass is perfect, but the ability to reach up, grab it, and then dot it down before the covering defender can make the touch is really impressive from the Taipans. And 2-0 up in 7 minutes, and they're good value for it.
And a key defensive stop there as well to maintain that 2-0 lead. There was an opening there for the Saxons if they could have got the ball away. The Taipans will be pushing for a third. It's been a fast start here from them. Just slowed a bit there by just overrunning the touch slightly.
Yeah.
And then scrappy ball.
Just an unforced error there. That's something that the Taipans are going to want to cut out as soon as possible, because at the moment they're playing a really nice game. They're putting loads of pressure on the Saxons and not allowing them, not affording them any sort of time or space on the ball. But if you start to let unforced errors creep into your game and you surrender possession to your opposition, at some point they're going to make you pay for it.
Saxons trying to set something up here. Ball back inside.
Oh, feet! Absolute feet!
Saxons trying to work something and working something to magical effect just when they needed it. Taipans had opened the scoring out. The Saxons strike back and close that gap to 2-1.
Yeah, number 6, Tim Ellis with their feet. Look, bang, right foot step. Covering defender can't quite get there. He just saunters in the end. Diving defender's got no chance. Beautiful score, and that just goes to show what the Sharks can do when they force the turnovers and sustain some pressure. They can really make this Taipan side work for it. But that's a lovely flat ball and reply from the Taipans.
The Taipans strike back. No sooner have the Sharks tried to... Oh, sorry, the Saxons rather, getting my southern teams all mixed up. No sooner have the Saxons created some momentum than the Taipans just immediately stymie it. It's a brilliant pass out from Richard Moody, who's already got 1 try to his name, and it's a simple finish in the corner in the end for Jamie Patterson, who's come all the way from Australia.
Yeah, and I was talking to Bronte Sykes earlier about English players going and getting that experience in Australia, and it does just level you up. The competition level in Australia is so intense that whoever does go out there to go and train and learn and develop their game comes back an infinitely better player.
Taipans then have opened up a 3-1 advantage, but Saxons have a good attacking opportunity here. We've seen what they can do from this part of the field already with that superb bit of footwork from Ellis, who's got his hands on the ball again.
Lovely fire up. Mark. Ball down? Or he's giving touch first? Giving touch first. That's a really, really good covering touch. Marcus Evans trying to go underneath the defender. The Saxons ran a really well-designed fire up to look like they were going to go short side, and then the half just turns and fires it to the open side. Rob Grist with Tim Ellis on the ball, just can't quite find the pass, but they're going to get an offside call.
Shame there for the Saxons. If that pass had just been a little bit more accurate, they were in for an absolute walk-in. Already midway through this first half, pace of this game has been high. The intensity's been high as well. Silverware on the line.
Yeah, sweeper play coming around. Rob Grist on the ball, does the tap back. Lovely feet, steps him in the phone booth, gets the ball down. I think the Taipans player is claiming the touch, so that will be given a touch and pass.
Robert Grist, my notes here, steps so much he often steps himself. Well, we saw that in full evidence there.
Yeah, he's a superb player. I've played against him a couple of times, and his feet are absolutely electric. You cannot afford him too much space because he will make you pay.
Rain just starting to spit down slightly. It wasn't due until 8 o'clock tonight, actually, but could just make things a little trickier out there. We saw the greasy ball this morning in the dew causing a few problems for teams. We'll be hoping it just stays clear for long enough to get these finals done so we can have as high a quality as we possibly can.
For sure, for sure. And at the moment, Taipan's doing a really good job of just stunting any sort of momentum that the Saxons will gain from their transition. They've got one more touch and they'll look to scoop. Trying to scoop through. There is a hole there. Can he find the pass? There's just no one there to support him. And that's an opportunity that goes begging.
Taipans, 3-1 lead, working their way through the middle here. Now putting a bit of width on it, trying to find some space, trying to get towards their box. But in doing so, they've kind of forced it. The ball comes loose and the Saxons will have possession, and starting from the halfway line, they'll view this as a real attacking opportunity, a chance to close things to one score.
Yeah, Saxon's just a little bit static, trying to get fresh legs on, but sacrificing too much field position to do so. Now they're not going to have many touches to play with when they're going to try and strike. Not necessarily a positive platform there. Rob Grist on the ball. Takes the ball down, sweepers come in, Marcus picks up, goes the other way, lovely pump, goes through the outside. Can he find his supporting player? And there's just a little bit of a tangle, and that is sick touch.
That's really good commitment from both attacker and defender to both get their hands on the ball.
Yeah, I think that's called putting your body on the line, and in finals footy, that's exactly what you want to do. But the Southwest Saxons team getting a no-touch call, rolling the ball unnecessarily, ball down called, and Taipans feel a little bit frustrated at that call.
Saxons then took that about as slowly as they possibly could to get their players on the field without wasting any touches, and just slowing the pace right down here. We saw that work successfully for the Taipans earlier on. Can they do something with it here, the Saxons? Not quite on that occasion, but they've got plenty of touches to play with, and they'll know that. They'll just keep it calm, work until they can create an opening, and they might just have created one there.
Lovely score, lovely score. Taipan's defenders claiming the touch, but he was too far behind the line. Lovely reply there from the Saxons, and it's 3-2 Taipans. And Saxons are slowly starting to bubble in their attack. They're slowly starting to find what's working against this Taipans defence. And it's a lovely little score in the end.
Toby Williams, the try scorer, the vice captain, getting across the line, closing that gap down to just a single try. Taipans looking to strike back almost immediately. Doing really well to hang on to that ball, actually, using the knee to help control it. James Hurd, the man that kept this attack alive for them, and a good pass comes in. Has it been got down by Richard King? We'll find out in just a second. Not quite, not quite. It was a great effort.
Touch, brilliant touch, just to stop him from getting that ball down. If he wasn't there, then it was a guaranteed score. Saxons just struggling to get some go forward in their transition, maybe just carrying the ball a little bit too much. They now need to try and save a touch. And the referee calls over the mark. Turnover for the Taipans, and brilliant field position to try and extend their lead.
Taipans immediately get the ball moving so they can set up from the middle of the field. Patterson touched that time into the hands of Moody, who's been a real influence through the game. But just as I say that, of course, something goes wrong, and the Saxons will have possession again.
Yeah, Saxons slowly starting to figure out what the Taipans are trying to do in attack. Saxons are more defending space at the moment, which doesn't allow for many holes to appear, and it's proving helpful as the Taipans struggling to get much momentum going forward in the attack. And Saxons now look to get the roll on. That ball looked like it was slapped out of hand.
Taipans under a bit of pressure there, and just releasing that pressure valve with what was potentially a penalty scenario,
Yeah.
and was indeed. So the Saxons will have 6 to play with here in a very, very dangerous part of the field.
They look for the link punish. Just can't quite go through the gap, but they'll use all the touches afforded to them.
Saxons going slow so they can go fast, and buying themselves a penalty with that as well. Clever play from the Saxons. Having a little think about trying to buy another one, but that time doesn't quite work.
Link punish again, they're going to go open side. Marcus decides to take himself. Phase play, needs to go wide. It does go wide, and it's grounded in the corner. That is a phase play straight out of a playbook. Beautiful score to level things up. Yeah, this is lovely. You take the ball really hard to the line. They take the touch, and instead of retreating back to the 7, they just take it quick. Marcus Evans is there, sharp as anything. Long ball over the top, and a lovely finish from the winger.
Looked like Rupert Macy that got it over in the corner, wearing 16. They're going to have possession right back again. 3 tries each, 2.5 minutes to play here in the first half. Been tough to separate these two teams. There's going to be another 20 minutes to come after the half-time break. Who is going to get the silverware? It all remains to be seen. Saxons almost getting away there. Just a sniff of something.
Yeah, that's twice now. Taipan's players targeting the ball rather than the man. The ref's given 6 more rather than the touch. Saxons again looking for the link punish and exposing the fact that the Taipan's players are not advancing in their 7.
Saxons working towards the left, getting the dive in. Has he got across the line? Not quite, has it? Yeah, he has indeed. Thought there might have been a touch that came in. Perhaps the big celebration is trying to con the referee into giving the try.
I think a little bit, but she's given it.
The big con has worked. Robert Grist getting the try. Well, we'll see on the replay here whether the touch came in or not.
Yeah, I thought the touch might have just been there, but from an offside player. I think the referee, rather than giving the penalty, has just called advantage, allowed the try to stand.
Nice bit of refereeing, and what that means is that the Saxons have turned this one around. They were behind 3-1, now they lead 4-3. We're moving towards final few plays of this first half kind of a territory. Taipans, and that ball goes loose. So now we almost certainly will see the Saxons take this lead into half-time, barring an aberration. And of course, we get that aberration. Loose ball. Chance here then for the Taipans to level it up before the break. Need to be reasonably speedy about it. Time is ticking. Instead, they just hit the brakes a little bit. There's the hooter. They need to score off this play. The big wide pass comes in. They're across the line, but the touch comes in. And we will go in at half-time with the Saxons leading the Taipans 4 tries to 3. And Joe, that's been an intense and a tight and a fast-paced half of touch.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what's changed with the Saxons is they sorted their pods out. Now, the pod with Marcus, Rob and Tim are not always defending, and they were able to get sustained pressure on the Taipans line. And I think every time they've got there, they're making them pay, and they're really sort of putting it to them. And at the moment, the Taipans need to find a way of stopping the momentum when the Saxons get into their red zone, because it's just a little bit too easy for them right now.
Absolutely. Well, what a thrilling half, and we've got another 20 minutes of this coming up. So do stick with us for the second half. Currently at half-time, it's Southwest Saxons leading the Southeast Taipans 4-3.
Make sure your teams are ready.
30 seconds then to go until this second half gets underway. And Joe, we are in a real final here, aren't we? So tight, so tense. Feels like it could go either way.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, Saxons have so much experience in this sort of scenario. A lot of these guys play together a lot, and I find it very interesting that the pod that Saxons have put out to defend is not the pod with Marcus Evans in, Tim and Rob, because I think this is the pod that is more defensively sound, and I think this is the way that this second half is going to go. From the Taipans' perspective, they've shown that they can unlock this Saxons defence. They've just not been able to do it consistently enough. They've not been able to find that pressure that is going to allow them to really stretch this Saxons defence. At the moment, the Saxons are feeling a little bit comfortable, I reckon, and Taipans just need to change the pace to try and change the complexion of the game.
Well, they've certainly got an early chance to try and do that, but the pass doesn't go to hand. It wasn't really to either player that was out there. And so the Saxons and this defensive-minded unit will try and work their way across and possibly bring in a more attacking-minded unit if they can get the opportunity, finding the going tough to get across, but now they've got across to that side. Good footwork to get there. And now hitting the pace button through the middle. Scooped up, looking for a bit of space. Touch comes in though, and the Taipans will have the ball back. Referee just wanted that one slowed down a little bit. And now we get going again. Taipans working to the right, getting their changes made. Through the gears. Out to the space on the left-hand side, but we're called back. And those errors, they just can't allow for those, can they?
No, they really can't. And I think that's one of those instances where the Taipans are trying to just get a little bit more momentum going forward by trying to really push the line of where they dump the ball after the touch has been made. And I think in that instance, it was a little bit too obvious that the Taipans player had taken an extra step or so to try and gain a little bit of an advantage, and really well defended from the Saxons. Now can they go up and extend their lead?
And is that an indication of just how much pressure the Saxons' defence is putting on them?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a massive indication. That is a lovely hole.
A wonderful pass and a great angle to hit the pass on, and the Southwest Saxons have just extended their advantage. Talk us through this, Joe. Brilliant stuff.
It's just the setup is superb. They're engaging both middles at all times, so neither one of them can come and cover the other, and that's a beautiful left to right long ball, and the link is running at such a deep angle that the Taipans players aren't even aware that he's there until he is. And even if the Taipans react to it, there's a winger out there completely unmarked. It's a beautifully designed play, and it takes them 2 scores to the good now, and Taipans need to reply.
Saxons out to a 5-3 lead, but Taipans on the attack here, trying to find some space. Good handling, but that's their touches all used up.
And it seems like Taipans, especially at the end of their set, all they're trying to do is kill the ball on this side. They're not really trying to be too explorative on fifth touch. It's very safe, it's very conservative. I think the deeper we go into the second half, the more they're going to have to push the line on when they attack and when they don't.
Getting the rewards for it this time, though, as the Saxons spill the ball. And in a great area for the Taipans to attack from. Just having to hold that one up a little bit, though, while they waited for some of their players to get on.
Yeah, good offside call there. It's just Taipans taking their time with the touch, making the referee aware that they're dropping early.
Taipans just starting to create something. Not quite sure, so they had to just step on the brakes there, see what they can get going. It's good defense so far from the Saxons. Taipans, now they go. Plays on, dive in. Touch was made.
Dive was just a little bit too tall, and it's made the defender's job a lot easier. If it's lower to the ground, then they'll find more success.
Ball back inside, and the dive comes in this time, and this time it might be successful. This time it is successful. The Taipans hit back against the Saxons.
Yeah, and this is a design play, so this is a sweeper play. Yeah, we'll see it get set up now. Number 3 is crabbing all the way around, and instead of giving him the ball, they check back on the inside, drop it low, so he collects it really low to the ground, and all he has to do is dive over for the score. Another beautifully designed play. And Taipans must feel like they're back in this now after forcing a turnover and a score.
Andrew Dyer with the score there, but the Saxons are right back on the attached touch just made in the nick of time. Andrew Dyer, a new addition to this men's 30 squad for the Taipans. Voice of calm, apparently. Nothing calm about that finish, though. It's an expert piece of finishing. Saxons looking to strike back immediately, though, and doing so. Tim Ellis with the nasty footwork once again.
The setup that you see, so this is a link punish. So this is a link dumping on a link, trying to take him on his outside, and then the variation comes. Marcus Evans feeds the ball, dumps on the link, tries to get on the outside. Nope, we're going the other way, and you give someone like Tim Ellis all the space in the world to use his feet to get on the outside of his opposite man, and that is just too easy in the end. And Southwest Saxons take their lead back to 2, and Taipans need a reply.
Shows you the level we're playing at, though, doesn't it? That they created that space, but actually you needed the footwork of an Ellis to be able to take advantage of that, because the space closes up so fast at this level.
Yeah, and this is what the good teams do. They implement structures to allow individual brilliance. That is a design play to give Tim Ellis all the space in the world to go and step someone in a phone booth. And that's exactly what he's delivered. And these are design plays to complement some of their players' biggest attributes. I think as well, you would not be able to run that play without someone like Marcus Evans being able to throw that 20-yard pass as accurately as he can. Oh, and again.
Ellis again with the footwork, and they've almost run the space out wide as he gathered it in at the second attempt and got it down.
Oh, 6 more. The referees are calling it was tapped in flight. Absolutely insane stuff. I thought he'd reeled that in. Oh, no, referees changed their mind.
Well, it was almost spectacular there by the Saxons, but the Taipans live to fight another day, and then another error, and it sees the Saxons with an absolutely golden opportunity here.
Yeah, Saxons are targeting that first touch so much, trying to put pressure on. Oh.
And they take advantage, and it's Tim Ellis again. Hat-trick in the final for Ellis. And the Saxons are absolutely on fire in this second half.
Yeah, and if you think that looks too easy, you've got to remember that Taipans pod has been on. It's already defending an entire set. It's tried to get off, made the mistake. Marcus Evans takes his middles on the outside. The link isn't covering close enough, and Tim Ellis can just receive the ball and dive over the line. Another design play to complement the speed and accuracy that the Saxons play at.
And this time Ellis didn't even need to use his footwork, just had to get the dive in. Taipans looking to strike back though. Big pass comes in, and they're going to get across the line. Stuart Bustle with the finish, and that was a timely score for the Taipans because they were in danger of this one just getting out of reach a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm actually going to compliment the Taipans link here because the line that he runs engages the winger, so the winger's got to go with him. And you can see 4 Saxons players all congested because there's so many lines being run and no one's marking the winger. Credit to the ball carrier to recognise that that was the correct option. Lovely left to right long ball. I know it's developing into a little bit of a shootout.
Certainly is. That one closes things to 2. Crucial score for the Taipans. Keeps this one in the balance. Still ages left to go. 12 minutes. Anything can happen here. Referee's having a bit of a debate with the Saxons about what's going on, but Saxons should be happy enough. They're keeping possession. Ellis then looking to instigate the fast play and use that fast footwork, and across the line they go again. As the touch come in? I'm not sure it has. Grist got across the line. Touch did come in, but they have another chance here. Plenty of touches left, I think, as Grist initiates the play with Ellis. Just taking their time here, looking to see what options they can set up. Now Grist again, Ellis again, moving it to the right-hand side. Is there some space out there? Touch just comes in, does it? Oh, that is magical play. The footwork, the handling. And is that a 4th score for Ellis? No, it's not. The touch came in, but oh my word, that was almost magical.
And this is what they can do. This is why Saxons want this pod in attack, because they can create magic from nothing. I thought I'm getting my Mark and Marcus is mixed up. Marcus Evans had evaded the touch and got the sexy offload away. It's just not quite got there, and Saxons are going to have to come back and reply.
Big booming pass comes in, almost intercepted. They'll have 6 more, but that was so close either way to being a try.
I thought we were going to get full length then. My heart can't take it.
Saxons putting so much pressure on. This time they get across on the right-hand side.
Oh, what a touch. What a touch.
Still they go, the Saxons. Oh, this is a tiresome defensive set for the Taipans. The Saxons putting so much pressure on. Another big pass coming out, but this time the touch coming in on that wing again. Ellis, Grist, back to Ellis. The call comes in, the play is known. Grist, back to Ellis. Touch is made, but it's on the ball. What will be given here by the referee? Possession turned over, Taipan survive it, and that is a crucial defensive set to come out of without conceding.
Oh, that's a hard touch. He's getting a little bit chipper out there. Saxons players feeling a little bit unhappy because the Taipans were advancing ever so slowly out of their 7 and felt like they could have had a penalty, and they go and vent those frustrations in a hard touch, and it just alleviates all that pressure that they'd applied. Taipans then now have an easy out and can roll into their line attack.
Well, having survived that defensive set under enormous pressure from the Saxons, the Taipans now have a chance to try and create something and close that gap down. Pass comes in and the ball goes down. Touch came in. So close to a try there for Ross Bray.
You have no idea how hard that pass is to execute. You have no idea. That flat right to left ball. It's so unlucky that the Saxons defender has just been able to come across, because that was picture perfect. Absolutely picture perfect.
Saxons getting a bit sticky there next to their box, but they've just about emerged with it. Now they're into their float, working upfield. Not quite on the same wavelength though. Player coming from out to in, ball going from in to out.
Offside call by the referee. Saxons are going to have a repeat set of 6 now. It's not necessarily their strongest attacking pod, but this pod have created numerous scores for the Saxons this game, so do not write them off. 32 short.
Ball goes wide, finish almost in. Great covering touch from Stuart Bustle, but the Saxons are so threatening at the moment when they have possession in this part of the field. Pushing right on the edge, could be another chance here. Big dive comes in, touch is made once again. They are threatening that try line though with every single possession now. Crucial, crucial moments for the Taipans, and the Taipans have got possession back.
Yeah, Saxon's just being too lethargic at the roll ball, and Taipan's reminding the referees, if he's there with hands on, we can go and get it. And that's exactly what they did. Taipans do not want to hang around. They want to create this into a really, that's a loss of control though in the roll ball, and that just alleviates all pressure. Saxons want to slow this game down, and they want to control it. Whereas Taipans want to start injecting little moments of calculated chaos to really sort of disjoint this this Saxon side. And Taipans again look to drive hard up the middle. This Saxons pod now is defended, transition, turnover, and now defending again, so this will be leggy.
A tiring defence for the Taipans to attack. Can they do something with it? Perhaps they can. Not quite, not quite. Touch comes in. They've got a few to play with here, the Taipans. Another score now, and we're in for a very, very grand finale. Big wide pass comes in. They've done one like this already, but the touch is made that time. And that's 6. The Saxons survive that one. We are into such a crucial part of the game here. Saxons with the 2-score lead. 6 minutes left to play. Now into that phase of the game where the Saxons need to wind the clock down and the Taipans need to stay defensively absolutely on point and then get a couple of scores. We go into extra time if this one finishes up as a draw, but at the moment the Saxons aren't thinking about that at all. They're thinking we've got a 2-try advantage.
Taipans just starting to appeal for some things, which is not a positive sign. That's a sign of frustration. A couple hard touches coming in unnecessarily. They're just taking unnecessary risks that could surrender possession of the ball. They need to remain composed, remain calm. Remember that you've got players on there to unlock defences, but if you're surrendering the ball through silly errors, you're not going to be able to sustain any pressure.
Taipans again frustrated with the decision there, or lack of, perhaps more accurately.
That's just loss of control in my opinion. I think there might be, I think the referee's just going to say that the Taipans need to just relax on the appeal that they make. The referees know what they're doing. Referee's just telling everyone to calm down. Penalty given for offside. Taipans get away with a loss of control there.
Emotions running high. Men's over 30s final, ball goes down. Richard Moody. We saw a moment of real class from him in the first half, and we've just seen another one.
Yeah, and this is what the Taipans can do when they remain composed. They stay relaxed. They bring the deficit back down to 1. It's a 32 short play, and the cover in middle just does not get his post touch as good as it could be. His hips are facing the wrong direction. He's always reaching, always grasping for air. And the Taipans stroll through in the end what is a little bit of too much of an easy score.
And with 3.5 minutes left, we have a 1-score game. Saxons in a strong attacking position here. But that latest score will surely have given the Taipans a huge lift and a belief that this could be on. But the Saxons will want to end any belief as soon as they possibly can, as Grist just tries to wriggle free from their clutches, and then kind of throws the ball away, and he's lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, it's breaking down a little bit now. Both teams are getting tired. Both teams are getting frustrated. The rain is slowly coming, so the ball is going to start to become moist and damp, and it's going to make the handling errors a little bit more apparent. And Taipans just need to remain cool and not get dragged into a dogfight.
It is getting a little bit antsy out there and a little bit feisty, but the rugby is sensational. Taipans a score behind the Saxons here in this men's over 30s final. Taipans just easing off the gas now. They hit the accelerator. Touch comes flying in from Tim Ellis, who did well actually just to slow himself down, did he? No, they're saying that was too hard, in fact.
Thought the ball was down. I thought the ball had hit the floor first, but this is a good opportunity now for the Taipans to level things up. Just no mistakes. That's a mistake at the roll ball. It's just little errors creeping into the game and throwing the ball away. They get done a penalty, and if they continue to appeal to the ref is not going to take their side.
And time running out for the Taipans to get the score they need. Almost a chance there, delayed getting the half on for the Saxons. Under 2 minutes to go, just one score in it. But while the Saxons are in possession, they will feel that one is still reasonably comfortable, and it could be two if they can create something. Touch just comes in.
The commitment from the Taipans defence is absolutely commendable, but it's being let down by the simple errors that they're making whilst in attack. There's a couple roll ball errors, handling errors, ball going to ground, and if they keep appealing to the referees, the refs aren't willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, and then they're fighting an uphill battle. They've got 70 seconds remaining, and that's half court, and Southwest Saxons could maybe manage this through and secure the victory.
Saxons working it towards their box, playing reasonably slowly, as they absolutely should be, trying to wind this clock down, but they make an error, and they've opened the door for the Taipans here. How controlled can the Taipans be in attack? There's enough time here for them to do something, and then a bit of chat back, and they get advanced up the field. This is now a golden opportunity for the Taipans to dramatically level things and send us into extra time. But a loose pass, and the Saxons now will have a chance to see it out. 30 seconds left to play. And surely someone is getting the instruction onto them that they just have to get through their tackles simply, slowly, and get this thing done.
Yeah, Marcus Evans knows, and just for speaking from the Taipans' perspective, you cannot throw that ball down on first touch. That is an absolute coach killer. You've got touches to play with, you're right up against it, and as the hooter goes, the Saxons are going to take the victory. 3 finals in a row, and they get the result that they wanted. Taipans look disappointed, but Saxons brilliant value for the win.
An absolutely epic final here at Nottingham University on the Highfield Sports Complex. Southeast Taipans and Southwest Saxons went absolutely at it. A game in the balance all the way. But the Southwest Saxons take it 7 points to 6, and it was those early scores in the second half, Joe, that just gave them that element of control in the game that allowed them to see it out no matter what the Taipans then threw at them.
Yeah, definitely, and I think especially from the Saxons' perspective, they just managed the game better. They made less mistakes when going forward, and they stayed tight and connected when in defence, and they allowed the players that they've got, Marcus Evans, just to go and express yourself, go and have fun, go and enjoy it, and we'll put you in spaces where you can create your little moments of magic, and that is what inevitably got them the victory here today.
It certainly did give them the victory. The Southeast Taipans gave it everything they possibly could. 6 tries constructed oh so well, but 7 tries constructed just as well from the Southwest Saxons, who are your men's over 30s champions here at the England Touch Nationals. Southwest Saxons claim the silverware, winning 7-6 against the Southeast Taipans. And I tell you what, stay with us, because there is one more massive game coming up in about 13 minutes time. It's the women's over 27s final, and it is going to be an absolute cracker of a game. It's going to be the Southwest Saxons and the Southeast Taipans on again, but this time they're women's over 27. Stick with us for that one, because it is going to be absolutely massive.
Presentation in front of the pavilion and pitch 1. Please make your way over teams as quickly as possible. We'll get the presentation underway, and then we will be doing...
Well, I'm joined by James Webber, one of the victorious Southwest Saxons, and James, talk me through that. That was absolutely phenomenal game of touch rugby there.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild game come the end of it, yeah. I think just impeccable already. Yeah, I think both teams
high intensity game all the way through, so it was a hell of a game, and Taipans have been a hell of a team the whole way through the competition, so yeah, really pleased with that.
They certainly have. It felt like the key moment was sort of early in the second half. You got a couple of quick scores on the board, and that just created that distance that gave you probably that level of comfort to know that you had something to defend.
I wouldn't describe any of that as comfortable, but yeah, we did get there, yeah. So.
Well, yeah, comfort's all relative in a final of that intensity. What was it like out there? It felt intense.
Yeah. It was incredibly intense. I think both teams were going in as hard as they could on everything. A lot of trying to force errors, I think, on every touch. So, yes, it was one of the more physical games I've played in.
Absolutely. Well, I've got to send you away to the presentations.
No, that's fine. I will really want to get over with my team anyway, but thank you very much.
I just want to hear celebrations tonight yet?
Possibly.
Yeah,
definitely.
We'll see you out and about in Nottingham. Cheers, James. Enjoy yourself. James Webber there, one of the key players from the Southwest Saxons, and he is absolutely sprinting over to the far side of the pitch to be with his teammates. I think he was concerned he wouldn't make the presentation. Don't you worry, James. We've got ourselves sorted. We know the timings of these things. We see the replay of some of these tries here. They were absolutely fantastic, those Southwest Saxons, and their women's 27s team will be on very shortly against the Southeast Taipans women's 27s team as well in that final. 5:10 that one starts. Do stay with us. You join us again for the final game of the day here on day 2 of the England Touch Nationals, and it is another blockbuster final. The women's over 27s, the Southeast Taipans against the Southwest Saxons, and we've just seen the teams run onto the field. They've been given the big build-up. We've got a couple of minutes to go, so we'll just run you quickly through the teams. The Southeast Taipans: Samantha Bell, Georgia Blessed, Sally Ann Buttsworth, Stacey Coffin, Stacey Collins, Kesha Headley Miller, Bree Hill, Rebecca Hill, Rachel Keane, Rachel Parry, Hannah Pike, Amelia Stanley, Isabella Tan, Isabel Thomas, Sam True, and Emma Young. Those are your Southeast Taipans, and the Southwest Saxons are Megan Burton, Abigail Cotton, Zoe Field and Stewart, Elizabeth Gratian, Rosie Kells, Charlotte Marr, Jessica Miller, Eleanor Moss, Catherine Nash, Josephine Parr, Emma Pethybridge, Cara Roberts, Victoria Stevens, Stephanie Thomas, Alice Walker, and Rose Willoughby. We are 30 seconds away from the tap here in this women's 27s final. And as you will all be familiar with now, but I will remind you of anyway, the Southwest Saxons will be playing in blue from left to right, and it will be the Southeast Taipans in the red tops on the right-hand side of your screens. And Joe, we are in for another cracker as the rain comes down.
Yeah, I wonder if the Saxons can do the double over the Taipans in consecutive finals. Experienced heads in both sides of the ball, and this is set up to be an absolute stormer.
It certainly is, and the Saxons with the first opportunity to try something, but not succeeding, and the Taipans will have possession. And it must be said, the rain is starting to come down quite heavily now. The temperatures have dropped significantly as well, and so we could be in for a very different sort of final, much more gritty type of final than we might otherwise have been expecting after what has been a glorious day in the build-up.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a final won and lost in the error count. I think whichever team can restrict their error count the most is going to come out on top, because as you say, the conditions are deteriorating. The rain is slowly getting worse. The temperature is getting lower. The ground underfoot will be getting more slippy. It'll be becoming bitty.
And do you have to find that balance between playing that slightly safer game, slightly tighter game, and still actually going out and trying to win it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think I think you can do both. I think you can play a tighter game and still go with the intention of winning. I think maybe you don't throw the little tip-on passes that, you know, you would in lovely sunny conditions. Maybe you take 10% off in your drive and in your roll ball just to secure the ball, because obviously underfoot, especially when it's wet, ball can slip out of hand very easily. So you just got to take your intensity down a little bit, but still maintain that direction, still maintain the aim, which is go forward, get to the try line, execute when you're there.
Taipans with a chance to execute here, moving the ball to the right-hand side. Touch just comes in the nick of time, and it will be Saxon's ball. I used to love these games when the rain comes down, when it's a big game, when it's a group game or whatever, and the rain's coming down, it can feel a bit meh. When it's a final and it's rainy and it's horrible, I used to love those sort of games.
Yeah, definitely. It does add to the atmosphere. It also adds to the tension, and it adds a dynamic that not many teams will train or prepare for, in terms of how are you going to be direct whilst also being safe. And not many teams can train for that, and often it's the team that will step up and step their intensity up, and also step their execution level up, and also not be scared by the conditions. You can't be scared of always dropping the ball, because then you'll never throw that pass that's going to unlock the defence.
Absolutely. Taipans with a bit of ball here, and Buttsworth taking that one up. Now they're into a decent part of the field here, and they're going to have 6 more as well. Yeah. Rain hammering down our commentary position now. starting to get quite wet.
It's just the angle of the rain. We're underneath the dugout and it's right in the face.
Sideways rain. This wasn't due until 8 o'clock tonight. What's going on? Is that a score from the Taipans? They've got across the whitewash. Opening score to the southeastern side.
It's a beautifully worked score. Hammer up the middle, tip on around the outside, early ball, and she just drags lovely little whip pass over the top, left to right. She wound that up and released it. Lovely and accurate, brilliant hands in the wet conditions from the winger to reel it in. And that is the opening score for the Taipans, 1-0.
Yeah, it was a great pass from Bree Hill and an even better collection from Rachel Parry.
Saxon's now trying to reply. Got to work with what they've got. Touch and pass given, so a turnover for the Taipans to find some more success.
Taipans just taking a few moments to gather the ball there. Taipans really working hard here. It's all slightly bitty, but we expected that when we saw that weather coming in. Not got too long. Saxons working forward.
Yeah, you can see the pace of this game has just dropped ever so slightly because of the conditions, really starting to deteriorate. The rain is coming down, the ball is wet, so you can drop it very easily. So the intensity levels have just been dialed back ever so slightly, just to ensure that your completion rate remains at a high level. And Taipans at the moment seems to be the team that's managing the conditions the better in the early stages of this final.
Well, and in this scenario, a lead, any lead, starts to become incredibly valuable because of how difficult it is to work your way up the field.
Yeah, definitely. Although looking over, it's starting to brighten up a little bit, so maybe this is just a passing shower. But like you say, if the conditions stay like this for the next 40 minutes, the Taipans are going to be over the moon that they've maintained this early lead. And I think she thinks she's gone all the way around the outside, but there's a touch being called in the middle that's just going to stop all of that Saxon's progress.
Brought all the way back, and it'll be Taipan's ball. It was the Saxons in that men's 30s final that claimed it in a really tight game, winning 7-6 just a few moments ago. Same two teams in this women's 27s final. Will it be the same end product? It's certainly another tight game. Or will it be the Taipans that emerge victorious? They lead 1-0 currently. Moving into a good position here. And they're going to have 6 more.
They've just drawn that penalty by engaging the link as well. Because the link was dropping early, expecting the middle to make the touch, and when the middle didn't, the links had to shoot up and make it, and that just shows the referee that she dropped way too early. Good penalty. Oh, good shot from the winger there, brilliant decision.
Taipans with a great chance here. They've said no to the numbers out wide. I can't believe it. They had 2 spare on the outside, and they went straight.
I thought all it needed was catch and pass, score in the corner. But instead they've got the penalty, and I think in that situation I would have rathered the score.
Oh, an opportunity goes begging, but they have another chance to create here. Injecting a bit of pace, big wide pass comes out, touch is made. Oh, so close. But the pressure really coming through from the Taipans now.
Yeah, they just look a little bit reluctant to throw any pass more than a few meters because of the conditions. But at some point, they're going to have to try and unlock this defense by throwing the extra pass. Unfortunately, that is just forward. And it alleviates the pressure that the Taipans were trying to sustain. But you've got to think about throwing these passes, even though the conditions are working against you. It's a final, and you do not want to leave this final thinking you could have done more.
Absolutely right there. Saxons trying to see if they can create something. Feels like a while since they've had a proper opportunity, but they've got a great opportunity here. A wonderful dummy. Get the pass away as the try scored there. Eleanor Moss with the score. Cara Roberts, though, doing all the hard yards for it. What a try.
Yeah, just one slip in the midfield, and that's all she wrote for that Taipan's defence. Lovely dump there. She picks up, she goes, two Taipan's players collide and end up on the floor, exposing all the space, and the ball is just down before the touching player comes. I believe if she just looked to her right, there were two players in acres of space. But as it stands, beautiful score. Really well capitalised on the Taipan's mistake, and it squares us up 10 minutes into the first half.
Certainly does. Eleanor Moss with her name on the score sheet. But Cara Roberts with all the glory, but almost glory, coming straight back the way of the Taipans. The pass just going straight into touch, but we were talking about a matter of mere inches there. 1-1 midway through this first half, and we have a proper final on our hands here.
Yeah, and this is one of those finals that are going to be won and lost, and a team that's willing to lose it. A team that's willing to push the boat out, really sort of try and play expansive, even though the conditions aren't really there for it. At the moment, both defences are setting up so tight and so congested in the midfield that unless you are willing to throw the extra pass, maybe miss a player out, you're not going to unlock the defences with just trying to batter the door down through the middle. These teams need to be willing to make mistakes in order to execute.
And it's all going to come down to choosing your moment to make that big play. See the ball squirt loose there in that previous Saxons possession. That is going to happen as this game wears on. It is really, really getting quite tough out there for them. Taipans looking comfortable with the ball, though. Playing pretty tight, playing pretty direct, and then waiting until they get to those latter possessions before they make that big play. And that's going to be the way that this thing gets done, as that ball just bounces. Again, an example there, those as the pass is made, it almost just squirts loose from the hands.
Yeah, and the completion rate is obviously going to drop in these conditions, but it's important that teams remain confident in their ability and don't let it stop them from wanting to play expansive and wanting to dive deep into their playbooks, as we know that they both do. We've seen some sweepers, we've seen some quickies, and we've seen some 32s, and the only thing that I would fear as a coach in this sort of game is that teams aren't willing to dive too deep into the plays that they can run in fear of making mistakes and surrendering position. You cannot be scared in a final. You've got to be willing to make mistakes, learn from them, pick yourselves up. You've got 40 minutes. That's unlucky, the ball goes down, but you've got 40 minutes, so one mistake does not define a final. You can come back on and rectify it really quick. You can put pressure on, try and force turnovers. These are two teams that just need to be brave and try and take this game by the scruff of the neck.
And trying to are the Saxons. I suppose this is where you want your leaders to step up and bring that element of calm, and then almost give you the signal that, right, put the hammer down now, this is when we go.
Yeah, completely agree. There's going to be some figures in both sides that yeah, it's just going to be given ball down, and that's unfortunate. That is an unforced error. But there's going to be members in both teams that are going to need to stand up and say, look, don't worry about it. Everyone's going to be making mistakes. The conditions are not suited for an open and expansive game, but we're going to have to be brave to unlock defences, and that's when you look for your leadership figures to start leading by example and pick the rest of the team up when mistakes do start to creep in.
Taipan's making really good ground. And tackle's completed, and so the Saxons will have their opportunity here. Keeping it straight and through the middle here. Now they go a bit wider. Difficult ball to catch, and the difficulty is as they try to play safely through the middle for fear of that ball going loose, it becomes oh so difficult for them to get across to their box and make their replacements, and they end up with a disjointed attack and then a fumble there, and the Taipans have a chance to break away. And they're doing a much more efficient job of, although playing in the early phases that similar sort of straight up game, they're managing to get across to their box. They do make an error, but in terms of the structure of how they're getting there a bit more sensibly.
Yeah, and they're working as a unit, and they are reassuring each other that mistakes do not define us. And when they're subbing in such a way where 3 players are all stepping off at the same time, and then 3 players are all coming on as well, which just allows for sustained momentum going forward into the final third. Yeah, penalty given there for offside. I thought they may have played advantage and give the score, but I think the winger was just onside and the link wasn't.
Sally-Ann Buttsworth rather. Going for the big dive there. And getting the play started as well. So they've got a fresh set to start with. Blessed to Buttsworth. Back to Blessed, back to Buttsworth. Buttsworth will dive again, and she might have got through that time. Not quite, not quite. Buttsworth in deep conversation with the referee there. Back the same way, and it's that linking together of Buttsworth and Blessed, and this time it pays dividends, and this time Buttsworth has her score. She's been threatening that try line 3 phases in a row, and now she gets that score.
Yeah, definitely, and this is a textbook link punish, and what is different from what you'll see of a lot of teams who try to run a link punish is that they go and engage the middles first. They go and drag it over, bring the middles up, and then the lovely low, long and strong dive that gets them the advantage in this final. It's a play that they ran 3 times repeatedly. First one was a penalty, second one was a penalty, third one play on, easy score in the end, and now Saxons have got to reply.
Using the wet conditions to her advantage as well for the flare slide in. Sharks then, not the Sharks, sorry, the Saxons. Been talking about the Sharks too often today. The Saxons with the silverware so far though. But it's the Taipans in the driver's seat for this second piece of silverware of the day, but the Saxons could be across again. They are indeed across again. Zoe Field and Stewart getting across the whitewash, and no sooner have they gone behind than they level it back up again. The Saxons are going nowhere.
Yeah, and this is just legs. This is just legs. This is recognising that there's a little bit of a mismatch here. I'm just going to take you on your outside. Lovely pass off to her. And then actually, I think the slip helps her out a little bit, just getting low enough to avoid the covering touch from the winger. And they do even it up before half-time. And this is set up to be a really close run final.
Yeah, footing giving way almost, sort of, it aligned her into a better dive. Taipan straight back on the attack though. Can they conjure something up? Not quite, not quite. Saxons possession again, but they're going to have to go the length. And we've seen already a few times it is really difficult to get the ball the length of the field, given that extra care that you have to take in possession. Making a good fist of it early on though, but just slows up a little bit there. And again, they're having to work really hard now to get across to their box. And it just means a delay in possession, and they've already used up 4 of their touches. In fact, they'd used up 5. That was the 6th there.
Yeah, just a little lapse of concentration in terms of the touch count, and it surrenders the ball to the Taipans in exquisite position. And here's the danger pod that have got their scores.
Taipans had to delay there, but they only had to use one touch up in doing so, so they'll be quite happy with where they are. Buttsworth already a try to her name. Now she's pushing and probing for a second. Instead, she feeds it out to Isabella Tan. From try scorer to try provider, and Tan the beneficiary.
Yeah, and this all comes from this same channel, this same link punish that you can see. They burn one, and she goes, look, why don't we just do the same thing? Why don't we just go run it back? Receives the ball, goes for the dive, the wing has to shut. Oh, the Taipan's winger just evading the touch. Then you can see what it means to the Taipan's players.
You certainly can, and as that replay was being shown right in front of our commentary position, Blessed and Buttsworth shared a massive embrace. They know how important that was, and they know how key their link together has proved to be over the course of the last couple of minutes, and the Taipans have their lead again, 3-2 ahead against the Saxons.
Yeah, and they've worked really hard for it. These conditions are so difficult, and they changed their focus from trying to run open side plays to short side, to conditioning the link punish. And because it operates in such close quarters, you've not got to rely on any sort of long ball to get you the result that you want. And for the conditions, it's an absolutely perfect game plan that at the moment is proving the difference.
Certainly is, and there's a wonderful bit of handling there from Isabella Tan to gather that ball in, and there's only about 10 seconds left until the break. It's going to take something pretty magical for the Saxons to level this before the break. They are making a bit of headway, but surely the touch is going to come in. Now it does, and that was the hooter.
Oh, he's going to give a touch and pass, so the half isn't over yet. They've got an opportunity.
One more play for the Taipans. Touch comes in. I think they're quite happy to accept that. And that sends us into half-time in this women's 27s final, with the Taipans leading this tightest of games, 3-2 against the Southwest Saxons. We are in an absolute nail-biter of a final, but my word, is it compelling. Half-time here in the women's 27s final. It's the Southeast Taipans 3, Southwest Saxons 2. Just under a minute then until this second half gets underway in this women's over 27s final here at the England Touch Nationals. The Southeast Taipans leading the Southwest Saxons 3-2. The rain is coming down. It's absolutely torrential, miserable out there, and yet we have seen some unbelievable quality from these two sides. And on the field at the moment, you can see in red, that's the Southeast Taipans in the red. They're up against Southwest Saxons in the blue. The Southeast Taipans have got their danger pod on at the moment. Buttsworth and Blessed have combined so well for 2 scores that right now see them in the lead 3-2. And we are about to get back underway. The hooter goes and off they go. Taipans wasting no time with it. 20 minutes to hold on to this 3-2 lead. 20 minutes perhaps to build on it. And from the Saxons' point of view, 20 minutes to turn this around. It's tight, it's tense, and there is not going to be a huge amount of scoring, although Buttsworth might have something to say about that. Buttsworth might just have something to say about that. She was just touched. But already that danger pod proving their value, and they're proving their value in a big way there. Isabella Tan stretches the lead to 4-2. What a start to the second half.
Absolutely blistering start. Who said that if the rain's pouring, you cannot play fast? She initially tries to go over. It's a brilliant covering touch from the link, and they don't panic. They just relax. They say, okay, I'm going to reset. Let's carry the ball. Quick feed, lovely little miss pass in the conditions. That is a superb grab and reach. She gets a little bit of a clatter in as well for her troubles, but a superb grab and finish. And now Saxons have got it all to do.
Calm play from Buttsworth, and then good vision from Young, and then a superb gather and finish from Isabella Tan, who now has 2 to her name in this final, and a big 2 because the advantage is 2. Taipans can afford to play with a little bit more patience now. They've earned the right for a buffer and a slightly calmer possession, perhaps a little too calm though in that scenario. They're having to work a bit hard to get a bit of go forward there.
Yeah, definitely. And the only concern for this Taipan side is you don't want to get complacent. You don't want to allow the Saxons an avenue back into this game. And I don't think they're going to, because that is blistering pace, although in a superb defensive touch to stop her from scooping through and finding her supporting players. But all Taipans need to do for the rest of this game is go through the motions, complete your sets, keep moving forward, limit the amount of errors that you make, and apply pressure to the Saxons, and they'll maintain this lead throughout to the final hooter.
Well, the Saxons have come back already a couple of times in this game. Can they do so again? They've certainly got plenty of time to do so, almost the entire second half. They work their way up the field. It's gathered nicely because that was a tricky ball, but it was a forward pass as well, I think. Taipans then working their way towards their box here on the right-hand side. They've been really very efficient at that through the game. Danger pod back on. Working their way. It wasn't Emma Young, in fact, that was the provider of that previous try. It was Isabel Thomas that was the provider of it, wearing 17. I missed the 1 next to that 7 on the back of her shirt. Credit where credit's due.
This Taipan side is staying really, really connected in defence and not allowing the Saxons any sort of avenue or opportunities back into this game. You can see the pressure by the Taipans driving up and forcing turnovers, and that's exactly what they've done. And if they can maintain this pressure for the remaining 16 minutes of the game, they will enjoy this second half and they will come out of it victors. But you cannot write off this this Saxon side. We've seen them come back from deficits twice before now. Unfortunately for them, neither of which were 2-try deficits, but it is not beyond their reach. They've just got to stop this pod from being as effective as they currently are, and then they can start to build momentum of their own. But as it stands, Taipans are just rolling through the motions. That pass just fades forward out of the hand, but I believe they're going to get a penalty for offside. and this is a golden opportunity to extend their lead.
The idea was all there. There was a player spare on the left-hand side, but the pass just straight forward. But as you say, Taipans have a penalty to play with. Can they construct something from it? They're going to just buy themselves a bit of space before trying to accelerate into something. Working the ball to the right-hand side.
What a grab!
Slipped through the fingers of Hannah Pike, but Isabella Tan, well, we've already seen her hands in some style, and that time she gets them there and then diving in towards the try line. Stacey Collins, I think it's adjudged that she was touched, but my word, did she come close there. Taipan's just turning the screw a little bit here. Big pass comes in, but I think they're going to get 6 more, are they? No, they're not going to.
Yeah, that's one of those tough calls where the hands are in the passing lane, but she's not playing at the ball, she's playing for the touch, and the ball has just clipped the arm as it's been passed. I think it'll just tell them to go back and take the touch. Don't believe there'll be a penalty there. But Saxons really need to go forward, and you can hear the support that their women have from the sidelines, men hooting and cheering for them, telling them, don't worry about the conditions, you guys can go forward and make this entertaining. That's exactly what they're trying to do.
And it may look on your screens as though the pitch side here is not overpopulated with supporters, but believe me, there is plenty of support here. Just to the right of our commentary position, the Southwest Saxons have their massive team marquee pitched up, and because of the rain, everyone's inside it, but believe me, they are giving plenty of noise from it. And up on the balcony at one end, all of the Southeast Taipans have gathered to watch the remainder of this game. So there is loads and loads of support going on. They're just not pitch side because conditions dictate that if there's cover to take, you take the cover.
Yeah, and I've just noticed the rain has stopped now, but it's still going to be dewy, it's still going to be wet underfoot, and you're going to see maybe some slips here and there. And this is where you just want to take the intensity out, increase your completion rate, especially for the Saxons. You can't afford to make any unforced errors. You need to get to their red zone as quickly as possible to try and even this game up.
They really do, and they're making some efforts to do that. It's been a long, long time since the Saxons have been up in that red zone. They got close there, but it was on the final touch. They need to find a way. Engineering field position, working their way up the field a bit more efficiently, perhaps. Taipans finding easy yards. And getting their rotations through as well. Buttsworth.
Oh, what done.
Gets it down brilliantly, and Thomas now with the pass out to Tan, and she's got that down. Has she got that down? Oh, it's magical if she has.
Forward.
But the pass was forward. Oh, could you not have given it just for the magic of it?
Also, I just want to highlight there, number 11 for the Taipans, the name escapes me. The strike dump in the conditions. She's running full pelt, gets the ball down, secure. Ball does not move on the floor. To be able to do that in these conditions is absolutely spectacular. Spectacular.
It was Sally-Ann Buttsworth executing that, and she's had an absolute cracker of a game in this final. And her team really are starting to turn the screw now, forcing a few errors. Thomas will get things started from the halfway line. Blessed to Buttsworth. Buttsworth now moves it out a little further. Quite a firm touch coming in there. Buttsworth directing traffic around her now.
I think that's a hard touch. Oh, are they going to give ball down?
Ball was down, and there's a few words to be said about it. Referees may just try and get things calmed down just a touch.
Yeah, I understand why she feels a little bit upset at that call. Just because the touch has come in at the side, and in these conditions, any sort of nudge in the side is going to really throw you off balance. And, you know, we saw what she's capable of doing, dumping the ball at full pace. And, yeah, I think that's a call that could go either way on either day.
Saxons' first real chance. They get across the try line. Can she find a pass? She certainly can. Alice Walker gets the score, a timely score. for the Saxons.
I think the referee has just called the Taipan's player offside. Then she waves play on, and the Saxons just react quicker. Lovely dump, she scoops through. Yeah, number 3 is not onside. She never reaches the line. You can see the referee there waving play on. The pass works, the ball goes down, and the deficit is back down to 1, 10 minutes to go.
It was Burton that was alert to break through. And it was Alice Walker that capitalised, and we are down to a 1-score game once again, as we were at the start of this second half. Taipans may have something to say about that, though, as they get across the line. Instant response from the Taipans. Rebecca Hill with the score. But it's getting called back, is it? It's getting called back. Possession handed over to the Saxons. How big a moment could that prove to be? 10 minutes left, and the Saxons given a reprieve there. And now playing with a little bit more zip about themselves. Tails up after that score. That one just a bit disjointed in the 6th tackle made. So the Taipans will have possession again, and just a sense of quiet hangs over things.
I think that's what you call a big fend. That was a big, strong touch. Maybe a little bit of frustration creeping in for the Taipans, but they've channeled it in a really good way, and they're starting to play a little bit more expansive as the conditions slowly start to dry up. They look to come back to this side they found all their success from. No touch made, ball goes to ground. Wonderful score, that's at least a hat-trick, surely.
And look what it means to Sally-Ann Buttsworth as she finishes that one off. It was wonderful build-up play, and it was that key trio, wasn't it, of Blessed, Thomas and Buttsworth. And as Thomas broke through, she was able to look for the space, found Buttsworth, and Buttsworth made no mistake with the finish. 2 tries for her in this final, and a key role. And from having surrendered that 2-score advantage, they built it back again, and they lead the Southwest Saxons 5-3 here. Just over 8 minutes left to play, and the Saxons looking to have a go of their own. But ball lost forward. And the Taipans will have possession. And perhaps they may just look to start taking their time here.
Yeah, just having a little spy into the Taipan sub-box. And everyone's just saying, relax, job's not done. Job's not finished. Reminding everyone to stay calm, looking at where they can attack, looking at areas to improve.
Saxons staying calm themselves, looking to build something here, moving it out to the left, back to the right. Touch comes in. They look to run a similar play here. Back inside. Walker's already got 1. She might have 2.
Yeah, and a nod of approval from the Taipan's coach. She turns around to her team and gives the, yeah, you know what, fair enough. Because this is a lovely little disguised pass. I'm not even sure if she looks. I think she just hears the call and puts it into a space. It's a nice little sweeper play. She steps back, only looks at the last moment, and really well done to stay alive on the inside, always be a viable option. It cuts the deficit back down to 1, and now the tries are starting to come thick and fast.
Megan Burton, the try scorer, created by Catherine Nash with that brilliant inside pass. The Taipans straight back on the attack. They do not like surrendering their 2-point advantages and narrowing to just 1. They want 1 back immediately. 5-4 the lead. What a brilliant inside ball that was from Nash.
Truly superb, something that has been
Taipan's almost back in.
That inside ball is a designed play. That's a team that knows how they want to execute. And she didn't even have to look. She knew that the player would be there. She just needed to take a glance at the last second to make sure that the pass went to hands. And a lovely long and strong dive from the Saxons player. And this game has all of a sudden opened up.
And you mentioned it in the first half, Joe, those moments of bravery in opposition territory, and we saw a moment of bravery from the Saxons to create that score. That blind pass, big physical contact there, but we still play on, and we play on. No wonder the Saxons get so close, and the Saxons get across the line. I'm sure they're going to have a discussion about just what happened, but Rose Willoughby, as it stands, has got to try.
If she doesn't lose control of the ball while she's on the floor, this is a try. This is the big thing. Is there a touch and pass in there, and they give the score, and it is all level. It is all level. Big contact comes in. Quick hands. That is on the line. And she does not lose control of the ball. She always has it in her possession, gets the ball over. I don't think she realised how much time that she had. And that is 5-5 with 5 minutes to go.
The take and give from Rosie Kells. And the finish from Rose Willoughby, having gone down, and suddenly we're in a tied game, but Buttsworth is going to do it all on her own.
She is the difference maker right now. Every time she gets on the ball, it's magic. Applauding her own hard work as she subs off.
Sally-Ann Buttsworth doing it all on her own there.
And there's not even much to say. She just picks the ball up and goes, you know what, let's just score. Lovely dive to get underneath the covering defender. The referees are happy. The gas is more than enough. Just over 4 minutes to go. One score in it, and this game has opened up.
6-5. The Taipans are leading. Sally-Ann Buttsworth with a hat-trick in the final. Giving the camera a wave as we announce that as well.
She knows she's done her job. She knows she's done her job. Every time she's been on the pitch, she's made something happen. And we spoke yesterday at the Northwest Women's versus Southeast Sharks about the difference makers, just having those individuals that are a step above the rest. It was Emily Irons in that game, and it is Sally-Ann Buttsworth here who has just been the difference. And Saxons forcing a turnover do have an opportunity now with just over 3 minutes to go to equalise, but they've got it all to do.
They do indeed. They've just got to stay calm. There's only a point in it. Only a try in it. 6-5 they are down, but there is plenty of time yet for one. Remember, it'll be extra time if this game finishes level. There's plenty of time to take the lead for the Saxons, who go close. She got across. They're certainly going to have a think about it.
And they're jumping for joy in the sub box at that touch. They celebrated that like it was a try.
And quite right too.
And a penalty for offside. The Taipans player just goes it. Oh, have they given a penalty? No, I think they've just told her to take it again. Long ball's out there.
Saxons cutting inside. Touch is made. We'll come back, but they are pressurising this try line. Saxons having a go there on that last tackle. Taipans will have the opportunity to play out, and more importantly, they'll have the opportunity to play some time out as well. Just over 2 minutes now left in the game. It'll be well under 2 minutes by the time they finish this if they play their cards right. Working their way through the middle. Waiting for the touch there was Georgia Blessed. She did well to recognise it hadn't come. Actually, Tan just collects that one. Touch is just made diving. But they've used up those seconds, and we are now under 2 minutes to play. Saxons have got a long way to go as well. First touch comes in. Second touch now made. Saxons working their players onto the field. That's 4 now.
No hard touch, no hard touch. Thought they were going to buy a penalty there.
Up they work. That's 5. Can they get something on the 6th? They break through, do they?
Ref calls play
Looking
on.
for the pass, and they do break through. And the Saxons are going nowhere. Abigail Cotton with the try. Tied game here, and a minute left on the clock. We are in this serious game time territory here. What a try. Abigail Cotton. Well, what happened there?
Just defending player goes to make the touch. Referee calls offside, play on. Scooping player goes through, finds the pass. That is a big bosh in the midfield.
45 seconds then. We are all level. The Taipans have 45 seconds to try and create a score, or 45 seconds before we go to extra time. Can they create something? We've seen things all day here. That pass is forward, and the Saxons are going to have possession. I don't think they're going to have enough time to go the length of the field, but you never know. We will go to extra time in about 20 seconds' time, unless we see an absolute miracle here. Saxons working their way up the field. 10 seconds left. I don't think it's going to come, but you never know. This game has given us everything so far. 6 tries apiece. Hooter's going to go any second now. We're in the last play of the game, and the pass gets away. Could the Saxons get there? Oh, the Saxons have gone across the line. Are they going to call it back? Charlotte Marr could have the glory. No try.
Touch has just been made.
No try, so we go in level. Extra time. We will have a minute's rest here, but we go in at the end of normal time. 6 tries apiece. Oh my word, Joe, what a final.
This is breathless stuff. I thought for all money the Taipans were going to go through for victory, but the never say die attitude of the Saxons, who for large portions of that game were up against it. They've just always found a way to stay involved, and I'm not surprised to see the players entering the pitch for the Taipans. Drop off time.
So just to run you through how this is going to work, it's going to be 4 aside, 2 minutes each way if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and then if after that it's still a draw, we go to 3 aside.
4 aside then. Exhausted players, space aplenty. Taipans with the first spell of possession here. They led this final for so long, but the Saxons pegged it back.
Up the Saxons.
And they go for the link punish again, trying to go on the outside. Beautiful covering touch.
Thomas just edged out on that right-hand side. Buttsworth and Thomas connected so well all game. Can they connect here? Thomas has a little dart down the right-hand side. Touch comes in, and Saxons will have the ball. Just playing 2 minutes each way here. And then after that, we'll drop to just 3 players. We're playing 4 aside as it stands. Already plenty of space out there. So the Saxons work to the right-hand side. Getting their changes on, so important now with bodies tired and space opening up everywhere. Saxons injecting some pace, but that pass goes astray, and the Taipans live to fight on.
All of the Taipans players at the bottom of the pitch supporting the women's 27s, cheering everything, absolutely everything.
And interestingly here, the Taipans have made no changes. They like the team they've got on the field right now. Thomas back to Buttsworth. Buttsworth dives to the line.
Oh!
Touch just came in. Touch just came in. Thomas and Buttsworth though, that danger combination. They'll go again. Buttsworth finds a bit of space, gets the pass away out to the left-hand side. Hannah Pike with the try. How crucial could that be?
Oh!
And that's it. It's all over. The Taipans claim victory. The hooter goes, and the Southeast Taipans win the women's 27s competition here at the England Touch Nationals. That combination of Thomas and Buttsworth releasing Pike for that dramatic try in what turned out to be the final play of the game.
Absolutely superb, and full credit to the Saxons for running the Taipans as close as they did. The Saxons had such a never say die attitude. They were always in the game, but the sheer class on display from Taipans just coming through right when they needed it. In front of all of their fans at the bottom of the pitch, they get the score on the hooter to send them into the ascendancy, and they will be ecstatic.
and in miserable conditions. That surely has to go down as one of the great finals.
Oh yeah, definitely. Everyone loves a good buzzer beater, and we got one there. We nearly had one from the Saxons in regular time, and I thought that could have gone through, and if that had been the case, then that would have been a justifiable end to the final. But I think the drama of the drop-off, the way that it was executed, Taipans backing themselves, not subbing in a drop-off, is something that is unheard of. And they didn't. They backed themselves, they backed their fitness, they backed their ability, and in the end it proved dividends, and they come away with the victory.
And it's heartbreak for the Saxons, as you say. Charlotte Marr almost scoring in the corner at the end of regular time, you know, and a number of players standing out for them. Cara Roberts above all else, but this Taipan side, it was a tight game, but they always felt like the side that had, I don't know, that had just somehow earned it that little bit more through some of the play. And it was that trio, wasn't it, of Thomas, of Blessed, and of Sally-Ann Buttsworth in particular, that were just incredible as a unit together.
Yeah, and it seems like those three players complement each other so well. And when you do find that balance in a pod, it's hard to stop. It is hard to stop. You see in a lot of other divisions, you have these trios, these little pockets of people who just work together beautifully, and that was a perfect example of what can happen when you put three people together who complement each other's skills and also help each other's, you know, maybe in areas where they're a little bit weaker, they complement each other so well that they've not got to worry about making mistakes because they know the caliber of player they're playing with will just pick them back up.
Absolutely. And of course the Taipans, as they walk towards their supporters at the far end, who look absolutely delighted for them. The Taipans making up for the men's 30 side, who just missed out to the Saxons. So I suppose it all finishes up pretty nicely, because that's one trophy each for both sets of wider squads. But the Southeast Taipans here, what a magical moment for them. The most dramatic of victories, and I think I can see one of their players coming towards us for a quick chat. Georgia Blessed, the skipper, joining me. And Georgia, we've just been singing the praises of the work of the entire team, but in particular the trio of yourself, Isabel Thomas and Sally-Ann Buttsworth. What a glorious performance, and what a unit the three of you proved to be.
It wasn't a unit. Although it was a unit and we did really well, I cannot thank the whole team. The way we got it through there was because of the defence of everyone else. They set the perfect platform for us, and as a team we won that. Yeah, we may have got the tries, but that was a team effort, and I couldn't be prouder after the girls after the heartache last year.
And it must have been heart and mouth time, final play of the regular time.
It was, and when I was so proud of those girls chasing Rose down, because Rose is fast. So fair play to the Saxons, they gave it everything, and that was, I thought, heart was in the mouth at the end.
And then talk about the emotions, the drop-off and that try with what turned out to be the very last play of the entire game.
We were in this situation last year, and we had heartache and we lost it. To see us, all the hard work over the last year, and to come home with that try at the end, absolutely amazing effort from everyone. But those four girls held their composure, and Hannah Pike at the end with a try, amazing.
Absolutely stunning stuff. Listen, Georgia, I really don't want to take up too much of your time, because I know you want to go and be with your teammates and live the trophy, but enjoy tonight. It was a spectacular performance.
Thanks so much for having me, and can't wait for next year.
Absolutely, we can't wait either. What an incredible final it was. Georgia, run off and go and join your teammates. What a fantastic final that was. And Joe, just a final word before we sign off for the day. I mean, you can hear the emotion in Georgia's voice there, almost cracking as she speaks to me there. You see her run up there and a warm embrace with one of her mates. This means so much to these girls, doesn't it?
It does, and something you've got to think about with the overs categories is a lot of these people have played opens. A lot of these people have played in men's, women's mix. They have experience. A lot of them play at really high level club touch. So then to come and provide the inspiration for the people that they play with week in, week out, that this is what you can achieve with hard work, dedication and teamwork. I think that side of it is just as influential and important to them than the result itself. That, you know, women's sport is something that's struggled to find traction over the past 10, 15 years in the UK, and it's moments like that that show how electric it truly can be.
You're absolutely right. Nail hit on the head. And the good news is We get to do it all again tomorrow, Monday the 1st of May, day 3, the final day of the England Touch Nationals, and we have a stack of finals, chief of all the women's, men's and mixed open finals, the 3 big ones I suppose you could say. It all kicks off at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, running all the way through till 4:30, so do please come and join us. But a huge congratulations to the Southwest Saxons rather, men's 30s team, for winning their title, and then that dramatic women's 27s title going the way of the Southeast Taipans. Thank you so much for joining us today, and do please come and join us tomorrow morning 9 o'clock, where we will have the final day of the England Touch Nationals 2023.